What's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Join my Discord if you want to chat and share your thoughts, the link is in the description. 5MF Chapter 106 The True Strength of the Earth. It was that time when it was close to the black hole. At that time, it successfully interfered with the surrounding rays through powerful cosmic energy and escaped the gravity of the black hole. Carol looked back and saw a scene she would never forget. Those huge amounts of, originally were in the celestial black holes that appeared after the sun declined and died. Absorbed by endless cosmic rays, the black hole shows a faint glow. The contents inside were successfully revealed to Carol. What kind of item is it? It seems to be many times larger than the Earth. The whole body is covered with a kind of black and blue carapace, although one is sleeping. But the giant still bursts out with powerful intimidation and oppression. Later, Carol never gave up looking for information about this creature. As a result, nothing was found in the libraries of major civilizations. Until one time, Carol needed the collector to buy some remote planets because he needed to resettle weak races, so he went to see the collector. By chance, Carol mentioned this existence to the collector. At that time, since the business of buying planets was still rare in Collector, and Carol was also quite powerful, Collector specially took Carol to visit his top collection. The true place of nothingness in the land of nothingness. At that time, Collector was a little excited after hearing Carol's inquiry. Then he pointed to their feet and said, "Those are their kind who are still alive, ordinary members of the Celestial God Group, Heavenly Father-level cosmic powerhouses." That was the first time Carol learned that, in addition to the Kree's power conversion, it was equivalent to the martial level of the sub-Heavenly Father level. In the Kree Empire, only the supreme leader and the highest intelligence of the Kree people can control the strongest armor that uses small stars as energy sources. Known as the head of state level, in the name of most of the powerful people in the universe, this level is called the Heavenly Father level. Currently, among the entire civilizations of the three empires, there is only one top powerhouse who truly puts his life level at this level. The two parent gods of the sheer empire merged into one. As for Carol and others, they are already considered to be the top powerhouses in the universe. But in fact, almost every top-level civilization has people who can threaten sub-Heavenly Father-level powerhouses or simply have sub-Heavenly Father-level powerhouses. Advertisement: the sub-Heavenly Father level is also the evaluation level for the strong in the universe. But, judging from Carol's many years of experience in the universe, I absolutely believe in the instinctive feeling emanating from her body. This kind of physical gene is trembling, and the tattoo's extremely abundant and extremely destructive cosmic energy is as soft as cotton. Definitely the legendary top powerhouse of the Heavenly Father level. And it's probably not an ordinary Heavenly Father level. Because Carol once faced an octopus monster that secretly escaped from the void dimension, it is said that its physical strength is indeed as strong as a Heavenly Father. But that monster only made him feel a fatal threat and oppression. In the end, they were bombarded by dozens of temporarily transferred firepower warships and various main guns from the sheer empire. It took more than 2 weeks to grind the octopus monster to death. However, the shadow that appeared from the southeast behind him and the strong man who issued such a threatening force was definitely not just an octopus monster. Just like the god of the celestial god group she saw at the edge of the black hole. He is the strongest among the Heavenly Father level strong ones. Carol turned her head stiffly and looked back. This is an Asian-looking giant, more than 20 meters tall and weighing at least hundreds of thousands of tons. But he stood lightly on the water. This is not the most important thing. What's important is that Carol's body, which has been soaked in cosmic energy for a long time, can see some energy matter from the perspective. Behind this giant is a sea. A golden sea. It almost presents a 260-degree large plane. It's like a pure and thick top glass made of golden energy. And it wasn't just the gold that Carol saw in the barriers in front of him. In fact, almost the moment I saw this giant, Carol's coaxing was filled with only a golden red light. Because from almost all over the world, there are some thin threads as thick as hair connected to the body of the Asian giant in front of him. Advertisement: on the surface, it looks like an endless golden sea, if Carol's guess is not wrong. That should be an ocean also made of golden threads. The reason why it looks like a mirror on a calm golden sea. I'm afraid it's because, are there too many golden threads? Since when has the Earth had such a monster? Carol didn't understand, and was even more shocked. In her mind, the Earth is just an ordinary blue star, the blue star numbered C62 by the Kree Empire. Once invaded by the Kree, it is a weak civilization that will not even resist. Why is there now a Heavenly Father level top powerhouse in the universe who may not even be able to defeat the Kree Empire? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. It must be a top powerhouse who secretly escaped from some mysterious advanced civilization in some dimension or universe, right? The guy in the red tights who watched them fight and blocked them just now must be the top fighting force on the planet, right? After all, he no longer belongs to some ordinary generals in Kree. I, Carol, Captain Marvel, am committed to maintaining peace in the world from the universe. I can't let you mess around. After Carol brainwashed herself, she regained her courage to fight. The golden light all over the body lights up again. Obviously it is about to enter the explosive moment of double star form again. But, this time, Carol suddenly discovered out of the corner of his eye that Guo Feng, who was fighting with him and dodging in the clouds, looked like a dragon. I don't know when I have acted like an ordinary person. Wearing an elegant blue robe, he was looking at the heroes with a smile. What's wrong? These two guys are on the same team. This planet is going to be played. Carol suddenly felt sad. After all, she didn't know if she could beat Guo Feng. What's more, this Asian giant who suddenly appeared was so powerful that his body almost gave up his thoughts temporarily. On the other side, Guo Feng, who was walking out of the clouds, saw the sad look on the face of this woman who seemed to have some trouble with her brain. He couldn't guess what she was thinking for a while. Chapter 107 The Fatal Oolong. Since I couldn't guess the thoughts of this nervous-looking woman for a while. Then don't guess at all. Guo Feng nodded politely to Wan Zhongxia. It can be seen that Wan Zhongxia now has at least 1 billion divine power, and space and time are definitely affected. Even if Odin comes, he probably won't dare to confront him head-on. Wan Zhongxia, here we come. Have you eaten? Although it was only the second time Guo Feng met, he greeted Wan Zhongxia very skillfully. Hear the familiar Chinese greetings. Wan Zhongxia was stunned at first, thinking that Guo Feng, who grew up in the beautiful country, did not understand the culture of the Yanwang country very well, and had never even seen him speak Chinese. I didn't expect to be so skilled. We just met, so of course we haven't eaten, Mr. Guo Feng. In fact, if it weren't for the two of you, I think the 10 of us brothers would have eaten a good basket of enema dumplings in Nanjing. Hearing the vague accusations in Wan Zhongxiao's words, Guo Feng pretended not to hear. Ah, that's really unfortunate. Mainly because at the beginning, when the captain of the Yanwang kingdom asked me to leave this sea area, I took action. In the end, we cooperated. The key is that this B****ch didn't cooperate. Guo Feng directly raised his dragon claw and pointed at the confused Carol. Now this B****ch is acting for some reason that Guo Feng doesn't know. My brain is still shutting down right now. Then now, Mr. Guo Feng can take this. Forehead. Guo Feng used to be a guy who didn't quite remember the names of strangers. As soon as he saw Wan Zhongxia's tangled expression, he immediately found the feeling and helped to hold on. Carol, Ms. Marvel from the beautiful country in the 1980s, has been studying abroad in recent years. Hearing Guo Feng's rescue, Wan Zhongxia was in an awkward situation like a drowning man grabbing a slender rope. Ah, yes, Miss Carol, because of your question, it has seriously affected the relevant regulations of our Yanwang kingdom regarding the sanctity of our waters. After being warned by the captain of the Yanwang kingdom, you did not leave. So we now have the right to detain you. After what Wan Zhongxia said, Guo Feng didn't realize that he might have to go out and stay for a few days. Carol's eyes widened at first. Are these powerful people from Yanwang kingdom? Advertisement? Yanwang kingdom is so powerful. At that time, such a big Kree warship broke into the Earth's atmosphere. Why didn't these guys come out? By the way, it's fun to push your head against a battleship, but it's really painful. Carol had endless complaints in her heart that she always wanted to vent. But suddenly she realized a problem. That is there a possibility? These guys are an alien race that only appeared on Earth in the past few decades. Taking the opportunity to control the thinking of the higher-ups on Earth. Carol instantly felt horrified to think about it, but it was not impossible to think about it carefully. After all, there are existences similar to Zergs and aliens in the universe, but they're just very rare. What if the probability of 1 in a billion happens to fall on the Earth? With this thought, Carol directly made a warning gesture again. However, if Wan Zhongxia and Guo Feng, who had insight into her thoughts, knew about it, they would definitely laugh and make Zhang hesitate. If you really follow Carol's idea, so what Carol is doing now is also a stupid move. On the surface, it is known that there is already a Guo Feng whose strength is almost the same as his own, that is, a strong Yashinfu level, and there is also a Wan Zhongxia who almost crushes him with his momentum. If you really want to make such a gesture in front of those top powerhouses who already know that they have evil intentions towards you, then Carol will probably be crushed to ashes immediately, and she will not be able to die again. However, Guo Feng and Wan Zhongxia could not know her inner thoughts. However, the vigilance and preparedness shown on Carol's face still caught their attention. After all, there are very few guys in the world who put all their expressions on their faces like this. M's Carol. Just as Wan Zhongxia was about to speak, he was suddenly blocked by Carol, who had transformed into a wise state. You are said to be from the Yanwang country. What evidence is there? Carol actually doesn't know much about the country Yanwang. Advertisement after all, she was born in Florida in the 1980s. Although I had the idea of joining the beautiful country's air force, in fact the Yanwang kingdom was still developing rapidly at that time. The outermost image is still that of a remote land in eastern Africa. And at that time, a certain Jeet Kune Do Master had not yet come to Hollywood to develop. Therefore, in Carol's mind, the Yanwang kingdom was a country with relatively weak power but a very large population. However, Carol was actually not sure that the Yanwang Congress would not develop at a crazy high speed in the past few decades. But in Carol's impression, the entire Earth is in a remote state compared to the stars in the universe. Although Guo Feng didn't understand it, Carol was obviously born in the period when patriotism was strongest in the beautiful country, and he already knew his motherland and his home planet. In fact, they belong to the lower class in the universe. Why did you choose to help those space refugees? Rather than wanting to help his home planet, he remembered that he could travel through the universe and was very powerful. Let the motherland and mother planet quickly enter the space civilization. You must know that this is how many races with powerful single bodies move towards the universe. First of all, originally from a group of individuals with peak Earth level combat power, a sub-Heavenly Father level strongman was born. Has the ability to travel quickly through the universe. Then he can plunder some knowledge of ordinary aerospace level civilizations to supplement the shortcomings of his own race. This is a routine operation in the universe. The reason why the great gods on Earth don't work is because there is hostility or there are tasks that they cannot do without. But the key is that Carol doesn't have it. We are indeed Yanwang people. We don't need any proof to be born and raised, but we can tell you about your information, Ms. Carol. You were born in Florida in 1865. You once wanted to join the United States Air Force, but failed because it did not recruit female soldiers. Later, you tried to use the Pegasus project. After finally destroying the alien battleship, he disappeared. These words, which directly revealed Carol's identity inside and out, could not have been uttered by the forgetful Wan Zhangxia. It was the captain of the Yanwang kingdom who had just arrived. At this time, there was a hint of dissatisfaction on Carol's face, but it was quickly blocked. Are you trying to say, why don't we stop it? Chapter 108 Unintentional Mind Reading Skills. Faker. How do you know? You probed my heart? Carol's hair suddenly exploded all over her body, staring at the captain of the Yanwang kingdom with a pair of golden pupils, and her mind was constantly recalling the mental concepts of the state. Don't worry too much, the two of us don't have psychic abilities. The captain of the Yanwang kingdom once again accurately stated what Carol was thinking. This made Carol tremble all over again. The golden light all over her body surged rapidly, and the extremely destructive cosmic energy on her arm had even reached the level of some kind of mushroom bomb. With all due respect, Ms. Carol, your ability to manage expressions is very poor. Could this be because the outside world is relatively stable? The captain of Yanwang kingdom said in a calm tone. The Kree Empire exists in the intelligence of the Yanwang kingdom. We found out that it is a powerful aerospace-level empire of advanced humanoid races that occupies multiple galaxies. The captain of Yanwang kingdom's long life experience and his knowledge in various trainings allow him to observe the subtle expressions of the body and expressions as well as Yan Shuangying. Of course, the captain of Yanwang kingdom has actually been active longer than Carol. The captain of the Yanwang kingdom was born at the end of World War II. In this timeline, he is just a young man in his 70s. For this empire, which in our assessment is already in the advanced civilization of the universe, when he was about to invade us, we had already taken relevant protective measures. It's just that when we wanted to deal with the Kree Empire's pioneer battleship, two main problems occurred. The captain of Yanwang kingdom said calmly during this period. Carol may have wanted to interrupt. However, this can't help but the powerful and oppressive aura of Wan Zhangxia has always been maintained on Carol. Therefore, Carol could only listen to the words of the captain of Yanwang kingdom silently. The first question is, in accordance with the special regulations for super ability persons that were just filed at that time. A super ability person who belongs to his own country cannot actually go to other countries. Advertisement. At that time, this bill was made by your beautiful countrymen. It was because of the Cuban crisis caused by Magneto that all countries around the world made relevant legal agreements. According to the provisions of the 1978 United Nations Super Ability Persons Restriction Act of 1978, which was secretly signed and secretly established in the United Nations at that time, super abilities exceeding the level of third-level mutants cannot enter the territory of other countries without the permission of other countries. By the way, after you appeared with super ability, you left the Earth and returned to the Earth with the Kree fleet. The mutants and the beautiful government entered the Cold War period, represented by the fourth-level mutant Magneto, leaving the nationality of the United States and, at that time, the top leaders of the US government did not allow super-able people from other countries to enter the beautiful country. The captain of Yanwang kingdom said a few words, and then Carol suddenly understood. Why did I not participate in the Pegasus project when I was a child and gained super ability? Mutants always appear on TV, but during the invasion of the Kree fleet that could be seen throughout Texas, there was no trace. It turns out that's why. Later we had suspicions. The suspicion was a powerful force hidden in history or time, secretly leading and controlling your appearance. After the captain of Yanwang kingdom finished speaking, he slapped him backwards. Carol frowned. How is it possible? The birth of her super ability was a complete accident. How could it be impossible for someone to calculate that the energy that was originally used as the flight energy source for the doctor's spacecraft engine after absorbing enough power through the mysterious power of the Rubik's Cube? The leakage irradiates myself, who is an ordinary person. Will he possess such sub-heavenly father-level combat power? You know, before the doctor died, he said that normal life forms would be exposed to this level of energy leakage. The probability of survival is 1 in a billion. The situation where I can survive and gain such powerful cosmic power is even 1 in a billion to a billion. Advertisement. If someone really does this, then why doesn't that being go up and receive the energy on its own? Is it difficult to become a sub-heavenly father-level warrior yourself? Impossible. How could there be someone behind the scenes pushing it? My birth was a pure accident. Carol retorted, Captain Yanwang. We initially thought it was just a coincidence. The captain of the Yanwang kingdom said calmly, and at the same time, he waved to the heroes to reduce their energy consumption. There should be no need to fight for now. Therefore, Wan Zhangxia once again transformed into 10 people, and the threads behind them, like a vast golden ocean, were also disconnected one after another. Almost in just an instant, the 1.4 billion Chinese on the entire back road and on the independent island felt that part of the weakened power had returned to their bodies. But in fact, after in-depth investigation, I found that the world is not simple. The person who entered the investigation at that time was the captain of Yanwang kingdom. In addition to being able to emit energy, the captain of Yanwang kingdom was stronger than Yan Shuangying. In fact, the captain of the Yanwang kingdom is not weak in observation ability and search and collection ability. Even though the captain of the Yanwang kingdom temporarily lost his energy, based on his skills, he is simply a top-level 10 agent. On the eve of the Kree's arrival in the world, countries were actually aware of the existence of those aliens. Also, at first, some people from various countries wanted to negotiate peacefully with aliens. However, other alien races did not seem to have this idea. Of course not. Apart from the Kree Empire under its jurisdiction, there are no more strong humanoids or kingdoms around here. So the Peace Sect was born at the same time. It's just that Guo Feng doesn't even remember when he created the life. The initial memories of the captain of Yanwang Kingdom. It was a sunny and breezy afternoon. I checked the information about the extinction ceremony of Area 51 of Beautiful Country, and found that at the same time, when you appeared on the Earth, the residence of the management of the entire Beautiful Country was there have been fluctuations in space and time on one level. Then not long after, these high-level officials, who were surrounded by space and time fluctuations, were discussing whether you should die or stay. During the discussion with the alien battleships, they almost unanimously shouted for the elimination of you and those battleship. Chapter 109 The Truth About the Kree War. Solve the victim and the murderer together? Guo Feng. Hey, I'm familiar with this. Guo Feng suddenly became energetic. These things were not shown in the original Marvel movie universe. Guo Feng tried his best to activate the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, which also reduced his sense of existence. He tried his best to listen to what the captain of Yanwang Kingdom was saying. Later we found out that these participants wanted to wipe you out together, and let us foreign super abilities and your local super abilities like Professor Senior officials of the country. The captain of Yanwang Kingdom continued. Actually they have different camps. The captain of the Yanwang Kingdom took out a stack of photos from an unknown pocket on his tights. The back of the photos was filled with some information. This is the information collected by our Yanwang People's Divine Spear Bureau. At that time, the leaders of the Beautiful Country chose not to resist the Kree and stop the mutants and super ability people from other countries who were on their way to support. One group of their camps belongs to the Donkey Party, and the other group belongs to the Elephant Party. They're even usually political enemies. Of course, the most important thing is. The captain of the Yanwang Kingdom took out a photo in his hand. In the black and white photo using an ancient shooting technique, a general with 5 stars on his shoulder collar was gesticulating at the person in front of him. McGraw or Lonth, you should be familiar with it, right? Carol was silent for a moment. Of course she knew this person. It was before she was captured by the Kree people that she wanted to attend the U.S. Air Force Academy wholeheartedly. The Supreme Commander of the beautiful Chinese Air Force. 5-star General, McGraw Erlands. According to the intelligence at the time, this was an extreme white supremacist and militant. In fact, he was an unswerving defender of the supreme power of the United States. Logically speaking, it is impossible for such a person to have the slightest support for the intruders from outside, and they should even propose a desperate fight. The captain of the Yanwang Kingdom turned to the back of the photo and looked at this, the information of the beautiful 5-star general of the country in the 1980s. Advertisement. But what is very strange is that this beautiful country leader disappeared during a banquet on the first night after you returned to Earth. At the same time, missing. Are these people? The captain of Yanwang Kingdom handed out a series of photos in his hand through the guidance of energy. Carol took the photos in a daze and began to look at them one by one. They were all relatively familiar faces. They seemed to be the high-ranking officials he often saw on TV when he was not taken away by the Kree people. Even though more than 30 years have passed and I have fought countless battles in the universe, I still have a big impression on them. Jack Morse, a beautiful member of the House of Representatives, a white supremacist, advocated peace for mutants, but when you came back, he was the first to stand up and stop him, and he was about to go to the area where the Kree battleship happened. Of X-Men. The captain of Yanwang Kingdom continued. Maybe he was worried that Carol didn't understand the value of the X-Men, so he specifically explained. The X-Men were the largest super ability organization in your beautiful country at the time. Although they had gone through a decline at that time, they still had the power of many level 4 mutants. Furthermore, the leader, Xavier Charles, had already initially possessed immortal level combat power at that time. You can understand it as being at the pinnacle of planet level combat power. Furthermore, Professor X is an extremely rare spiritual mutant and may be the main battleship to restrain the Kree race. Then, the captain of Yanwang Kingdom gave many more examples. Each is a photographic figure in Carol's hands. Some of them are members of Congress from the Donkey Party, and some are generals from the Ministry of National Defense of the Elephant Party. But they all have the same situation, that is, they all did things that were extremely inconsistent with their usual values and behavior during the Kree incident. And all actions lead to the same purpose. That would leave Carol, who was there, isolated. Block all super ability organizations that want to go to the wilderness of Texas to support Carol and fight against the Kree's planet battleship. Maybe they knew it would be difficult to effect this warship. After discussion, they decided to surrender the whole country? Advertisement Carol said somewhat far-fetchedly, in order to protect her heart from the feeling of being invisibly controlled. Carol has even begun to smear his own country, although these guys are indeed such guest takers. But the beautiful country in the 1980s actually had a lot of human integrity. However, how could such unconfirmed news be used by the captain of the Yanwang Kingdom? In order to completely deal with Carol, a guy who may start a fight with Guo Feng in his own South China Sea at any time. The captain of Yanwang Kingdom directly showed his trump card. Here is another stack of photos, but this time the people in the photos are not political figures from some countries, but rather handsome guys wearing some middle-class or ancient-looking clothes and more or less handsome styles. The first picture is obviously a British-style background, showing a middle-aged man wearing heavy armor similar to that of a medieval knight, but flying in the sky. Since it is a black and white photo, it is well known that black and white photos cannot be photoshopped. Therefore, it is authenticated, the captain of Yanwang Kingdom said. Wilden James was born in 1864. He grew up in the town of Manchester. He was rated as a god-level combatant by the Spear Bureau that year. This is a photo of him preparing to fly over the beautiful country. Although he was surprised by this god-level evaluation of combat effectiveness, Carol at this time did not know the value of this evaluation. I was just surprised that this guy was born in the 19th century, but in the mid-20th century of his own time, he still looked like a middle-aged man. Then Carol turned to the next page. It was this man named Wilton James who was wearing heavy armor and retreating from the sky at high speed. In front of him was a spark that should be a missile explosion. The captain of Yanwang Kingdom continued to explain. This is a photo of when he was about to approach the coastline of the beautiful country. He was suddenly attacked by missiles from the beautiful country fleet parked nearby. And the beautiful country at that time quickly lodged a protest with Great Britain. In the end, this 19th century hero whose strength was almost the same as you now regret not being able to meet you. Symbols of doubt and shock gradually appeared on Carol's forehead. This guy who looks like someone from an ancient knight novel is actually a sub-celestial father. Chapter 110 The Stumbling Block of the Beautiful Country Back Then. This guy actually has sub-Tianfu level combat power? Carol questioned. Regarding this question, the captain of the Yanwang Kingdom would not say no. Wilton James, according to the records of the Spear Bureau, he is the 14th Knight of Great Britain. He is the one who pulled out the sword in the stone with the blessings of Merlin and King Arthur. According to records, Merlin and King Arthur are ancient earth gods who have been confirmed to be at the upper level of gods. The existence of pulling out this sword will be recognized by their magic power and receive a large amount of magic blessings. After the captain of Yanwang Kingdom finished speaking, he glanced at Carol. This knight died of natural causes at the end of the 19th century, but the 15th Knight of Great Britain has been born. He is now a high school student, and his appearance is similar to that of you who did not master the power in the records. After hearing this, Carol's face turned slightly red. I have to say that although the black history of their era was not in high definition, the black history can still be played back. What is the realm of a superior god, the legendary Heavenly Father level? Carol asked. Yes, the state in which all heroes are victorious is the peak strength of the Heavenly Father. Currently, there are only 2 known existences of this kind that are still active on the Earth. Carol was very silent, unable to imagine that there were so many powerful people on her home planet. Then if they really exist, why didn't they come to support me back then? Carol looked in disbelief and asked, by the way, isn't this what we are discussing? Guo Feng, who tried his best to lower his presence, finally couldn't help it anymore. When he heard about this kind of mental retardation, he wanted to complain. Be patient and listen carefully, okay? Don't make any noises. If you keep doing this, why don't you go to the construction site and make a fuss? Carol shut up, maybe because she also felt that her tone might be a little bit aggressive. Advertisement. The captain of the Yanwang Kingdom gave Guo Feng an appreciative look, praised this high-level melon eater, and continued. According to our observations of ancient gods in Yanwang, we found that there are roughly 2 types of myths spread around the world. The first is the spread of alien cosmic civilizations, which have traces of myths in the hearts of local indigenous peoples. For example, the famous Nordic mythology is its embodiment. The second type, which is our tradition, is like the Kunlun god system of our Yanwang Kingdom. This is the indigenous supernatural power. Also more representative is the witchcraft of the gypsies. As for the third type, it is the manifestation of the invasion from outer dimensions. Most of the devil relics discovered by the country so far are the manifestations left behind by the devils from the regional dimension after they invaded the earth and were defeated by the mages. Besides, when it comes to the third type, there was obviously some pause in the tone of the captain of the Yanwang Kingdom, because the embodiment of the outer dimension is the devil. This is actually not very accurate. After all, this is the Yanwang Kingdom. Like the 8 ancient demons? And the legendary temple Kamatage on the top of the Himalayas? Guo Feng gave an example. A few days ago, Father Chang showed a power that was different from the original version of Jackie Chan's adventures, but Guo Feng was deeply impressed. This was also the first time Guo Feng experienced it. It turns out that in addition to the butterfly effect problem caused by oneself, the forces brought in by other different worlds will also affect each other because of the Marvel world or other original worlds. Different power level systems generated. Just like Father Chang, he was clearly a good martial artist when he was young in the adventures of Jackie Chan. Later, chi magic can only pose a threat to some dark creatures. When you encounter a gun, you can only numb your claws. But is this Father Chang the same as the one he met in the Marvel world? What's more, the fight back starts with a green magic portal, wrapped with goat-shaped chi, and various chi charms that can block missiles and laser power. Guo Feng at least saw the shadow of 2 or 3 systems in it. In Jackie Chan's adventures, the air magic originally solved and dispersed dark creatures, but had no effect on ordinary life. There is also the animal energy that should be the Eastern Kunlun in the Marvel system, the energy of Kunlun's power that enhances explosive combat strength. As for the last portal, anyone with a discerning eye will know at a glance that it is the supreme sacred place where the Ancient One Mage is located. A must-have portal for Karmatage Mage. Advertisement. As for why it is green, Guo Feng guessed it was similar to when his Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan was integrated into his own Azure Dragon divine body. The summoned Susanoo, whether it is Uchiha Madara's Tengu Susanoo, or Uchiha Weasel like Crow like Susanoo. Anyway, As long as they are Susanoo summoned by Guo Feng, they all have the appearance of a blue dragon. This is most likely because the chakra extracted from Guo Feng's body has the ability of the blue dragon fruit of the animal-type fantasy beast species. Presumably the same is true for the green portal. Yes, judging from some legends and records left over from ancient times, Kamatage has been opening a very powerful ring formation in the world. This formation is aimed at the energy of external dimensions. The captain of Yanwang Kingdom glanced at Guo Feng appreciatively again. Very good, young man, there is a future, something is going to happen. As for Ms. Carroll, we later investigated what happened during the period when you and the Kree Empire's warships arrived, and we found that almost every powerful supernatural force was blocked during that period. Captain Yanwang said, you can look at the other photos. Carroll flipped through the other photos in his hand. One picture was of a huge amount of white bear running on the ground in a wilderness full of ice and snow in what looked like a place toward the North Pole. The White King of Siberia, according to research, was born in BC. It has been the national totem of the woolly bear kingdom for a long time. Of course, this giant bear also possesses god-level combat power. Carroll opened another photo that was underneath but sandwiched together. This is also a white bear that is at least more than 20 meters high. It is still on the water, causing a huge amount of iceberg to form on the sea surface, but the lava spurting out from the front made the white bear panic. After King Bai noticed your aura that day, he was already heading towards the beautiful country. However, just after leaving Siberia, a submarine volcano that had been extinguished there for several centuries suddenly erupted, delaying King Bai's progress. The commentary words of the captain of Yanwang Kingdom also came. Carroll frowned and continued to turn to the next photo. Chapter 111. Guess another photo. It seems to be some kind of street photo. It clearly shows a woman dressed like a gypsy standing up from an astrology stall on the roadside and looking to the southeast. There is a faint point in the photo in the southeast direction, this faint light of dim tone. This is over in New Mexico. The Spear Bureau's agent searched for a street photo from your era. Later, after our big data search, we finally discovered that the witch in the photo is a genuine witch, possesses fairy-level combat power, and has connections with witches in many countries. The captain of Yanwang Kingdom said, although Carroll's face is getting more and more ugly now. But he still continues. This witch later got in touch with us. When the witches from our company contacted her, she said that she had divined a disaster in Texas and was preparing to summon the surrounding witches to rush there. Carroll didn't say anything, just listened quietly. If nothing surprises her, soon something unexpected will appear in what the captain of the Yanwang Kingdom said. Obviously, something unexpected happened. What the captain of the Yanwang Kingdom said was completely within Carroll's expectation. If they really came, I wouldn't have fought alone. Carroll shrugged and spread her hands. However, she now believes in what the captain of the Yanwang Kingdom said, because the other party clearly has the fighting power of Wan Zhongsha, who is at the level of the Heavenly Father. If you want to do it yourself, just get started. There is no need to do so many bells and whistles to deceive her. It doesn't mean much. Moreover, once the matter is exposed, the consequences of running away will be unimaginable. So what happened next? Didn't the girls you mentioned have connections with many witches? Confront Carroll's question. Whether the captain of Yanwang Kingdom will do it or not. In fact, it's a coincidence that there was a conflict between the leader of the Witch Guild and his successor on that very day. The witch who was about to come to help you received the news 5 minutes after leaving. The captain of Yanwang Kingdom continued. In fact, we later conducted a long-term investigation into the Witches Guild, because if a force with a larger number of people like the Witches Guild had any influence behind it, it would be easier to find out than others. Carroll rolled her eyes and once again pulled the clothes that were about to fall off and were burned by Amaterasu onto her shoulders. The captain of Yanwang Kingdom said that he wanted to be a gentleman. But he was wearing tight clothes and had to take them all off. And Wan Zhongsha said that he was the same, advertisement. However, Wan Zhongsha is still more reliable. He handed over the scarf that he wrapped around his head to prevent sweating. Carroll thanked her and tied it to her chest, temporarily blocking a ray of sunlight that might be exposed at any time. Then what? Have you found any problems? Carroll asked. Perhaps because the headscarf temporarily covered her embarrassed look, Carroll's speech returned to briskness and confidence. Actually, there's only a little clue, the captain of Yanwang Kingdom said. We learned a piece of news from a powerful witch. At that time, she was conducting an ordinary magic experiment. The only difference was that this magic had a material that was fixed and unique in time. But later, the witch went after participating in the war where the leaders of the witch coven fought for power. When she returned to her residence, she found that the magic potion she had just saved at the beginning had already gone bad. It had deteriorated for at least 3 days. The captain of Yanwang Kingdom said calmly. However, Carroll looked a little shocked. You mean that the guy who secretly manipulated me into what I am now has the ability to manipulate time? Carroll was really in disbelief. Among the 3 major empires in the universe, only the Sheer Empire has time technology, and their time technology has always been used to hatch eggs for future generations. It is not yet possible to fully use time technology to fight enemies with weapons. But in my own little hometown, an ordinary planet-level ordinary civilization planet that has not even left the universe yet. The shadow of the mastermind behind time technology has actually appeared. Isn't this a bit too magical? Like those movies Carroll saw as a child that contemplated outer space. I thought it was amazing when I saw it when I was a kid. However, when I grew up, I really traveled around the universe. After I came back, I found that most of these imaginations about future technology were not very rigorous. Or maybe some situations are one-sided. With this kind of thinking, Carol's head is constantly exuding other thoughts. Sudden. There was an inexplicable, but seemingly reasonable, idea that appeared in her mind without any logic. Could it be? Advertisement? This Earth is the center of the universe? Just like in Mario and Contra games, is the Earth actually the location of the final boss? Are all the major empires in the universe just newbie villages? The thinking is becoming more and more diffuse, until he was interrupted by the captain of Yanwang Kingdom. Hey, are you listening, Ms. Carol? Carol, the captain of the Yanwang Kingdom, was stunned there, looking at himself with blurred pupils, not knowing whether he heard it or not. He couldn't help but remind him loudly, "Ah, I'm here." Carol was suddenly startled awake. I quickly shook my head to get this terrible thought out of my mind. How is this possible? Can the Earth still be the retirement home of the gods? After the big brothers of the top civilizations in the universe retire, they go to the Earth to take care of themselves? It's too incredible. Carol quietly pushed the idea out of her head, but it had already taken root in her mind. I have a very clear impression. No matter how hard you try, you can't get rid of it. Just waiting for a suitable opportunity to explode completely. Where did you end up talking? After all, it was his own fault for being distracted, and Carol's tone became a little weak. It doesn't matter what we just said, what matters is what you heard. Feeling Carol's aggressive momentum when she is weakened, the captain of the Yanwang Kingdom will not push forward. The experience of being in your 70s is not just about contact. In the Yanwang Kingdom, besides accidents, the most important thing is human relationships after all. Oh, then please tell me again from the witch. Carol nodded. Okay, after contacting many witches, we unexpectedly found that there was a time difference in their memories ranging from a few minutes to a few seconds, so we made a curve guess. The captain of Yanwang Kingdom is about to say it. Carol straightened up. Guo Feng quietly perked up his ears. Chapter 112 Ancient Gods and Random Thoughts. The captain of Yanwang Kingdom looked at the two men who instantly corrected their attitude and state. A smile slowly formed on the corner of his mouth. It seems that this is world-class, even top-notch universe-level, multi-universe level intelligence. These two guys are paying attention. Ahem. The captain of the Yanwang Kingdom cleared his throat, directly irritating Carol and Guo Feng, who were all paying attention. Being looked at by the two men with resentful eyes, the captain of Yanwang Kingdom didn't feel much. I once again took out a pile of information from nowhere. This time it was A4 paper, which occupied the space and was as thick as a finger wide. We have combined a lot of conjectures. For example, these guys are powerful alien creatures, just like the ancient gods who appeared on the Earth billions of years ago in the myths and legends of the ancient gods when the Earth was just born. The use of interest controls everything. The captain of Yanwang Kingdom mentioned a key word. Open black lens bracket myths and legends of ancient gods close black lens bracket. Carol frowned, not understanding this professional Chinese vocabulary. It just feels like a mouthful, but Guo Feng understood. What the captain of the Yanwang Kingdom means by this sentence is that among the ancient gods that can be contacted at present, in their own myths and rumors, the powerful ancient gods once appeared on the Earth. Regarding this, Guo Feng probably had a guess in his mind. The Age of the Old Gods. This is the plot of a Marvel comic. It is about the legendary 300 millionth person who was just born on the Earth, and the Earth encountered a wave of meteor showers from aliens. It is suspected that part of the power of the legendary nemesis fell to the planet. Then because of this power, the Earth automatically gave birth to its own Max, the circle of mythical objects. This thing that is somewhat biased towards the Cthulhu mythology has its own wisdom. It has a set of ideas for reproduction that are different from normal human understanding. So water appeared on the Earth and single-celled organisms were born at the same time. Because of the ecosystem brought about by this meteor shower, a special key point has emerged. First of all, because of the powerful cosmic energy brought by this meteor shower, the plates on the Earth moved in advance. Although this is no different from the Earth's plates in later generations, this plate movement is caused by excessive cosmic energy scattered in the Earth's oceans. Advertisement: a large amount of steam is produced under the movement of plates and floats under the atmosphere, and the cosmic energy carried by these steams is gathered together at the same time. Formed the second atmosphere on Earth. This gave birth to what was mentioned before, the Max of the Earth, Demiurge, Creator. Under the Creator's control over the operation of the world, this lower atmosphere, which contains other cosmic energies, was isolated into a separate space. In the space, unique species are created in a way that is different from the cellular organisms outside. The birth of the old god. The first one born was Gaia. Just like Gaia in all myths, she is the mother of the Earth. The second person born was called Sathorn. This person had no extra divine power, but only had preliminary control over the mysterious power of wisdom. Later, he created magic through the power of this part of wisdom, and successfully became the creator of black magic. The Great Shadow. Later, many gods were born one after another, such as Buffet, the leopard goddess, Ophia, the white tiger goddess, Mephisto, Avendines of desire. Guo Feng fell into memories. Anyway, he was outside listening to the captain of Yanwang Kingdom's constant guesses and mistakes. Guo Feng simply recalled the comic commentary he had read. In legend, after hundreds of millions of years, the Earth ruled the entire second world. Finally, in an accident, the giant snake god Set accidentally discovered the cellular energy that could swallow other ancient gods and gained enhanced strength. In order to gain more power, he stole and devoured another seahorse god, Heps. Seth, who swallowed haps, quickly became more powerful. He even has the ability to resist the earth goddess Gaia, who was once able to suppress him. Take advantage of the information. Seth swallowed several weak ancient gods of the earth one after another. Success becomes unstoppable. According to the marketing account at the time, the other ancient gods of the earth found that Seth was already difficult to fight against. So they adhered to the idea of joining if they couldn't beat each other and started to devour each other. It was also this time. The first murderer on earth. The first demon fallen from God. These two titles were imposed on Seth. Advertisement until the power of the ancient gods of the earth who devoured each other made the earth unbearable. Demiurge, the creator, came back to Gaia and completed a union between father and son. In the end, a child with a lofty goal to solve all the fallen ancient gods of the earth was born. Autumn the Godslayer. It's just that the god of creation fell apart later. The second layer of the earth's biosphere, which was originally fought by the ancient gods of the earth, was not destroyed by the ancient gods. Instead, it was because the first batch of powerful ancient gods were too powerful. Autumn, who was determined to destroy these ancient gods by any means, chose a path. Join them. So Autumn also began to devour other ancient gods. And because the entire land and the biological chain are calling for him, he can easily find those ancient gods who are hiding and devour the weak ones. Over the past few decades, Autumn has grown to an extremely powerful level. At this time, he had a decisive battle with the fallen ancient gods who had reacted. It ended with the fallen ancient gods being expelled to the outer dimension, and Autumn being thrown directly into the sun. So does this have anything to do with the existence that is suspected of controlling the entire plot? Guo Feng was a little confused, looking at the captain of Yanwang Kingdom who was constantly giving out speculations and denials. Guo Feng couldn't help but start thinking wildly again. Does the legendary editorial department really exist? So what exactly is my existence? Could it be a second creation by those same people? Or is it a new pit opened on the whim of a Marvel editor? Or does the legendary Stan Lee really exist? In the midst of his busy schedule, he saw me, a loyal fan of old earrings, and was finally moved by my sincerity. Before about to throw me into the world of Warhammer, I got in touch with the copyrights of the worlds that Frog Cub visited, and finally agreed to let me use their abilities? The more Guo Feng thought about it, the more doubtful he became. He had even begun to wonder if he was a newly opened trap in the tomato orphanage, but that was not realistic. Before time travel, both my parents were living here, but luckily I had a huge amount of personal accident insurance. Chapter 113 The Mastermind? So we have also ruled out the possibility of the legendary celestial group. Wait until Guo Feng came back to his senses from his wild thoughts. The first thing I saw was that the mastermind behind the denial may be the captain of the Yanwang Kingdom of the Celestial Team. There is also Carol, who is in a dull state. Now Carol is simply a cute expression. The expression on her face is equivalent to that of a subway, an old man, or a mobile phone. A face full of doubts about life. Guo Feng turned on the domineering spirit of seeing and hearing, and this time he could clearly hear Carol's inner voice. Damn it, is the Earth so big? The legendary taboo of the universe, the greatness that sleeps between black holes, the group of gods that sows life and experiments in countless worlds. He actually came to Earth as an experimental site. Those mutants who often hear news on TV are actually experimental subjects who are part of the bloodline of these gods. The Kree actually conducted experiments on Earth, and the experimental battleship was destroyed by the Earthlings. There are conservatively estimated to be a plurality of sub-heavenly father-level powerful men on the Earth. I guess the Kree Empire doesn't even have that many. Is it possible that the Earth is really the center of the universe like in the movie I watched when I left? Guo Feng listened to the inner voice of Carol, who looked troubled on the surface, but was in a violent storm in the world. A hint of joy appeared in my heart involuntarily. Ah, it turns out I'm not the only one being harassed by this problem. Compared to the current Carol guy, Guo Feng suddenly felt that he was pretty good, and he had already considered that he might be a few strokes of his pen, or even a pattern. But at least I still know most of the important secrets in this world. And the general direction of the future world, not as confused as this guy Carol. Sure enough, life still requires comparison to make you feel good. Guo Feng was happy, as long as he wanted to continue to be happy. Advertisement, but when he started seeing and hearing domineering again, he wanted to hear Carol's inner thoughts at this time. But it was discovered that Carol's mind had been completely closed. Looking at Carol, who suddenly became alert, her arms began to glow with golden light. Guo Feng finally sighed and gave up using his knowledge to continue exploring. After all, Carol is Captain Marvel, the one who received general-level hell training in outer space from the Kree Empire, the strongest militarism in the universe. And after recovering his memory, the entire universe went against the Kree everywhere. Carol has come into contact with no fewer than 5 generals who represent the pinnacle of the Kree's military strength. Each one of them is a proper sub-heavenly father-level powerhouse. And they all bring one of Kree's strongest series of fleets. Experienced countless tests of life and death. If Carol didn't have this level of awareness, he would have had a means of perception and vigilance for the spiritual energy of seeing, hearing, color, and domineering. Only Guo Feng would be shocked. After all, this is the real world for him. The real world is nothing like the movie. Just like Loki before, he was obviously 1.9 meters tall, but when they met, he grabbed a car and threw it over with a raised hand. It is completely set in accordance with Marvel's official arm strength of more than 50 tons. There is no sense of the weak and funny assassin shown in Marvel movies at all. So in this real universe, although the general direction remains unchanged. But if a real empire only has this means, then even if it is calculated according to the calculation that it takes dozens of life planets to give birth to a sub-heavenly father level powerhouse. In terms of the Kree Empire's colonial policy of occupying several star systems, it must have been destroyed by the powerful sub-Tianfu level warriors who had united long ago. By the way, what was the name of the movie that was about to be released when I traveled through time? Marvel Girls. Guo Feng fell into memories again, because he found that what the captain of the Yanwang Kingdom was talking about was things that could not keep up with the plot in his memory. As the basic setting version, Guo Feng knew very well that no matter how fancy the captain of the Yanwang Kingdom was, he said it. Advertisement, but those guys he said were very powerful were either sealed elsewhere. Either he was exiled, or he took control and escaped to other dimensions. It is simply impossible to have the time and ability to do such an outrageous thing under the eyes of the Ancient One Mage. Therefore, while devoting part of his energy to remember what the captain of the Yanwang Kingdom was saying, Guo Feng began to fall into his own memories of the Marvel world. It seems that according to the trailer, the Marvel girl seems to be a fan of Captain Marvel. She got the ancestral bracer according to the cliché Marvel template, but she didn't expect to wear the blood of the Kree who just awakened. Because Guo Feng has mastered the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, his mental power has been exceptionally enhanced. As long as he wants to, he can now feel the same feeling he felt at any time when the first sensory nerves were born in the maternal placenta in his previous life. Of course this is not necessary, it is still quite disgusting after all. According to the setting, she has 1/16 of the Kree blood, and she has the purest blood like the royal family of the Kree Empire. It seems that there is an existence that can reach the martial level expected by the Kree Empire. What is the benchmark for the martial level of the Kree Empire? Oh, by the way, he is a powerful person at the level of Heavenly Father. Currently, he is the only person with supreme wisdom. Oh, there is a chance. Who is the boss inside? A certain general from the Kree Empire. So there seem to be more than a dozen generals among the Blue Bloods, and each of them is a sub-Heavenly Father level guy. Guo Feng's thoughts have been easily distracted recently, and his attention and focus have been easily dispersed. Guo Feng had some guesses. It should be that in order to prevent himself from appearing like Professor. But the subconscious couldn't accept it, so it blew itself up? So now I'm thinking about it, if I have the opportunity to go to outer space to rob the Kree Empire in the future, and calculate how powerful they are, is it still self-rescue? Guo Feng thought about it. The more I thought about it, the funnier it became, and I couldn't help but laugh out loud. Successfully attracted the attention of Carol and the captain of Yanwang Kingdom. Looking at the expressionless eyes of the two people, even someone as cheeky as Guo Feng could not help but blush, and forcefully changed the subject and said, ahem, Lao Wang's wife from next door just gave birth to a baby. She is a little happy. By the way, where did we talk about it? Looking at the confused Guo Feng, the captain of the Yanwang Kingdom silently uttered a few words. Time Administration. Chapter 114 Top Random Thoughts. Time Administration. The captain of the Yanwang Kingdom spit out 5 words from his mouth lightly, plus a punctuation mark. But it was like a 5-speed King's gun that flew 6 rounds, and the ability of Whitebeard's bursts of fruits struck Guo Feng's mind. The Time Management Bureau is not what I thought it is it? Guo Feng's mind was like a slideshow. Article after article, the awesome cross-world arresting method of the time administration that I saw in Tomato came to his mind. What else is there? The illegal management of time travelers. There's also the Gold Finger Management Act and stuff like that. Could it be that you take your own pills? At this moment, Guo Feng's heart unexpectedly emerged with that great unknown hesitation. Will a sword fairy suddenly come through this world and chop me down? Guo Feng thought a little worriedly. He was so worried that he no longer had the ability to maintain the blue dragon fruit. His huge body of 2 to 3 meters tall gradually shrank, and pieces of blue dragon scales disappeared under his skin. Just what he looks like as a normal person. And similarly, the face that lost the protection of the blue dragon scales also showed the handsome appearance of a normal person. Showing a thoughtful look, and therefore in the outside world. The captain of Yanwang Kingdom and Carol looked at the suddenly discouraged guy with strange eyes. Especially Carol, the surprised and strange expression on her face showed the fan-shaped statistical chart of half and half. Carol really didn't quite understand. What kind of force it is can be told from the captain of the Yanwang Kingdom. Just let the guy who had fought with him before, no matter the outcome, even vaguely have the upper hand. Why did he become the ordinary person he is now after hearing this unfamiliar term from the captain of the Yanwang Kingdom? Is this game really that strong? Carol expressed doubts, and once wondered whether his translation earphones for the universal language were broken. However, it is obvious that this is not possible. Advertisement not to mention that her cosmic language translation headset is a military equipment of the Sheer Empire. Able to freely recognize 45,620 recorded voices in the universe. This was after all the civilizations that entered the space-level civilization were discovered by the Sheer Empire. Anyway, the first thing to do, naturally, there is no possibility of it breaking. Etc. Carol suddenly began to remember. It seems. The Earth is still just a planet-level civilization? It has not broken out of the Earth at all. Even if there are so many sub-Heavenly Father level and Heavenly Father level experts like the captain of Yanwang Kingdom. But, in Carol's heart, the Earth still cannot change the situation of being a planet-level civilization. After all, the current highest weapons are still thermonuclear weapons among thermal weapons. No matter how powerful the mushroom bombs created by humans are, they cannot change the material composition of a planet. It's like throwing out all the heat and weapons currently available to mankind to find the aiming point and find the key location on the edge of the continental frame. Then throw all the mushroom bombs in the world in and detonate them. At most, it will cause a major earthquake with a magnitude of more than 10, the world's continental plates will shift, and the atmosphere will leak and break. Then comes the mushroom winter following extreme heat. It sounds very strong, but in fact, within tens of thousands of years, the radioactive material will eventually dissipate, and the planet will return to its original appearance. And it's not like Carol is just blowing it here. Carol thinks she has this ability. Even the guy next to him who can turn into a strange big snake also has that ability. Even with their strong physical fitness and ability to fly at high speeds. Whether it's Carol or Guo Feng, flying in the universe is easy. He and Carol can even turn on the double star shining mode, and their own speed reaches sub-light speed. In this case, even the Kree Empire's general-class battleships are the kind of top-level space battleships that can usually use firepower weapons to destroy stars after the battleship's main gun is charged. Carol was directly holding the Star Destroyer cannon with more than 40% charge. That means not saying anything, just rushing directly into the muzzle of Carrie's opinion. Advertisement. Then the brain rushed out from behind the Kree Empire battleship. That's a general-level weapon. The Kree Empire is specifically designed to match the battleships of regional overlord-level civilizations or powerful ones in the universe. The main function is to destroy incooperative life planets, and to carry out devastating blows to some weaker sub-heavenly father-level experts. It's this level of firepower weapon. Oh, no, the correct name should be called interstellar weapon. Aren't those alloy steel plates used for the structure of battleships strong? Powerful. It was so powerful that the Kree general-class battleship that was crashed by Carol over Texas was quietly and secretly recovered by the Kree Empire. The American government at that time also specially established Area 51 in that place. And by using the garbage that the Kree couldn't take away, nor did they want to take it away, their technology successfully surpassed the world's level throughout the 1990s. The most critical of these, it is an engine with the Kree's conventional energy-fluid ratio. A donut-shaped thing, it fell independently from the fallen battleship of the Kree Empire. It hit a farmland in Texas. Since then, ghost UFO incidents have spread throughout the Earth for decades and are even recognized by hundreds of millions of people. It was also because of this situation that it was born. But, since the alloys of those military-grade battleships that can be said to be the top-notch in the universe under normal consumption cannot withstand Carol's head-down collision. What's more, it's the Earth's plates made of soil and rock layers. Carol can even completely put a planet into a state of destruction within 5 minutes. Guo Feng can even do it. Fly above the Earth, close to the moon, accelerate and collide with the Earth at high speed, undergo a gravitational acceleration when passing through the atmosphere, and increase the speed to sub-light speed. If it hits the main road on the side of Heijo, the body may be slightly injured, the cosmic energy may be moderately consumed, and then it will take an hour to leave the Earth, less than a month. If those strong men hadn't come to the rescue as the captain of Yanwang Kingdom said, the Earth would have been completely destroyed within 3 months due to the complete tilt of the plates and the explosion of crustal materials. Carol was thinking wildly due to surprise. She also didn't notice Guo Feng's eyes gradually widening next to her. Chapter 115 Photos. Let me go. What is this B****ch thinking? Guo Feng, who was originally in a state of decadence, finally regained his fighting spirit after thinking that he had frog cubs and that nothing had happened since he had been here for more than a year. As a result, it was suddenly discovered that as soon as Carol felt that she had changed and that her emotions had changed, she subconsciously turned on the domineering power of seeing and hearing. Then Carol was shocked and had random thoughts because Guo Feng had lifted the fruit's ability. Naturally, Guo Feng heard it directly. Guo Feng's originally complicated mood was directly affected by Carol. Becoming extremely confused. This B****ch is a tiger. Who is this? Guo Feng complained crazily in his heart. There is such a beautiful Earth. Why do you want to blow it up? This planet is the place where you were born and raised. Guo Feng felt a little confused for a moment. Hey, Carol, did you get the wrong script from me? Logically speaking, shouldn't I, an outsider, be the protagonist of this blackened theme? Why do you act like a superhero and suddenly want to blow up the Earth? Of course Guo Feng didn't say it directly, but his rich facial expressions had betrayed him. It's just that although the captain of the Yanwang Kingdom is very good at psychology and micro-expression science, the captain of the Yanwang Kingdom, who actually doesn't know what happened between the two of them, is still confused. Obviously, I also talked about the boss in a good manner. In the end, why, when I told myself that after decades of calculations by hundreds of thousands of people in the organization. First of all, Guo Feng looked shocked, then became confused and at a loss, and then he looked like he was lying down at ease. Does this guy know the capabilities of the so-called time administration? Or is it that the thing called the Time Management Bureau has reached such a level that just using its name can make a strong man like Guo Feng, who is at the peak of the sub-heavenly father level, lose his fighting spirit? However, our own Divine Spear Bureau, after so many wizards and alchemists conducted various horoscopes, did not calculate how threatening it is. Although it is very oppressive, it is obvious that there is not much fatal threat to be measured. At most, it is very strong compared to the strength of the Divine Spear Bureau that he is currently in, but it is not so weak that he cannot resist. Perhaps, advertisement the captain of Yanwang Kingdom, who was originally very sure of this, became less sure after seeing Guo Feng's strange expression after removing his ability. Moreover, what is the situation with this guy Carol? Why did Carol show a thoughtful and horrified expression after Guo Feng removed his ability, and then Guo Feng's face turned frightened? What are you thinking about? The captain of the Yanwang Kingdom has never hated his skill so much that his skill is top-notch psychological micro-expression, not mind-reading. Hey, what's wrong with you guys? Why do you all have such a strange expression all of a sudden? Hey? In the end, it was because of the gradually abnormal expressions of the three people in the atmosphere that became silent almost instantly. Wan Zhangxia felt uncomfortable for a while, and then he spoke up to interrupt Lu, who was getting more and more confused as he thought about it. Cough 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 cough. Carol, Guo Feng, and the captain of Yanwang Kingdom all coughed to hide their embarrassment. Carol coughed to cover up her thoughts about how to destroy the planet. Guo Feng was just caught up in the tragic end that might happen if he confronted the Legendary Traveler Association, and he was confused and complained about what Carol was thinking. As for the captain of Yanwang Kingdom, he is simply embarrassed and does not have much knowledge. But what is also not expected is, because the three people were coughing simultaneously to cover up their embarrassment, not only did it not have the desired effect, it actually made the atmosphere even more awkward. I always feel the atmosphere is a bit strange, because Wan Zhangxia accepted the power of too many compatriots from Yan and Huang at the same time. While his power increased at the same time, his emotional intelligence dropped rapidly. Although I noticed something was wrong in the atmosphere, I couldn't tell what was wrong. No, yes, what's wrong? It's a normal conversation. The embarrassing point was immediately broken, and the three of them simply broke the jar and threw it away. Carol and Guo Feng didn't have time to press the presidential mountain and the great wall made of air under their feet. Asked the captain of Yanwang Kingdom. Advertisement. What is the time management bureau you are talking about? This sentence was said by Carol, mainly because Guo Feng had fallen into the unknown confusion about the control of the Traveler Alliance. Now I am afraid that when I mention a certain big boss, that big boss will directly sense it and use his power to bring out the power, which will give me trouble at the beginning. So even though he was still curious about what this so-called time management bureau was, Guo Feng didn't say a word. At this time, the captain of the Yanwang Kingdom finally remembered that he still had some information that he had found out but had not told them. If they continue to think about it like this, there is no guarantee that gods and demons from other dimensions will crawl out and invade the earth. We finally found some very key features through many clues and slow exploration. The captain of Yanwang Kingdom took out a photo. To be honest, even Guo Feng doesn't quite understand why the Divine Spear Bureau in this world likes to use photos to represent intelligence. Obviously their current technology is the level that SHIELD next door will be 10 years from now. SHIELD's aerospace carrier, which is still under construction, has just taken flight, but its various weapons and equipment are obviously still at the technological level of this era. It was destroyed by just a random planet-level peak Hulk. But in this era of the Divine Spear Bureau, the Heavenly Ring mothership that has already flown into the sky is different. The entire 3-story office area rises into the sky in a ring, with all kinds of energy and material firepower weapons. There is also a machine simulation inside, but according to Dongfang, it should be a Taoist puppet. These gadgets, which combine modern technology with ancient Taoism, are simply a weakened version of steel-armored soldiers. Judging from the power at this point in time when the Divine Spear Bureau appeared in the comics, the technology of the Spear Bureau during this period has completely reached the level shown by Wakanda in Avengers 3. Why do we still use this ancient method of developing black and white photos when there is obviously no need for virtual technology? Guo Feng didn't quite understand it, but he chose to respect this traditional meaning. After complaining for a while, Guo Feng stepped forward and looked at the black and white photos taken out by the captain of the Yanwang Kingdom. There are 2 photos, one black and white and one color. But these are not the point. The key point is that there is a black man wearing a hat in a very 1950s style Hong Kong environment. And he is exactly the same as the black man in another photo that was obviously taken in recent years. Chapter 116 The Truth Behind the Death of Mr. and Mrs. Howard. Looking at the 2 completely different photos in my hands, they are full of different atmospheres of the times. But the people above seemed frozen. If this time period had not been determined, the concept of smartphones had not yet been fully introduced to the public, and the effect of the P-picture was not good. Guo Feng would even think that it was just a P-picture. The captain of Yanwang Kingdom said, on September 8, 1997, Howard Stark, a famous American weapons expert, scientist, meteorologist, aviator, and billionaire, and his wife were in a car accident on their way home after a banquet. They were found at 7 a.m. the next day, both dead. As the captain of the Yanwang Kingdom told this piece of information, Guo Feng had already reacted. It seems so. Speaking of which, it seems that the parents of my friend Tony Stark were killed by the Winter Soldier during this time period. But what's wrong with this? Isn't that how most of the Marvel Universe was originally created? Before Guo Feng had time to think, he heard Carol speaking. I only heard Carol say in a puzzled tone, it's a bit strange. Logically speaking, rich people like them shouldn't have bodyguards with them. Especially top weapons experts and rich people like Howard Stark. Carol was a little confused. When she left the Earth, Mr. and Mrs. Howard did not die. However, since Stark Enterprise was started by his grandfather's generation, by Howard Stark's generation, it had almost covered the entire beautiful country's industry. He has almost become the richest man in the beautiful country. Therefore, when she was a child, she had often seen on TV the richest man who had been a vagabond for the first 40 years, but then suddenly changed his mind after meeting true love, and was affectionate and devoted. And because the middle school she attended at the time was sponsored by Howard Stark. Carol had a good impression of this former philanthropist and wealthy man. Yes, it does seem to be a problem. Guo Feng felt a little enlightened. But I felt something was wrong, and I had never seen a big shot with a bodyguard in those movies. Advertisement: what if Howard Stark doesn't like having bodyguards in the first place? It's like the quirks of a wealthy genius after all? Guo Feng thought of Tony Stark, whom he had a good time with. It seemed that this guy had a peculiar habit of never picking up things handed to him by others. No, the captain of Yanwang Kingdom denied it. According to our Spear Bureau's undercover agent in S.H.I.E.L.D., the reason why Howard Stark drove in the middle of the night was because he had a very important special document in his hand, so he needed to leave the banquet, go home, pick it up, and hand it over to S.H.I.E.L.D. But in this case, S.H.I.E.L.D. will definitely send someone to protect Howard Stark. First of all, not to mention that Howard Stark is the founder of S.H.I.E.L.D. in normal days, he will be protected by more than 4 bodyguards. Not to mention it's such an important day, the captain of Yanwang Kingdom corrected Guo Feng. Then the captain of Yanwang Kingdom pointed at the black and white photo in his hand and said, "This photo is a film mission report submitted by S.H.I.E.L.D. at 3:04 a.m. on September 8, 1989. Our undercover agents in S.H.I.E.L.D. found this." The captain of Yanwang Kingdom seemed to have added this sentence deliberately. Guo Feng understood clearly. Of course, with the status of the captain of the Yanwang Kingdom in the Yanwang Kingdom, how could he not be aware of this situation? In addition, the extent of the Spear Bureau's penetration of S.H.I.E.L.D. was revealed in the words of the captain of the Yanwang Kingdom. It must be impossible not to find that hydra that cuts off one head and grows another head. But if you submit it directly, it will easily arouse Nick Fury's prejudice against the Spear Bureau, and Hydra's hostility towards the Spear Bureau. That's why I took this opportunity to let Carol, who would definitely be in contact with Nick Fury, know that there was a considerable level of undercover agents in S.H.I.E.L.D. By then, there would have been enough time to prepare. After all, it was originally the undercover agent of the Divine Spear Bureau who provided them with information, and he might have left long ago. When the time comes, Nick Fury, who is cautious by nature, will definitely conduct a major inspection of S.H.I.E.L.D. in secret. Then, Nick Fury, who didn't do much preparation for counter-investigation of S.H.I.E.L.D. because it was just a black light, will definitely react. Just need to find a little clue, advertisement, even if it is just to uncover the undercover agent of the Spear Bureau. Nick Fury will definitely investigate S.H.I.E.L.D. thoroughly for this kind of provocative behavior. And do it the Nick Fury way. No matter how hard the situation is, you can still grasp a trace of the clues left by the Hydra. But with Nick Fury's method, it's okay when no one knows about it secretly. However, Nick Fury really discovered the problem. It's different from a superhero-type character who has a mother's heart bursting out. Nick Fury has no moral shackles. Moreover, Original holds the Skrull escape ship capsule, which is more than 100 years ahead of the current era of technology. And Nick Fury can mobilize dozens of Skrulls who can transform at will at any time. It's not something that can be solved so easily, to know. There is no need for Guo Feng to recall the plot. Just imagining Nick Fury, that sinister guy. Guo Feng can definitely imagine that there are several high-ranking officials in the beautiful country's government who have a layer of green blood under their skin. But since Howard Stark obviously had bodyguards, why was his body discovered at 7 o'clock in the morning? Didn't he die because of ineffective rescue efforts? Carol didn't care about the situation. She silently remembered that the Spear Bureau had an undercover agent in S.H.I.E.L.D. and was ready to tell Nick Fury about it when she returned at any time. As for other things, she couldn't care about it, and he didn't really want to care about ordinary people's situations. At best, it's just a friendly reminder to Nick Fury. What she is focusing on now is the mysterious black hand hidden in the long history that may be manipulating her. Of course there's a reason. We have also observed SHIELD's travel records at that time. During Howard Stark's trip, there should have been 6 agents secretly protecting him. More than 3 bodyguards were protecting him openly. The captain of Yanwang Kingdom said calmly. At the same time, an imperceptible smile slowly appeared on the corner of his mouth. By watching Carol's micro-expressions, he knew the fish was hooked. Chapter 117: The Mental Defense of All Heroes Sudden. The captain of the Yanwang Kingdom noticed a strange force that seemed to be shooting at him from the spiritual level. The captain of Yanwang Kingdom became alert on the spot. Looking at Guo Feng, who seemed to have nothing going on, he felt secretly vigilant in his heart. At the same time, the thinking storm also started. It is impossible to simply detect my physical condition by emitting mental power at this time. Therefore, there is only one possibility, and that is that this blue dragon has the ability to detect people's hearts. After thinking quickly and coming up with a countermeasure, the captain of the Yanwang Kingdom glanced at Wan Zhangxia, who was standing by doing nothing. Naturally, Wan Zhangxia also accepted this information. The original power is all the divine power accumulated from part of the life force and spiritual power of the Yanwang people. Wan Zhangxia can feel every exploration of this guy Guo Feng. It's just that he didn't say it before, but now that they have received the signal from the captain of the Yanwang Kingdom, Wan Zhangxia will no longer care about this. The body quietly emits a golden light that is invisible under normal conditions. One after another, golden threads suddenly appeared in the surrounding air. At the same time, he was turning on the domineering power of knowledge, although he could not penetrate the inner state of the captain of Yanwang Kingdom. However, it is still possible to test the mood of the captain of Yanwang Kingdom to confirm whether he is lying. However, suddenly, the domineering energy that was spreading out smoothly suddenly received a series of strange thoughts. I heard that the volcano exploded in the place where I lived well as a child in the news. Today is a good day, bringing joy. It's okay to have an open mind. From today on, you have to open up your heart. Countless, strange and unrelated voices gathered together. The speed of sounds, almost hundreds of times per second, converged into Guo Feng's open domineering energy. The eyebrows on Guo Feng's forehead jumped up visibly, and there was a faint feeling of pain. He quickly turned off his knowledge and sighed in his heart. Why are you so sensitive? It's true, although it's rude, but if you didn't find out, then isn't it polite? Advertisement Guo Feng's inner complaints have nothing to do with the outside world. Seeing Guo Feng rubbing his temples with a natural expression, the captain of Yanwang Kingdom laughed secretly in his heart as if nothing had happened. He gave an approving look to Wan Zhangxia, who also seemed as if nothing had happened. In response, Wan Zhangxia just smiled honestly. It's really an outrageous way to defend yourself against psychic detection. Guo Feng also had a great fear of Wan Zhangxia's ability. The trial just now made him fully understand. Wan Zhangxia himself does not have any mental resistance. His mental state is about the same as that of 5 ordinary people with better mental states put together. But the key is that Wan Zhangxia has the ability to connect the hearts of ordinary people who have the hearts of the Dragon Kingdom. Although everyone is just an ordinary person, but the minds of a total of 1.4 billion people come together. If it weren't for Wan Zhangxia's deliberate restraint, Guo Feng wouldn't be completely domineering. Otherwise, if Professor X comes, I'm afraid my head will explode with the voices of tens of thousands of people on the spot. At the very least, he will lose his will and end up in a vegetative state. Both sides also gave enough face. At the same time, the captain of Yanwang Kingdom did not stop talking. But under such circumstances, something strange happened. At a traffic intersection that day, it was obviously a very quiet night, and suddenly 2 cars collided in front of the Howards. So the originally kind-hearted Howards suggested let the bodyguards take the 2 seriously injured car owners to the hospital. As the captain of Yanwang Kingdom spoke, he made another key point. But after we found out about this case, we specifically found the owners of the 2 cars for questioning. With the help of the excellent hypnotic ability masters in Yanwang Kingdom, we found that the owners of the 2 cars just came out of the golf course, and the other 2 cars one came from another bar. We looked for their work routes and regular routes, and found that only one person often took this road, but in that era before cars were popular, it was almost impossible for 3 cars to pass through a traffic intersection at the same time late at night. Furthermore, the change of mentality of the car owner who returned home from playing golf seems a little strange, so we suspect that this organization has the ability to tamper with human memory. Advertisement before the captain of Yanwang Kingdom finished speaking, Guo Feng continued. Have the remaining agents been diverted in various ways, or a section of the route forcibly isolated? Carol couldn't help rolling her eyes when she heard this. I thought about whose silly plot this was, and how could it be exactly the same as the plot of that strange gothic drama he had not left before? There shouldn't be such an arrangement, right? Yes. Carol's eyes widened, and before she could completely retract her eyes, she looked at the captain of the Yanwang Kingdom. Isn't it? This kind of plot from decades ago is still being broadcast? But for such a dramatic occurrence, the captain of Yanwang Kingdom nodded helplessly. The 2 agents were summoned by SHIELD's emergency special order because a mutant suddenly awakened appeared on a street very close to there. Howard's convoy may be intercepted, so 2 agents in 1 car will temporarily leave Howard, just to lure this mutant away. I heard what the captain of Yanwang Kingdom said. Guo Feng was already suspicious. What kind of organization can even activate the X gene? We suspect this was premeditated. I only heard the captain of Yanwang Kingdom say. The mutant who suddenly broke out was not actually active in that neighborhood for a long time. As early as 3 years ago, he used to live in Queens. However, under the influence of unknown reasons, he moved to Brooklyn, which he passed through at that time. Boundary, and suddenly became fond of drinking, until I walked through that neighborhood 3 years later and suddenly woke up. Although the captain of Yanwang Kingdom did not say it clearly. But Carol and Guo Feng understood. Guo Feng said with a solemn expression. You mean that this mysterious organization is very likely to go back to the past by observing what happened in time, and secretly guide and operate the entire world through understanding the future time. Think of the timeline, observe the future, and influence the past. Guo Feng vaguely felt that he seemed to have caught something. But I still can't grasp the key point. Chapter 118 Exposure Time Management Bureau. Yes, we found that this guy exists among all the murderers. The captain of the Yanwang Kingdom criticized the black man's face in the photo that was clearly in 2 time and space, but had strange changes. We have serious doubts that this is an organization that can observe time. They cut the world according to their corresponding directions to achieve the goals they want to achieve. The captain of Yanwang Kingdom said, currently, it is discovered that their control over the East is much lower. In fact, it is most likely because the East has immortals who often come down from Kunlun to reincarnate and are not easy to control. No, Guo Feng knew much better than this. This is for the original plot. Etc. Drama. Something seemed to connect in Guo Feng's mind when he saw Carol's yellow tights. Suddenly he recalled a bad species he had seen not long ago. Loki. Right. It's Loki. The beautiful country drama, Loki, that I saw the trailer for before time travel. Guo Feng suddenly woke up. That's so, the so-called Space-Time Management Bureau is not the thing in the novel that he remembered at all. But in the Marvel Universe, the sacred timeline is adjudicated. The time administration that develops the entire world according to the problems they are running. With that said, everything makes sense. On the surface, it seems a bit outrageous, and some plot developments are not in line with reality. Mainly because the Time Management Bureau believes that this is an abnormal phenomenon that will cause time problems. So they used various methods to eliminate these variables that may cause problems at any time. For example, when Howard Stark died in a car accident, he might not have been able to fake it because of bodyguard problems. It is very likely that it will be directly because the bodyguard was killed by the Winter Soldier, causing Tony Stark to know that his father and mother were killed in a vendetta. This makes Tony Stark still fall into the flames of revenge. Advertisement at that time, I only did occasional research and spent most of my time in Victoria's Secret. Tony Stark, who always gathered 13 supermodels for 12 months a year, wanted revenge. What should I do if the Iron Man suit was forcibly produced in 1990? What if Jarvis becomes an artificial intelligence in order to take revenge on Hydra? When the time comes, Hydra will not be able to escape with just Dr. Zola. What if, according to a certain comic book, Tony Stark accidentally discovers his parents' vendetta, and Blacken becomes the controller of Hydra? These are scenes that the Time Management Bureau does not want to see. So they have the ability to travel through time and space. Traveling back a few years before the Howard couple's accident, I found a passerby who was about to have a third-level offensive mutant power that would break out 3 years later. By being able to observe the past from the future. This will guide him in the way that the past affects the future. He arrived at the street where Howard and his bodyguards protected his agents at a specific time. Then, due to the outbreak of mutant powers, mutants who want to attack and destroy rationally will naturally be restrained by agents. Then, since the bodyguards have already left, all we need to do is get rid of the last pair of agents following the Howards earlier. Then Howard, who has lost all protection, will meet the Winter Soldier driving a motorcycle on that path to complete the mission. Without any problems, the scene will be faked by Winter Soldier as a car accident. Even though Carter Page and others had discovered that something was wrong, they probably didn't want to affect the young Stark's thinking. He did not choose to tell Tony about this matter, but told him that it was just a car accident. Wrong. Guo Feng suddenly felt that he still thought a little too shallowly. Perhaps even the reason why Carter Page had the idea of not telling Tony Stark was because of the time administration. Guo Feng thought so. After all, for ordinary people, subconscious hints are a good way to change people's original uncertain thoughts. Although for ordinary people and even well-trained agents, the possibility is very low. But, the Time Management Bureau has the ability to have unlimited trial and error. I seem to understand everything. Looking at Guo Feng, whose face suddenly stretched out in front of him, his expression became relaxed in an instant, and he said such a sentence without thinking. Advertisement. The captain of Yanwang Kingdom and Carol both looked a bit confused. At this time, Guo Feng said, "I probably know what kind of organization this is." A serious question mark appeared in the head of the captain of the Yanwang Kingdom. If you know about feelings, I just talked about it for a long time, but it was all in vain. Resisting the desire to complain, the captain of Yanwang Kingdom and Carol gave him a questioning look. Careful. The Time Management Bureau is a special thing. What you guessed from certain impressions are actually just their traces. Percent. Z% 1%. At Guo Feng used the power of wind and thunder to cover up the surrounding environment, and deafening thunder sounded in the surrounding space. The key is that what he said did not come from the vocal tract. Instead, he simply used the celestial cultivation function brought by the hockey of knowledge and the rare object palm vase to connect everyone's spiritual will. Then, as the bloody patterns in Guo Feng's eyes turned randomly, Captain Yanwang and Carol were surprised to find themselves on a meadow full of flowers, with 3 cups of tea brewed on a coffee table and 3 benches placed in front of them. Virtual mind control. Carol frowned. Guo Feng knew what Carol wanted to express, because this was the thing she had placed on her forehead by the supreme wisdom of the Kree Empire. It has the ability to partially control the human mind and body state and the ability to talk in the mental state. The captain of the Yanwang Kingdom soon calmed down despite his initial discomfort. After all, he is from Yanwang country. Although the Yanwang Kingdom in this world focuses on the West, some soul-cultivating spells have also been secretly passed down. Some things are called astral projection, and in Yanwang Kingdom it's called internal visualization. The captain of the Yanwang Kingdom once met a big boss who could pull him into the interior by chance. As far as I know, the leader of the Time Administration is an extremely deformed character. He saw the entire world fighting on the original timeline, leading to the collapse of the world. So he found a world line among countless timelines that is less likely to be destroyed. So he created the Time Management Bureau and wanted to separate all the time fulcrums in this world and build his own sacred timeline. Chapter 119. Self-explosion of identity, but not completely. Etc. Guo Feng only said a little before he was interrupted by Carol, who was full of disbelief. She was a little shocked and said with disbelief and doubt, "What you mean is that there is a monster from the future who saw some not-so-good futures, so he chose to go back to the past and eliminate all possible force majeure factors in the entire world to achieve what he imagined." Carol worked very hard to organize vocabulary, but as a high school graduate, she held it in for a long time before she could barely speak a word. Achieving the ending of the script he imagined? Yes, you can understand that he wants to prevent the birth of all parallel universes that are not within the scope of his thinking, so he keeps moving forward according to the script. Guo Feng said, but then Carol started talking again. However, although Carol tried her best to show that she understood, Guo Feng always felt that she was plagiarizing from the book. Sure enough. Then Carol began his long speech. Perhaps you have not been to the wider universe, but I still want to tell you that the Kree Empire has defined parallel worlds as false. Maybe the possibility of time travel really exists, but as the most powerful person in the universe currently in Empire, the Kree Empire has proven that parallel worlds do not exist. This was followed by some boring tirade. In short, it is all kinds of quotations. Anyway, she mainly wanted to express only one meaning. Just to refute what Guo Feng said, at this time, Guo Feng had already begun to frown. He beat me indiscriminately without saying a word, and now he's still trying to steal his own clothes, which is wrong. Now I want to interrupt myself, find faults, and make excuses. The clay figures are so angry that they dared to jump into the river and drown themselves. What's more, after taking the green dragon fruit, he became more and more obsessed with Guo Feng, who used violence to solve problems. Now is not a good time to fight Carol. However, this does not prevent Guo Feng from being able to do evil things to this woman. With all due respect, Captain Marvel, advertisement. It can be said that Guo Feng was the first to formally call Carol the title. You know nothing about this world. Looking at the face full of disbelief, the meaning expressed above is obviously that you are teasing sister. Sister is a woman who has seen the stars and the sea. Carol with this look. Guo Feng was also a little stimulated, thinking in his mind that there are so many travelers in the Marvel universe, including those in the same universe, those in parallel universes, and those in abnormal planes. There was even a linkage with Ultraman before time travel. Why can't I add one more of myself, after thinking about it? Guo Feng directly raised his hand to face the sky in the southwest direction, and raised his hand in a salute with two cupped hands. He didn't speak, but when the color of seeing and hearing spread from him, he expressed an emotion and tone. Old man, I'm sorry that I haven't said hello to you all these years. By the way, I was quite sad when you left. After all, after you left, the company became more and more troublesome. But the company's stuff doesn't affect our feelings for the Marvel universe below you, please bear with me. The domineering aura gradually subsided after seeing and hearing. I thought I had already said hello to Mr. Stan Lee. In fact, there was almost no sense of kindness in the breeze that hit his face, but it really made Guo Feng feel happy. Yeah, we're legal. The creator has agreed to our time travel. Guo Feng turned to look at Carol, whose face was filled with the expression, are you too ignorant to say this? His face turned cold instantly. You said parallel universes don't exist. Then how do you explain my existence? I just traveled from a parallel universe. I have never questioned this for more than 20 years. Immediately ignoring the somewhat dull Carol and the captain of the Yanwang Kingdom, Guo Feng instantly looked like a greased gatling. It's like you're being charged for every second you talk. Instantly a violent storm started. What is your life experience? Do you think of strange aliens, predators who kill and loot all over the universe, the three-legged empires that are still barely present in the universe, or the Skrulls who are about to perish and become extinct? Or is it the brilliant development of the civilizations you have observed, or the ones you protect in the Andromeda Galaxy and the Magellanic Galaxy who have committed crimes, or are they the poor aliens colonized by the Kree Empire? Advertisement, what is the largest fleet you have ever seen? Let me think about it. Ronan the Accuser's Black Star Fleet? Or Temple #1 of the Dark Order, the Overlord of the Universe? Who is the strongest person you have ever seen? Is it the huge corpse in the land of nothingness, or is it the two sub-father level beings hidden in the sheer empire who can be combined to become the supreme god of the Heavenly Father level? What else do you know? The rapid-fire words took less than a minute to finish. Guo Feng, who stopped to take a breath and took a look at the two people's reactions, found that both the captain of Yanwang Kingdom and Carol looked like, oh, Mom, I'm shocked. Of course, in comparison, the Wan Zhongxia next to him seems a little simpler. The cute expression on his face is like, Mom, what are they talking about? After all, how can we expect 10 Oedicus who all like to play games to understand the major events in the world, even the world or between galaxies? Another 10 seconds passed. Looking at the two of them, they seemed to be recovering from the shock. Guo Feng felt that if he stayed like this, he would just stay in the dark. He might as well find out the identity of the memory of the soul that traveled from the parallel universe when he was a child. Anyway, there are many people who know about it, such as a certain Ancient One mage and others. It's better to take advantage of the moment and expose your identity as a traveler from a parallel world. Is this better than another multi-universe traveler? The former triggered the Time Management Bureau, a waste bureau that only cleans up the timeline. Although I may not be able to defeat him for the time being, I must not be a coward. What the latter inspires may be the Transcendent, or the Observer. Two multi-universe masters who know how to mess with the timeline. I don't even know how many years it will take for the Frog Cubs to catch up with them. Of course, this is based on the quality of the items brought back by Frog Cub in the previous 3 times. Although each one can reach the sub-Heavenly Father level and become a limited powerhouse in the universe. However, going up and comparing them to each other, they seem to be somewhat lacking. Let alone a great god like the Transcendent. If the Ancient One mage didn't have much ill will towards me, then maybe I would have died on the spot. Chapter 120 Carol's collapse, so it seems like reckless behavior. Guo Feng is still thinking more carefully. After all, there are still many people traveling through parallel worlds in the multi-universe every moment. The Transcendent and the Observer simply cannot all maintain interest. But if it's a traveler from another multi-universe, that's not necessarily the case. Of course, it's definitely not because of impulse. After saying these words, Guo Feng remembered to find these reasons. Absolutely not. Looking at the captain of the Yanwang Kingdom and Carol who had gradually recovered, Guo Feng decided to pursue the victory, simply put. That's my goal today. Guo Feng went crazy. The two of them gradually woke up from their confusion, and Guo Feng once again activated Gatling's machine gun. Let's not talk about multi-universe for now. Do you understand where the real strong people in this world gather? Since the word used here is, you, obviously, Guo Feng did not bring the captain of Yanwang Kingdom with him. After all, there is no guarantee that people will really know. The Divine Spear Bureau, which has a history of more than 2,000 years, is really related to the mysterious organization Brotherhood of the Shield 5,000 years ago. The power of this Divine Spear Bureau. That is not the Brotherhood of the Holy Shield, a mysterious organization that existed 5,000 years ago, but it can be compared to SHIELD, which was actually established only a few decades ago. At least since before, when the captain of Yanwang Kingdom talked about combat effectiveness. But the gods of various countries were mentioned. This means that the captain of the Yanwang Kingdom and the others definitely know the existence of Asgard, the master of the 9 realms. And the Yanwang mythology system in the Marvel world seems to have been sealed or left long ago. What is now being circulated to the outside world is that the fire of the higher civilization of practitioners, is also guarding the country, and the Kunlun Heavenly Court has inherited the Kunlun. The leader of Kunlun, the Jade Emperor, is also a powerful man at the sub-Tianfu level. You just know those empires that seem to have some strength in the universe. But have you ever thought about one thing? Guo Feng pointed at Carol's chest. Because part of it was burned down by Amaterasu before, it was completely empty at this time. Advertisement Carol was so shocked just now that she went for a lift. However, Guo Feng did not look embarrassed. He tilted his finger slightly and pointed at Carol's left heart and said, "Have you ever thought about why I damaged a high-level vanguard fleet on Earth? Why did the originally militaristic Kree Empire not launch an annihilation campaign against Earth, a blue star that was not worth mentioning in their eyes, type of attack?" Following the direction of Guo Feng's finger, because she also saw her chest, Carol's face turned red for the first time. His tone lowered involuntarily, and he said cautiously, Isn't it because you are afraid of my revenge?" Guo Feng was suddenly speechless. He could actually hear a sense of pride in Carol's tone. "By the way, what gives you the confidence? Do you think that a cosmic empire needs to really give you face?" The speechlessness in Guo Feng's tone was beyond words. However, Carol reacted fiercely, too. She has always thought that she was a hero on Earth, an unknown hero who saved life on the entire Earth. But as soon as she came back, there was a Qinglong man with a red leather tights telling her, "No, you are not an unsung hero. You are simply a script controlled by being behind the scenes, and act according to their script." Results now. He originally left the Earth to conquer the universe, oh no, to help the weak races in the universe resist the Kree Empire. Carol actually has a feeling of being away from home. But she kept telling herself that it was because she needed to contain the Kree Empire, so that the Kree Empire would be afraid of her and not completely lose control. That's why I didn't dare to act like some of the other rebels. The home star was directly destroyed, but now Guo Feng has begun to refute rumors about this kind of thing. Haven't you ever met a strong man who is also at the level of a sub-heavenly father or the pinnacle of the planet among the resistance forces against the Kree Empire? Carol nodded subconsciously. "I have met him. He is the second son of Xingqian among the predators." Guo Feng asked, "So where is their home planet?" Forehead. But after a few moments of silence, Carol said with some uncertainty, "It seems. Probably. Gone?" Advertisement hear the tentativeness and uncertainty in Carol's tone. Guo Feng's whole body felt numb. Why did that fierce B****ch just now turn into a funny girl now? "How about you check Intel Qiandu?" Guo Feng said tentatively. But I didn't expect Carol to actually reply. "Idiot, the Earth's internet is not connected to the cosmic network at all. How can we check it? To check it, we need to be able to connect to the cosmic network." The cosmic network. After Carol finished speaking in a somewhat proud tone, she looked at Guo Feng's silly eyes. The whole person was stunned for 3 seconds. Later, I also had doubts about whether my IQ was normal. It wasn't until less than half a minute later that he began to slowly take out a small box that looked like a musical instrument from his waist. After clicking on the box, a light screen pops up. Carol entered a few strings of English on it. These days, the internet can automatically match the user's language. Isn't the technology of the universe network not good enough? After buffering for a few seconds, a bunch of information bounced on the light screen. After Carol read a few messages in silence, she seemed to feel much depressed. "How about it?" Guo Feng said with great concern. "Am I wrong? Are those guys really okay? Oh, I'm sorry, it seems I was wrong. I thought you were the only one special." Looking at Carol, who has turned obviously gray, and Guo Feng, who seems to be apologizing on the surface, but is actually being weird. The corner of the Yanwang Kingdom captain's mouth twitched. "This kills. It's even more popular now, heartbreaking." No, the 2 stars, the Mecha Hunter Goddess, and the Plant Goddess all had their home planets destroyed by the Kree Empire. Carol's whole body fell into darkness, the names of the 4 people she named. It is the one with the highest single price among the Kree Empire bounty gang. What unites them all is the powerful Yaishan father. Well, I'll just say it, Guo Feng still looked carefree, seemingly unaware of the problem. Think about it, the Kree Empire has hundreds of general-level battle fleets, which can shock the galaxy. Isn't it easy to destroy a green planet? If it were me, I would wish that after the planet is destroyed, those guys will come to settle accounts with me, so that I can be punished. I'll catch them all in one fell swoop. Chapter 121 Breaking into the Maibach. Really, Captain of Yanwang Kingdom? If it were me, and I offended a sub-Heavenly Father level powerhouse, he would have the strength of the Kree Empire. I was definitely the first to destroy the enemy's home planet, and then quietly and accidentally leaked the location of the commander who destroyed the enemy's home planet to see if that guy would get carried away and come looking for him. The corners of the Yanwang Kingdom captain's mouth kept twitching. But he had to admit it. What Guo Feng said is indeed quite reasonable. After all, judging from the information of the Spear Bureau, the Kree Empire is a typical militaristic society without basic human rights. It's totally possible to do this. If I were in that situation, I would basically make this choice. Of course there is another way. Or, let's send a fleet to surround the planet, annihilate the entire universe's live broadcast, and secretly release the news in violation of the laws of the universe. Anyway, just wait for the enemy to get into the prepared encirclement. The corners of the Yanwang Kingdom captain's eyes also twitched. It seemed that Old Coin had the same idea. As for those sub-Heavenly Father level powerhouses circulating in the universe, will they come because of these news? Guo Feng and the captain of Yanwang Kingdom were actually not sure. But whether it will come or not is one thing, but whether the Kree Empire does it or not is another matter. Compared with letting the Kree Empire's fleet go to several galaxies to cast a net to encircle and suppress them. Not to mention that the probability of the main ship encountering the opponent is 1 in 10,000. It was the interstellar military spacecraft that went to look for these guys and met these guys. Whether he can come back or not is a matter of course. However, this plan is much simpler. One is paddling a small sailboat and using a fishing net to catch sharks in the sea. One is to use food that has been prepared long ago to lure the shark to the bait, and lure the shark into the fish cage that has been prepared long ago. Which one is more feasible? It goes without saying. Carol was also silent at this moment. After all, she is not a fool, at most she has some big nerves and emotional intelligence. From the search engine, I saw that these powerful sub-Heavenly Father level teammates who had fought side by side were more or less threatened with their home planet. Advertisement there were even cases where several home planets were bombed. I just made a threat at the beginning, and the other party readily agreed. Something seems to be wrong, isn't it? Carol looked at Guo Feng with a puzzled expression. She knew that this mysterious guy must know the final question. Cough 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 cough. Looking at Carol, whose mind was filled with disappointment. Guo Feng felt a sense of relief in his heart, and of course he did not avoid Carol's question. After all, this girl is so annoyed, what should I do if she fights with myself? You can't turn on Amaterasu and burn all her clothes to ashes, right? The earth is not as simple as you think. Carol did not refute this time. He could hear this from the previous words of the captain of the Yanwang Kingdom. What's more, there is so much information about sub-Heavenly Father level powerhouses before. However, it stands to reason that as long as the Kree Empire detects this situation, it can mobilize a large number of destructive weapons. Forcibly break this planet into pieces. Basically, the weaker sub-Tianfu level powerhouses are unable to resist. So it seems that the ferocious sub-Heavenly Father level powerhouses on the Earth are not as powerful as her with high mobility and energy. Only a sub-Heavenly Father level powerhouse who had received professional military training from the Kree Empire could deal with the Kree Empire in a serious manner. Crack. Guo Feng raised his hand and snapped his fingers. He spoke in a brisk tone without looking at Carol, turned to the captain of Yanwang Kingdom and said, Hey, Captain, I remember that in the East, in ancient times, there were very clear requirements for enemy invasion, right? Looking at Guo Feng, who suddenly changed the topic. The captain of the Yanwang Kingdom was a little confused for a while about what Guo Feng was going to say and what he was thinking, but he still told the truth. Good. The ancient dynasties of the Yanwang Kingdom were invaded by the border. There were two situations. The first was plundering, which robbed the resources of the border. In this case, the dynasty would usually choose to strengthen its defense or arrange a sneak attack to fight back. The light in Carol's eyes gradually brightened again. The other is robbery. To put it simply, the border territories of the dynasty are robbed or even destroyed by other countries. This is a signal to start a war. Guo Feng looked at Carol. Seeing the expression on the other person's face that she has gradually come to understand, I thought to myself that this woman just has a low emotional intelligence, and her IQ can only be called a tiger, not stupid. What you mean is that the Earth is within the territory of a powerful force. The first time the Kree Empire's fleet entered the Earth, it was like a blitzkrieg and did not meet the standards for war. Advertisement, however, we want to carry out a devastating blow to the Earth just like we did to the home planets of other sub-Heavenly Father level strongmen who are against the Kree Empire. That is equivalent to violating the majesty of the powerful force within the territory. The Kree Empire is not willing to declare war with it. Listen to Carol's explanation and understand. Guo Feng was satisfied and nodded, but quickly shook his head. Damn it, it's better to be smarter. A tiger like this can let himself talk, and his heart is actually out of breath. Did you hear bedtime stories when you were a kid? Watching Carol nod her head, Guo Feng said, Do you remember the local myths your parents told you before? Looking at Carol, who fell silent for a moment. Guo Feng was stunned on the spot, and it took him a while to react. Oh, the beautiful country has a history of about 200 years. Where is the myth? Cough cough cough. In order to make up for his embarrassment, Guo Feng coughed twice. Have you read Norse mythology? Saw it? Carol nodded her head. The original tigress actually looked a little silly and cute at this time. Well, actually they are the local gods that the captain of the Yanwang kingdom mentioned before. You also know the concept of the Nine Realms World Tree in Nordic mythology, right? Carol nodded again. Although she was hit hard, she no longer wanted to be a bully. Let me tell you this. Norse mythology tells stories that actually existed. Let's start with the Nibelungen. On a quiet rainy night, a black Maibach. Cough 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 cough. Having just said something, Guo Feng suddenly reacted. This thing is not an old Zhongnan thieves. The Nine Realms and World Tree are actually what the Asgard people see as the planet system. To put it simply, the solar system is not a planet system to them. The concept of the planet system that they really agree with is the Nine Realm theory composed of 9 planets on different sides of space. Chapter 122 The Age of Earth Ancient Times. By the way, you should be able to understand what I said, right? Guo Feng talked about the knowledge he saw in Thor 1, and naturally said it casually. Of course, the captain of the Yanwang kingdom, who rarely had contact with aliens, was a little confused. But he still used his super memory to remember what Guo Feng said in his heart. I see. Carol said in a low tone. I have observed hundreds of civilizations in the universe and visited hundreds of civilizations. Although the analysis of basic materials is mostly similar, each civilization has its own independent set of elemental material tables. Relying on the periodic table of elements, different civilizations will have different observations of the universe. But then, Carol's style of painting changed, from a Siberian tiger girl to a cute tiger girl. But if you say that the legendary Asgard is the Earth's native civilization, it stands to reason that it is the same as the clues that the captain of the Yanwang kingdom told me just now. The Earth's native gods don't seem to have the ability to fly into space for long-term endurance in battle. After all, Carol has existed in the universe for so many decades. She knows something about most of the sub-heavenly father-level powerhouses. Although, the sub-heavenly father-level powerhouse does have the ability to talk to an empire on an equal footing. But that only shows respect for personal rights. It is true that a normal sub-heavenly father-level strongman on any civilian planet will have insufficient armed strength, such as the Earth that does not use extraordinary power today. Then a sub-heavenly father-level powerhouse in the ordinary sense can slaughter all life on the entire planet within a year. But it's actually not that mysterious. The Ya Tianfu level is indeed very powerful. However, among the 5 recognized classifications of the universe, strength, speed, constitution, spirit, energy is released. Advertisement within these 5 areas, as long as one exceeds the range of the normal planet-level peak, then he can be called a normal sub-heavenly father-level powerhouse. But a single one will be targeted after all. Although he has reached the level of a sub-heavenly father, basically the strongest attribute will also drive the improvement of weaker attributes. But after all, what was driven still did not exceed the range of the planet-level peak. And does not exceed this range, it means it's easy to be targeted. In Carol's resistance against the Kree Empire in the Starry Sky, she once cooperated with the famous sub-heavenly father-level powerhouse among the predators, the Star Eagle. However, the actual effect is not very good. Star Eagle is an ordinary cosmic powerhouse whose energy release level barely reaches the sub-heavenly father level. His physique, strength, and spirit have not reached the planet-level peak. The speed can barely be called the pinnacle of the planet level, and the energy emission can only be regarded as just passing the sub-Tianfu level. As a result, he was captured by the Kree Empire several times. Of course, since the Star Eagle was originally an experimental research product of the Kree Empire. Therefore, even after being captured several times, he was not killed on the spot. Instead, the plunderers found the right opportunity and broke into prison at the critical moment every time, bringing back one of their leaders. However, Star Eagle is very normal, the most common sub-heavenly father-level powerhouse in the universe. You can talk to the Universe Empire on an equal footing, but only on an equal footing. Once the fleet is dispatched to encircle and suppress them, they will basically be on the run. Carol is a little different. Because strictly speaking, her strength is at the upper level among sub-celestial fathers, and her speed is also at the upper level after turning on the double star mode. Of course, it goes without saying that physical fitness is not even good enough, so it must be top-notch. In terms of energy release, Carol's whole person has a planet energy equivalent to the terrifying reserve of a star when it explodes. Strictly speaking, apart from the fact that his mental resistance is at the peak of the Earth level, Carol is simply a monster in the sub-heavenly father level. But the key is, among the materials that the captain of the Yanwang kingdom took out and gave them to Carol to look at. Advertisement in fact, from Carol's point of view. Most of the sub-heavenly father level powerhouses who are preparing to take action actually belong to a single type. This is just a sub-heavenly father level powerhouse with 2 aspects that are not connected. If we follow this comparison and compare it with the Earth's native gods. So it seems that there are not many of these local gods, for example, who can make the Kree Empire feel a serious threat. Because what I showed you before is basically not the current peak power on Earth. Guo Feng said. Then he looked at the captain of the Yanwang kingdom and Carol with doubts but curiosity. He began to talk about the forces on Earth that he knew about. I told you before that the Earth once had multi-universe glory. Oh, Carol, if you don't understand multi-universe, don't use parallel worlds to summarize it. Multi-universe is developed in the form of a 3-dimensional cross. Carol's words came out of Carol's mouth before any possible words could come out. Guo Feng blocked it in advance. This made Carol, who had received a lot of stimulation and understood the truth that the water on the Earth is very deep, embarrassed. Because she had no intention of speaking. I will tell you about multi-universe level issues when the time comes, combined with the information the Divine Spear Bureau told us before. I think the current power stage of the Earth can be divided into 3 eras. The words have been spoken here. Carol, who had originally planned to have a few words of quarrel, could only shut up and prepare to listen and speak honestly. The captain of the Yanwang Kingdom also silently took notes in his mind, preparing to use his super memory to remember and report back to the researchers and leaders of the Divine Spear Bureau. In the ancient times of the Earth, at the same time as the birth of single-celled organisms, it was the peak state of the Earth level. A kind of life form that was not based on cell construction was born, which was the ancient god. In the era ruled by the ancient gods, they completely had a dominant position in the entire universe and even the surrounding multidimensional dimensions. But as the ancient gods had internal strife, it caused horrific consequences. In order to resist the consequences, the ancient gods divided into 3 forces. What Guo Feng is talking about now is the ancient version of the Earth Age that he learned from Marvel Comics. After these days of observation, Guo Feng has been able to basically determine that this is a movie version of the Marvel Universe that is biased towards the comic universe but not entirely the comic universe. They are the escapists, commonly known as the Church of Nature, who hid in the depths of the earth and slept. The Dimensionists escaped to other dimensions and became the gods of the dimensions. Also, the Death Party, Chapter 123, The Age of Earth, Ancient Times. The natural sect is the ancestor of most of the remaining gods on the earth today. Most of them are not strong, or have been baptized by the years, resulting in the same degradation as the earth. The Dimensionists, they wanted to use the power of dimensions to defeat their enemies, but after failure, they could only escape into the dimensions, and they were equivalent to being sealed in disguise. Among them, the ones who are more famous on Earth, except for the god of the dark dimension, Domomu, the ones we come into contact with the most are the ones who escaped to the hell dimension. The well-known ones are Lucifer and Mephisto. Needless to say, the Death Party, a group of hot chicks, wanted to confront them head-on and were killed. After Guo Feng explained the factions of the ancient gods, Carol couldn't wait to speak. What hell really exists? It must have been all over my mind when I looked at it. The myth in my family had become true. I had always been the kind of rainbow princess who had to use the unicorn to curse people, and Carol's expression could be seen at a glance. Guo Feng couldn't help but want to laugh. Have you never seen a dimensional gap in outer space? Forehead. How does this guy know? He must have been to outer space, right? Carol stiffened instantly. This kind of thing in outer space is not a very secret thing. After all, in the Guardians of the Galaxy series, the Sovereigns, whose external race appears as Oscar the Minion, a group of remote programmer races that fight like games, often use their race's unique high-performance batteries in outer space to hire cosmic mercenaries to help solve the problem of the invasion of the Love Dimension race. Therefore, it is obvious that compared to the parallel worlds that aliens do not recognize, most alien empires recognize the existence of other dimensions. Okay. Carol stepped back obediently, put her hands on her heart, like a good student who listened obediently. Of course, this is not what Carol actually wants to express, but his suspicion. If the hell dimension on Earth is a real issue, so the old stories about old mothers who lied to their children that they would be kidnapped by the devil are also true. When I thought about the scary nursery rhymes I heard when I was a child, it might be true. Advertisement, even if he understands, if those so-called devils come in front of him, he can basically kill them with one punch. However, Carol still couldn't help but have goosebumps on her back. But it must be fake, right? It's like a demon that will suddenly come in the middle of the night and eat children who are not sleeping. The red-nosed devil eats the little butt of a peeing child. There is also the strange fire that is said to cause a complete power outage within a few hundred meters as soon as it passes by. Can't it all be true? No way, right? In your time in Texas, didn't you hear the legendary cowboy riding a flaming skull horse? Carol froze on the spot with her whole body stiff, recalling in her mind the words Guo Feng said casually. A cowboy riding a flaming skull horse, how could you not know? That thing was a Texas criminal's nightmare from the 1960s to the 1980s. You must know that Texas was not originally a state of the beautiful country. It was just an independent country that was established later and was later merged into the beautiful country. But martial virtue is quite abundant. The Texas cowboys were as violent a race as the California rednecks. With the massive unemployment of farmers in the 1970s, the Great Depression in the United States led to the demise of the rednecked family group. The lone cowboy in Texas is one family. At that time, Texas was full of gangs. Every day is a gun battle, far more serious than in the beautiful country now. Until a man was wearing a black high-collar leather jacket and a cowboy hat like the hero Zorro, holding a short blunderbuss that could spray out unlimited flaming bullets. Riding a flaming skull horse, every time he passed a place, he would leave long black horse hoof prints on the road. And the electrical appliances that had begun to become popular at that time would short-circuit or explode. So, for a long time, the terrifying flaming skull horse cowboy is not only the nightmare of gangsters, but it has also been spread by the gangsters' family members. Advertisement, and it is described as a demon who automatically chooses to kill the atonement devil with obscene beliefs about God in the middle of the night. During the time when Carol was born, this happened to be the time when this rumor was popular. Because when she was a child, she was an atheist, but her mother was a very devout Catholic. It is precisely because of this that Carol was often frightened by her mother with this story. Does it really exist? Fire monster, horse, skeleton cowboy? For the first time, Carol's expression was a bit management gaffe. Guo Feng gave her a strange look. Isn't it? a basically perfect sub-heavenly father level peak powerhouse. To be frightened by a Ghost Rider whose apparent strength is only at the peak of Earth level? Is there something wrong with this? Of course, this Ghost Rider is not the version of Nicolas Cage, but the older generation of Ghost Rider. The old man who keeps vigil in the cemetery. Of course, Ghost Rider is part of the industry of Mephisto, the Lord of Hell, to harvest the souls of the world, and it is also the only part of the righteous work that has been allowed by the boss of the earth. Guo Feng briefly explained a few words. Of course, he didn't explain too much, because he didn't know much. After all, this world is not a complete Marvel world, at least it contains part of Jackie Chan's adventures. To be honest, he still doesn't know yet if the 8 ancient demons return to this world. They are the original demons belonging to the earth. Which era should it be in? Carol fell into a state of decadence without mentioning that the whole person was recalling the shadow of her childhood. Anyway, this guy has already started planning to beat up the Ghost Rider and face his fear. The second era that I think of is the ancient era. After the years of the ancient gods passed, multi-celled organisms led the birth of human beings, and beliefs and other aspects led to the advent of the gods. Among them, in addition to the mysterious countries hiding in the earth, there are also the carefree Celtic Protoss and a group of Kunlun Protoss on the Yanwang land. They are all products of this period. Of course, as time goes by, more and more gods disappear, but the earth is still ruled by a powerful god. About 3,000 years ago, the king of the Asa clan, Odin Bolson, announcing the unification of the earth. Chapter 124 The Age of Earth, Recent Antiquity. The gods of Asgard are the most powerful among the known new gods of Earth. Compared to the Earth, Kunlun in China has only inherited alien heritage and part of the legacy of ancient times. The Celtic pantheon of Great Britain is the enlightenment of magic and the traveler of another dimension. As well as the Olympus pantheon, the Aztec pantheon, etc. They are just ordinary gods whose god king is a peak powerhouse at the sub-heavenly father level. Guo Feng began to explain the main composition of the gods on the Earth today, which surprised the captain of the Yanwang kingdom. Because he discovered that Guo Feng said a lot of things, and it was the accurate truth that took decades and hundreds of years of hard work in the Divine Spear Bureau to deduce. And there is a lot of information coming from Guo Feng's mouth. It's the captain of the Yanwang kingdom. Basically, he already knows all the information about the special secret files of the Divine Spear Bureau, something that even the captain of the Yanwang kingdom doesn't know. What else can be done? The captain of the Yanwang kingdom silently activated his extraordinary brain function in his heart, and engraved every word and tone of Guo Feng's words in his mind. As far as I know, Asgard adults have 3 times the muscle density and physical strength of ordinary earthlings. They are born with enough magical energy in their bodies and have an excellent promotion mechanism. With all the equipment, ordinary soldiers in Asgard can completely destroy a group of elite soldiers head-on with just one person. As far as I know, Asgard unified 9 planets in different spaces more than 3,000 years ago, and brought the Earth and the surrounding solar system under the jurisdiction of Midgard. This is also the reason why the Kree Empire does not dare to invade. First of all, as the overlord of the galaxy, Asgard has advanced aerospace technology. Of course, it has been abandoned now because they have a rainbow bridge that can span most of the universe. And the rainbow bridge is also a destructive weapon that can destroy planets, and God King Odin is a powerful man at the peak of the Heavenly Father level. Then why didn't he hold the Kree Empire accountable when problems occurred on Earth? Isn't this an issue that violates the dignity of the country? The captain of the Yanwang kingdom actually had some doubts, especially for someone like him who often attended diplomatic meetings. Of course, his usual reason for attending diplomatic meetings is to serve as a bodyguard. But this does not prevent him from having a certain political IQ. I don't know much about this issue, but I vaguely know that it seems that the lifespan of Odin, the king of the gods, is coming to an end, and the new king is not enough to succeed him. Advertisement Guo Feng only said a little bit, and he was worried that Helldam above the immortal palace would hear it and secretly report to Odin. Okay, I probably know. The captain of the Yanwang kingdom deserves to be well versed in the 5,000 years of Chinese civilization. Guo Feng only revealed a few words. He has a rough idea of what Asgard is like now. The old king is about to die and is no longer able to manage the affairs of the divided territories. Hasn't the new king grown up yet? The captain of the Yanwang kingdom silently wrote down the notes in his heart. But after all, we can't attack the border with a large army, because it will damage the complete majesty of Asgard. Not to mention Odin is aging. Once the Kree Empire's fleet enters Midgard, he will probably die. Now, are you ready to come out for a decisive battle? The captain of Yanwang kingdom estimated in his mind. Obviously, the Yanwang Empire has a 5,000-year history of competing for Wang Zhengzong's position. For these things on the throne, orthodoxy, that's a pretty clear observation. Applying one example to draw inferences about 30 is nothing more than that. The reason for the end of the modern era is probably around 600 AD. Before that, Asgard people frequently entered the earth, especially Norway, Switzerland, Vikings and other places, and left his own mythical footprint. During that period of time, the earth was equivalent to the back garden of the Asgard royal family, and there was also a storage room for the Asgard royal family. Currently, it is known that most of Mao Zedong's country's extraordinary combat capabilities, apart from mutants, are probably barbarian warriors, right? Guo Feng looked at the captain of Yanwang kingdom. He hasn't exactly been engaging in small-time affairs recently, and those countries that were doing well in the New York War have tricked his security council. Ever since I discovered that my father obviously does not belong to the Marvel Universe's existence system. Guo Feng has been consciously investigating the extraordinary forces hidden in various countries. Advertisement except for mutants. Guo Feng's powerful sense of knowledge is able to listen to the voices of ordinary people or extraordinary people with average mental power. Therefore, basically, the governments of various countries did not cover up intentionally and silenced a large number of parties involved. Guo Feng basically knows everything, especially the Divine Spear Bureau, although I have never heard of the existence of Wan Zhangxia. After all, this is the secret of the Divine Spear Bureau. As a result, he was shocked. Among other things, he also knew that Yanwang had a strong leader of mutants like Guanyin who had almost reached the sub-Heavenly Father level. Yes, according to the extraordinary warriors of Maozi Kingdom currently recorded by S.H.I.E.L.D., there is indeed a sequence of barbarian warriors, which basically serves the birth of official and civil freedom. The captain of the Yanwang Kingdom was not surprised that Guo Feng knew this kind of information that seemed very secret to ordinary people. After all, this guy knows a lot of ancient secrets that the Spear Bureau doesn't know. This is basically just concealing the news from the public. If Guo Feng knew about it, it would be considered a normal thing. The barbarian warriors that are abundant in Maozi country actually generally have recessive Asgard genes. That is the evidence that the Asgardians came to this earth and existed for a period of time. Guo Feng is not making this up. Before time travel, he was mostly a Marvel fan. Although due to financial reasons, I have never bought serious Marvel peripherals. However, there are various comics that can be found on pirated websites, as well as various Marvel biographies and marketing account explanations. He basically never fell behind. Barbarian warrior. It is an extraordinary force active in Maozi Kingdom. Usually during the New Year, which is Christmas when adult Maozi people live in Maozi country, a large number of Maozi will undergo a baptism of taking a bath in ice water. In outdoor temperatures exceeding -10 degrees, some Maozi people's body temperature will suddenly rise, followed by a surge in strength, and can communicate with some of the more intelligent mammals in the forest. Ordinary barbarian warriors have about 2 to 3 times the physical fitness of ordinary people, as well as very crude means of releasing energy. Chapter 125 The Calculating Ancient One Mage. The barbarian warriors in Maozi Kingdom generally have the blood of Asgard people, especially the closer they are to the blood race of Vikings, the greater the possibility of regaining the power of Asgard. Guo Feng said. Anyway, you just need to know that Asgard is the most powerful ally among all the existences that can be contacted on the entire Earth without paying a heavy price. You do not say. It is considered half of the suzerain country. Odin absolutely doesn't care about something that is trivial to Asgard. But what if Asgard is really treated as a decoration and wantonly invades the Earth? That already involves the sensitive face issue of Asgard's royal family. The Lion King who is about to die of old age is more dangerous than the young lion. Because the pride he has left is already the driving force that supports his survival. Someone dared to touch the bottom line of his pride. The aging Lion King is still a lion. What's more, the old age and frailty of normal mortals does not exist in Odin. The royal bloodline of Asgard has the ability to continuously accumulate divine power. And the older you get, the more powerful and pure your divine power becomes. The reason why the royal family of Asgard can enter the aging period of 5,000 years. Simply because they are too weak. It is true that ordinary people in Asgard have 4 times the physique of normal Midgardians. Since the royal family of Asgard is much more powerful. But their bodies are much more fragile compared to their divine power. That is to say, in about 5,000 years, their bodies will collapse and become a pure energy body with spiritual thoughts. Forced to leave the material world. We don't need to worry about another Kree invasion. We should still deal with the Time Management Bureau. Guo Feng said calmly, looking at Carol and the captain of the Yanwang Kingdom who had entered a sluggish state in front of them. Guo Feng knew that his eloquent speech just now had completely suppressed them. Just now, the information Guo Feng mentioned was quickly matching the information in their minds. Advertisement because most of what is said has extremely high credibility. Even if it is, it's because of some subtle issues that the comics don't fit in with this world. They will also use their own insufficient information to cover up various reasons for their own reasons, not Guo Feng's insufficient information. The hidden parts will be found by themselves in a logical and cognizant way. As far as I know, although the Time Administration is not very powerful on the surface for some reason, they have the ability to kill people in time and space, and they have a very high level of development of time and space weapons. We still need to prepare early. After hearing this, the captain of the Yanwang Kingdom frowned. Traveling through time and space to kill people is not an opponent that can be solved. No matter how powerful a person is, he will basically have his weakest period. It's like being as powerful as all the heroes, with 1 billion divine powers added to it, it can completely defeat a group of gods. But if you were brought back to the qubits as infants, they didn't show any magical abilities at that time. At most, it's normal because of the decuplets, each of which is less than 1/3 of the weight of a normal child. Situation protected by local hospital. If you can time travel to that time, even an ordinary person can successfully kill them. Next to her, Carol, who also looked solemn, seemed to have the same idea. After all, she was still a real weakling more than 20 years ago, when she was not affected by the Pegasus project. Similarly, Guo Feng also had some doubts, although he had the ability of the blue dragon fruit the first time he traveled through time. However, after all, it does not have the fighting power of today's Ya Tianfu level. At that time, the Azure dragon fruit had not yet been fully developed, and at most it was an ordinary Earth-level peak. Being swept away by the time weapon, if he just stayed there and didn't move, he might even belch when he was blown up with a few rockets. When all 3 of them were in doubt, Suddenly an orange light lit up on the sea not far away. Wan Zhongsha was the first to come over on alert. The Red People's divine power surged on his arm, and he subconsciously wanted to punch him there. Then Guo Feng, who had a sharp sense of color and domineering, reacted. Then came Carol, and then the captain of Yanwang Kingdom. When Guo Feng saw the ring that was slowly opening under the light of orange sparks, it was immediately clear who the person coming was. People who can cover this location with the divine space of their eternal kaleidoscope turned on, and can also open the portal at will. Advertisement: there is only one Kamal Taj in the whole. Supreme Mage Ancient One, but now there is a problem. Guo Feng knew who was coming, but Wan Zhongsha didn't. The request made by the captain of Yanwang Kingdom to him was to protect their discussion from being heard, and now someone came unexpectedly. Feel the pressure and threat from the boots that just stepped out of the circle of sparks. All the heroes were immediately sure that this was definitely a strong man at the level of Heavenly Father. Without further ado, have you eaten? Anyway, punch me first. The Crimson People's divine power turned into a fist shadow of huge amounts, and in just an instant, the overwhelming area turned into a file size of dozens of meters. In an instant, the Ancient One Mage who had just stepped out of the portal was enveloped in it. In response, the Ancient One Mage just snapped his fingers with the mysterious ring. In an instant, a dense crimson pattern appeared in front of the Ancient One Mage. The 7 Rings of Ragador. This is one of the basic spells of Karma Taj. But when the Ancient One Mage cast it, it was a deep red color with extremely powerful defensive power. And the file size of the 7 Rings of Ragador is exactly the file size of the Fist of the Heroes. Bang! The powerful power of Wan Zhongsha has hit the 7 Rings of Ragador unfolded by the Ancient One Mage. The moment the two sides came into contact with the powerful force, the surrounding seawater immediately separated, exposing the silt seabed hundreds of meters below. At this time, due to the fist shadow that escaped from the body, there was no support from the divine power of the heroes. It soon disappeared, and it just so happens that the 7 Rings of Ragador, which are running with the little energy that is released according to the law, are running out of energy at this moment. Not a single bit was left, it just fell apart. Guo Feng, who witnessed this scene with his own eyes, couldn't help but complain. As expected of him, he borrowed a loan from Domomu at a high interest rate. Not only can I forget about it, but I can also use a spell to calculate it carefully. Chapter 126 Ancient One Mage, the Ancient One Mage. Guo Feng saw the Ancient One Mage who stepped directly out of the spark portal and stood on the water as if walking on flat ground. Still, he touched his left shoulder and saluted respectfully. Master etiquette, I learned it from my father, although they have been slightly unhappy in the past. But it's not a big deal, at least in terms of the problem that might be solved together. Not a big deal. In fact, I haven't heard the word time administration for a long time. As expected by Guo Feng, the Ancient One Mage must have come here to discuss the issue of the time administration. Otherwise, the Ancient One Mage could come earlier or later. It's not like this. They just finished talking and were about to discuss what to do and whether they should come up with a plan. Isn't it clear that we are dealing with issues regarding the Time Management Bureau? As for how Master Ancient One knew they were interviewing here, Guo Feng was not very surprised. Once viewed the skies above the earth through the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Guo Feng discovered it at that time, at the very edge of the Earth's atmosphere. The various intervals are relatively loose, but they form a large and fine network, with golden threads of energy connected in the middle. Combined with what I saw about the Marvel Universe in my previous life, it can be said that Guo Feng easily guessed what these golden fine lines were. From Kamal Taj, the holy place of magicians, Emperor Weishan's Trinity Formation. A magic circle that can cover the entire Earth may exist in Asgard, or in other worlds, or in weird versions of parallel worlds. But what is known so far is that it is almost full of defensive magic. In addition, it is a super large magic circle that does not have much defensive properties against matter. There may only be the Trinity Formation in the entire Marvel world. At least Guo Feng can feel it, when I didn't use those powerful magical energies that exceeded the specifications. With the extraordinary ability of the Blue Dragon Fruit, one can freely enter and exit the Trinity Formation. But if the Eternal Kaleidoscope explodes in full force, there will be some obstacles due to chakra. However, it does not affect it. After all, strictly speaking, the power brought by the Eternal Kaleidoscope did not make him a serious sub-Heavenly Father level powerhouse. Advertisement at best, it's a lot of work. It is completely capable of killing a normal sub-Heavenly Father level powerhouse. As for whether the Ancient One Mage can eavesdrop on their conversation, Guo Feng thought it was quite normal. It's definitely possible. Not to mention presiding over the Trinity Formation, the Ancient One Mage originally could see almost all the environments in the world. What's more, there's the Eye of Almog. That's the Time Stone. What happened to the future? Among the millions of timelines, is there not one that can match the content of their conversation? You know, after recalling the existence of the Ancient One Mage, a person who always takes time to observe the timeline, Guo Feng had to go to Shenwei space to deal with the problem when he went to the toilet. He was also worried that this 500-year-old woman would peek at his young body. Ahem. The Ancient One Mage coughed twice and glanced at Guo Feng with a strange look. This guy must have been thinking of something rude just now, right? Watch the move. Bald head. A roar came from behind, and before Master Ancient One could even begin to speak, there was a burst of intense crimson light behind him. Feeling the deep and powerful power fluctuations coming from behind, The Ancient One mage turned around helplessly to block, and quickly drew a portal with the perfect file size with a raise of his hands. Buzz. It took at least a dozen Xiaodongfeng series missiles to hit it, and the energy wave that exploded was instantly transmitted to the other side by the portal. That is, behind all the heroes. Boom. Being hit by his own power, Wan Zhongxia obviously didn't even have time to react. He was directly driven into the bottom of the sea by his own power. It's time to wake up, the Ancient One mage said softly. Although it appears to be moisturizing silently on the surface, when encountering the Ancient One mage, the devil in his heart is roaring. Take advantage of this opportunity to deal with him. Calculating his fate alone, as long as he exists in the timeline, it is like starting a divination for 1 billion people at the same time. Checking the time is so tiring. Advertisement yes, because Wan Zhongxia is connected to the blood of hundreds of millions of Chinese people. The Ancient One mage's calculation of the world, even if he uses the Eye of Almog, is still the same every time when it involves all the heroes. The consumption will increase tens of thousands of times. If the Ancient One mage hadn't been able to sense this passage, it would have affected the subsequent trend of the entire world. The Ancient One mage wouldn't have to deduce the same scene dozens of times in a row. During this time, there have been a lot more loan sharks on Duomu's side. But I'm retiring anyway, so I'm not in a hurry to pay it back. I have the detailed information of the Time Management Bureau here, I think you may need it. No matter how much he complained, the Ancient One mage didn't show it. Although he has a gentle smile that makes people feel good. Of course, thank you very much for coming, Your Majesty the Supreme Mage. Guo Feng expressed his gratitude. Captain Yanwang and Carol widened their eyes. This is the powerful Heavenly Father who is currently only two among human beings, and one of them is still missing. The leader of the Holy Sanctuary of Kamatage, the Ancient One Mage. The two of them were extremely shocked. Looking at the elegant lady in yellow in front of me, one can't help but feel good about her. The captain of Yanwang Kingdom and Carol's first feeling was that they didn't believe it. Carol felt that she was too thin and did not have the strength of a strong man. Although she forgot that she looked equally slender despite the fact that a large number of sub-Heavenly Father level powerful men in the universe were all muscular men or women. The captain of Yanwang Kingdom couldn't believe it. I went. The organization has been looking for more than 100 years, and they still haven't found the top Heavenly Father powerhouse. Just appeared in front of me so casually, of course, no matter how shocked the two of them were. He did not doubt the true identity of the Ancient One Mage. After all, he had just entered a high-distance teleportation gate and the cold wind and snowflakes blowing on his face were real. Raising his hand, he blocked the 7 rings of Lagador, which had lost more than half of the people's divine power, but still retained the attack power of sub-Heavenly Father level energy. Just now, he changed hands again and transferred all the firepower of Wan Zhongxia and 1 billion divine power to himself on the spot. Now Carol and the captain of the Yanwang Kingdom can't even feel where the heroes are. There is only Guo Feng, who has extremely strong mental power coverage and has the combination of Haki and Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Only then can I feel that there is a person hundreds of meters below the seabed. Chapter 127 Analysis. Well, Your Excellency Supreme Mage, I have a question that has been bothering me for a long time. Guo Feng said hesitantly, and it was obvious that he had made great determination. Speaking. The Ancient One Mage still has the same gentle smile as when the sky falls on me. I think you should be able to see what my situation is from time. Logically speaking, it should have triggered the problems they set up, and even included a series of problems caused by the subsequent butterfly effect. Logically speaking, the Time Management Bureau should not be indifferent. Guo Feng expressed his concerns. Yes, let's look at the plot of Marvel's new superhero drama, Loki. The Time Bureau should be similar to cutting the timeline, removing all emergencies that do not belong to the plot of Marvel movies. This will lead to possible time problems and lead to parallel worlds. However, if they will not delay the time of the plot problems that they expected. Finally, the starting point of the problem is found, and it can be solved by traveling through time before the problem is born. So it stands to reason that when the Time Bureau discovered him, he might have caused trouble in the Marvel world and caused various butterfly effects. However, the attack on yourself is the first time you attack yourself. It will definitely be when Guo Feng himself travels to the Marvel universe. If there is a problem, this means that they cannot travel through time normally, which is equivalent to denying the existence of the Time Administration in disguise. However, since the captain of the Yanwang Kingdom has produced almost certain evidence before, and now the Ancient One Mage is certain of the existence of the Time Administration, then, it proves that the Time Management Bureau indeed has perfect facilities for time travel. But this point comes back to the previous question. That is because I was not attacked by the Time Management Bureau when I traveled back in time. So it can be denied that the Time Administration can travel in time and space. What the hell is this grandmother paradox? In other words, if he went back and killed his grandfather before his father was conceived, then should he exist? If he really went back in time and killed his grandfather, it stands to reason that his father would not be born. Since the father will not appear, then he will not be born. But if you don't show up, advertisement, then I won't go back in time and kill my grandfather. So actually the grandfather still exists, but if the grandfather exists, he will go back and kill the grandfather. So grandpa doesn't exist either, of course. If it were like the American TV series Futurama, the male protagonist Fry would become his own grandfather. Then it's not impossible. However, the problem is that this situation is simply not comparable to the real world. Guo Feng really couldn't figure it out, so he wanted to ask the Ancient One Mage. In response, the Ancient One Mage smiled slightly, raised a finger and pointed at Guo Feng's forehead. In the limited past and future that I can see, you have a sense of confusion around chaos because of the existence of a creature that I cannot observe. Therefore, for the time administration's time fulfillment instruments have a greater impact. After listening to what the Ancient One Mage said, Guo Feng breathed a sigh of relief. The captain of Yanwang Kingdom and Carol were still thinking about how to launch an attack on the Time Management Bureau. However, Guo Feng now wants to wait and lie down, and is thinking about how to defend. Although he failed to finish watching the American drama, Loki, Guo Feng, who has watched the first season, also knows. From an offensive perspective, the Time Management Bureau is fine. It is just a group of ordinary people who can use time weapons. But if you want to defend, then all energy that does not exceed time will enter the Time Management Bureau. No matter what, they will be affected by being suppressed to the level of ordinary people. Strength, physique, energy, outward spirit, etc. Even the Infinity Stones have a large drawer as a paperweight in the Time Management Bureau. There is even Kong the Conqueror, a guy who is said to have survived the parallel universe wars at his peak and directly decided the timeline. Although parallel world war is not as good as multi-universe war. But Kong the Conqueror, who was the final victor in that war, at least had the combat power of a single universe. How is it possible to defeat him seriously? The real world is not in the movies. Do you really think Kong the Conqueror will regretfully exit the show due to insufficient special effects funds? Loki can do it in the human-controlled universe because Loki is the protagonist in the human-controlled universe. However, he, Guo Feng, is not from this American comic series. Advertisement, but it was precisely because I kept thinking about the offensive methods of the time administration that I was exhausted mentally and physically. Unexpectedly, it was because of the frog cubs. There was a hint of joy in Guo Feng's heart. He had already experimented with it, except for the people in the world where he and the frog cub traveled. No life form in other worlds can see frog cubs. For example, he once walked around in front of Tony Stark with a frog cub in his arms. That's ready. It's just a stuffed toy explanation. Unexpectedly, Tony Stark just acted like he didn't see it. There is no such thing as being a frog cub all the time. Later, after Guo Feng's insinuation, one thing was finally confirmed. That's why people in the Marvel Universe seem to be unable to observe frog cubs through normal means. As for how the Ancient One Mage observed it, Guo Feng probably had some guesses in his mind. Since the Ancient One Mage is talking about the creature that he cannot observe. In fact, this means that strictly speaking, the Ancient One Mage did not observe the appearance of the frog boy. The reason why he was able to determine that there was a mysterious creature that existed from time to time beside him. Very possible. No, Guo Feng is 100% sure. According to the bad habit of the Ancient One Mage, who often likes to use the Eye of Almog to observe the world and take a peek. He is the culprit who caused the world line observation to be affected. It must have been found by the Ancient One Mage at the first possible moment using some means. However, after seeing that he had caused no accident, the Ancient One Mage did not appear. It's just that I occasionally observe myself through magic. Although the time gem can have little effect on the rebirth of frog cubs, it has little effect. However, when the frog cubs are traveling, the cosmic gem that can observe time at any time, Almog's ear, has already come into play. When the Ancient One Mage feels the familiar chaotic fluctuations appear, he must be able to secretly observe his own behavior and expression in the mirror space, and what they think is the tone of talking to himself. Analyze the existence of frog cubs, Chapter 128 Surprise. Guo Feng figured it out immediately. Looking at the Ancient One Mage, he obviously had the same smile. But the Ancient One Mage read a few words from it. Well done, you old six. Guo Feng was not surprised at all that he was being monitored. After all, the Ancient One Mage is the guardian of this world, and he is an outsider whose soul has traveled through time. Obviously, the two sides cannot be said to be incompatible. But absolutely necessary vigilance is still necessary. It's like Guo Feng has been worried that the Ancient One Mage will appear and kill him before he has grown up. Or maybe the Ancient One Mage must have worried about whether this young man who didn't seem to have any malicious intent could be the coordinates of the evil god in some dimension. In the world of adults, especially the world of strong people, necessary vigilance is normal. If you are as silly and sweet as a child, you will mess with the other person because of the smallest things. Then either the author is stupid, either the silly audience likes silly plots. If you really want the other party to get angry whenever there is a conflict, the situation is that the strength is still the same. Then you should think carefully about what conspiracy the guy has behind pretending like this. Guo Feng has understood the situation, but now he has to face the Time Management Bureau again. Suddenly it occurred to me that it would be better to ask some detailed questions. So Master Ancient One, this is against the Time Administration, will you take action? If the Ancient One Mage takes action, almost 90% of the problems can be solved. Forcibly judging the timeline, it is impossible for Kong the Conqueror to maintain his peak condition at all times and stay in the Time Management Bureau. For Guo Feng, the biggest difficulty in dealing with the Time Administration is currently. That is because the time rules within the Time Administration are too oppressive and authoritarian. The power of rules and regulations that do not meet the requirements of the hard rules will be suppressed and turned into an ordinary mortal state. But the Ancient One Mage who is absorbing the dark energy of the Lord of the Dark Dimension, the purest part of Demumu, which transcends the rules of time, will not be disturbed by such rules. When the time comes, it won't be as simple as chopping melons and vegetables for a Heavenly Father level powerhouse to defeat those employees of the Time Management Bureau who are just ordinary people. But facing Guo Feng Xian's friendship, the Ancient One mage shook his head. I won't take action. The multidimensional Mephisto's recent offensive has been very fierce. I must stay on Earth. Oh, you won't come? Then what are we going to do? Advertisement, add KD to the opponent and give him a kill? You know, whether it is Guo Feng or Carol, they are all just ordinary sub-Heavenly Father level experts. At most, they occupy the position of top experts in the sub-Heavenly Father level due to their proficiency in all aspects. But, the time rules of the Time Management Bureau don't care who you are, whether you are a sub-Heavenly Father level powerhouse or a Heavenly Father level powerhouse. As long as the energy rules of the body do not reach an energy level that exceeds time. Then suppress everything and become immortal. Even the strength at the peak state can definitely reach the peak of the Heavenly Father level, or even the half-step single universe level Wan Zhang Sha. Strictly speaking, his power is only the combined power of 1.4 billion people. There is no way to prevent time. It's just that as long as Wan Zhang Sha is prepared, the Time Administration's firearms that can't even reach the speed of light will shoot out time light waves. I can't catch up with all the heroes by a hair, but this also means that they cannot completely break into the Time Management Bureau. If you can't get in, don't you just have to wait for others to stabilize the chaos, and then run over and kill them? The three people around him all looked anxious. However, only Guo Feng actually knows it. He is the most dangerous one. Carol didn't need to say more. Captain Marvel is a very important character in the Avengers series. The Time Administration strictly requires the development of the Sacred Timeline, which is the development of the original Marvel movie script. So, the most serious situation for Carol is that the process of returning to this world is interrupted prematurely. Time is reorganized so that she will not come back until Thanos has wiped out half of the population of the universe. As for the captain of the Yanwang Kingdom who looked equally worried, in fact Guo Feng didn't think he would have any big problems. There are powerful people above the Heavenly Father level in the Divine Spear Bureau. There is no doubt about this. Maybe the group of gods who came to this planet did drive a large number of local gods out of the earth. Or they have demarcated a certain subspace and sealed their ethnic group there. However, Yanwang Kingdom is different. It is not clear whether Yanwang Kingdom has Guo Feng, a single universe powerhouse who can transcend time. Advertisement, however, according to what Guo Feng knows. In the Yanwang Kingdom, the most important warehouse of the Divine Spear Bureau, there is something similar to the contained object in the SCP Foundation. The specific function is unknown, and it is not explained clearly in the comics. However, Guo Feng had a premonition. Judging from the high level of destruction of the universe revealed in the comics, it must be something that transcends time and space. After thinking about it for a long time, the result. Apart from them, my life is in danger, Joker is me? Guo Feng even felt a little numb, and he had even begun to plan to carry his luggage and live in places like Mars. By the way, let's see if we can find Ultraman M78 Nebula who came to the Marvel world to make a guest appearance. Anyway, I still remember that before time travel, I seem to have heard about the marketing account of a movie cooperating between Marvel and a certain Laxigu company. I don't know if there is a chance to see the 5-meter-tall Thanos fight against the over 100-meter-tall Ultraman. Will Tony Stark create an anti-Ultraman suit? Ace took a guillotine and stabbed Star-Lord's father, Ego, to see if this little celestial would die. Guo Feng is very interested. Anyway, after thinking about it, just one sentence. I haven't lived enough to say it yet. Looking at the three people standing silently on the sea without any surprise, and the heroes who had just emerged from the sea a few thousand meters away, covered in mud and seaweed. The Ancient One mage was speechless. Why in the prophecy I saw, just these 3 or 4 people were able to destroy the Time Management Bureau, which was as annoying as flies. Are you sure it's not a scam? Etc. Thinking about it this way, the Ancient One mage seems to have caught the blind spot. Every improvement in Guo Feng's strength is strange. It seems that as soon as a mysterious creature with unknown location appears, he will gain powerful power from a different system. That is to say, the Ancient One mage breathed a sigh of relief. Yu Hao patted Guo Feng on the shoulder. It's okay, according to my observation, it will take 4 months for their time instrument to break away from the time turbulence. Don't worry, you will surprise them when the time comes. Chapter 129 3 Eggs Surprise. What surprise? My own power has not yet reached the level of power that can destroy. Should it be called a power that affects time, right? Guo Feng had doubts in his heart. His current ability to affect time is actually only the eye technique of the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. It's Iki-Mie, a pupil technique that can deceive a short period of time and make the world think that one is dead. But the deceptive spell in this case is not enough to compete with the concept of time of the Time Administration. Could it be that he was frightened? In just a short moment, Guo Feng instantly imagined scenes such as Mephisto invading various dimensions, multi-universe becoming chaotic, Dormammu fighting Ultraman, etc. But then they were all eliminated by him. Eliminate all wrong answers. Then there is only one answer that can be thought of. The interstellar frog touched his belly. Guo Feng looked at the Ancient One mage with a look of shock mixed with expectation. And fell into thinking. I have been wandering for more than 20 years without meeting the Ming Lord. Alone and alone. A man born between heaven and earth, how can he live in a state of depression for a long time? If you don't give up on Master, I would like to become your teacher. I will inherit the mantle of your supreme mage from now on. Looking at Guo Feng, who was originally serious, his painting style gradually turned into a lustful and crazy look. Carol and the captain of Yanwang Kingdom slowly raised a question mark. When I type this question mark, it's not that I think there's a problem, it's that you have a problem. The Ancient One mage also saw this appearance so many times in his observation. I still can't help but hold my forehead. You are not suitable to be the supreme mage. This position is reserved for strange. The opportunity you get lies with the mysterious creature next to you. The Ancient One mage said. During her observation of time, she found several different branches. But no matter which branch, this guy is very coveted about Kamatage's background. Once, a timeline of himself complied with his ideas. Unexpectedly, just a few days after he left, and died, for vacation, Kamateki announced the existence of the mage to the whole world. And the first thing to do right away is to arrange for the leaders of various governments and the military to go to the alien space. First, I met Nabildo, a small space dimension full of invisible ghosts. Advertisement then, this guy didn't even let Kamatage's mage help. A small number of mages split away, then, even with the help of that part of the mages. After this guy passed through part of the special defense system of the Trinity Formation on the invisible ghost plane. The ghosts of this dimension have begun to invade the real world. As expected, if there had not been a planned quarantine, I don't know how many people would have died. Then no surprise. This carefully selected evil race, which was basically unable to do much damage to material attacks, successfully defeated the beautiful country's army. And the armies of all countries around the world were defeated here. Of course, some countries have not suffered any damage. For example, Yanwang Kingdom. Then there was the foreshadowing of this incident. Governments recognized the official status of Kamal Taj. But here comes the most outrageous thing. This guy Guo Feng actually openly recruits apprentices at Kamal Taj. All children with spellcasting talents and good intentions will receive a letter from an owl on the day they turn 11. Moreover, Guo Feng even divided Kamatage's teaching method into 4 courtyards. What is it called? Gryffindor or something like that. I really think the Ancient One mage didn't know that this was the plot of Harry Potter next door. In order to prevent Guo Feng from messing around and destroying certain important established procedures. The Ancient One mage chose to tell the actual situation. The power you are about to gain can protect you and make you stronger as time goes by. After the Ancient One mage finished speaking, he opened the portal directly, prepared to step out, and disappeared from everyone's sight. Only one sentence is left that still echoes. In about a week, I will contact you and ask you to prepare the preparations or bring some friends who want to go. Looking at the water surface without any ripples. Extremely peaceful. It was as if the Ancient One mage had never been here before. The captain of Yanwang Kingdom and Carol looked at each other, and at the same time looked at Guo Feng, who was also confused. Is this guy going to take us back to attack that organization that transcends time? No matter how you look at it, it seems a bit unreliable. At this time, Guo Feng had just reacted. Advertisement. The Ancient One mage should be talking about frog cubs, right? Listen to her, if you understand her correctly. So, the frog cub should be back from the trip within a week, right? Then bring the ability that gives you the power to fight against time. To be honest, Guo Feng said he was looking forward to it. And I decided to take Tony Stark with me to study time equipment if I have the chance. If possible then. During self-study, I also want to go back to ancient times and become an emperor. Feel the evil capital society and the enjoyment of damn feudalism. Bah. What a treat. Experience that kind of sin and condemn him even more vigorously. This time, just when Guo Feng was thinking about it. The expressions of the 2 captains of the Yanwang Kingdom and Carol were obviously a little strange. They must have encountered similar problems and possibilities. However, suddenly a fist-file-sized sparkle and a circle appeared from the sky. Ju Fu is now in the center less than 5 meters away from the 3 of them. He is neither up nor down, but can just make a sound for everyone to hear. By the way, because the time flow rate and time accuracy of our destination location are higher than the regional nature of other time bureaus, humans who have not reached the peak of the Earth level strength stage cannot enter the time bureau. It is the voice of the Ancient One mage, while the portal is not completely closed. The captain of Yanwang Kingdom quickly said something that he had some doubts in his heart. Your Majesty the Supreme Mage, wait a moment, after the captain of Yanwang Kingdom finished speaking. Although no response appeared, however, the rapidly shrinking portal finally stopped shrinking. In addition, the portal is extremely humane and expands the file size by about 2 or 3 times. A bald head poked out from inside, a yellow bald head. Speaking of which, among the 3 types of bald heads, it seems that the one with a black braised egg-shaped mouth is one, right? The Huang Bald Ancient One Mage is a serious Heavenly Father level powerhouse. Strength can be said to be one of the ceilings of the Earth. The white bald head, also known as the boiled egg, is Professor Charles Xavier, a peak Earth level telepath. The ceiling of the mutant world, at least on the surface. Guo Feng thought so. Chapter 130 Indirect Funny Syndrome. Now let's start with the arrangement of a few braised eggs. The feeling of getting up made Guo Feng's face, blessed by the green dragon fruit, look stinging. Look up. Half of the Ancient One's head popped out of the portal, looking at him with a penetrating look. Me, no, so responsive? Is the sixth sense so awesome? I've never seen S*X like this before, Guo Feng complained. Of course, it was just what he said in his heart. After all, he still didn't dare to say it seriously. By the way, Can this guy read minds? It seems that mental perception is the supreme dharma and a fixed skill? Damn it! Am I being monitored now? Guo Feng frowned and stared at the Ancient One Mage. At the same time, he secretly cursed in his heart. The Ancient One Mage is a hard-boiled egg. Just after he finished speaking in his heart, the power of his gaze that could make his skin tingle became even stronger. Looking at the Ancient One Mage's expression, he became obviously more dangerous. Guo Feng was just like Carol just now, he was simply shocked. My spiritual power is so strong, I have the domineering power of knowledge, color, and the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Can you still read my mind? No, I won't. A gentle voice came from my ears, it was the voice of the Ancient One Mage. Guo Feng looked left and right and found that the Ancient One Mage's head was still talking to the captain of the Yanwang Kingdom about some candidates who could enter. Carol, on the other hand, has a face full of new curiosity, feeling like she doesn't know anything, and indeed she doesn't know anything. It seemed that the message was transmitted secretly. Guo Feng breathed a sigh of relief. What a fart. You just expressed my feelings directly, okay. Guo Feng also controlled the domineering spirit of seeing and hearing, showing a mental state of disbelief and doubt. In fact, I really can't read your mind. Although the lineage of the Supreme Mage does have the ability to read minds, I can't do anything for your spiritual power, which is close to the level of a Heavenly Father, unless Almodo comes in person. A small encyclopedia of knowledge. Almodo, the founder of Almodo I, his mother is the ancient god Osset, and his father is Huo Zorn, a white tiger from another dimension. Advertisement: he is also the first-generation Supreme Mage. He, his mother and father are both lovers at the same time. Then how could you tell my true feelings? Don't use the same tactics as the captain of the Yanwang Kingdom. I'm not Carol. Guo Feng is already relatively skilled in controlling mental power, but he uttered such language. And the reason why he spoke like this, it's because the captain of Yanwang Kingdom used micro-expression science to judge Carol's thoughts. Guo Feng was a little shocked at the time. It turned out that a certain skill at the limit of human beings could really become an idea that even super abilities could not master. However, after Guo Feng made preparations, this so-called micro-expression science was of no use to him. The powerful mental power brought by the eternal kaleidoscope human eyes completely allows him to have perfect control over his own muscles. Since I don't know what the correct micro-expression science represents, then rely on mental power to drive muscles. Although the subconscious expression of physical instinct is still there, it is not as fast as the expression of mental power. And it can also change its expression at will. In fact, I saw it from the future. The melon seeds in Guo Feng's mind gradually floated up like a short question mark. You are the Ancient One Mage. Even if you are a big boss, you don't have to follow the settings, but when you fool strange. However, I have emphasized that observing changes in the world line requires a lot of energy. The Eye of Almoder consumes a lot of power, but you want to steal them all from the dark dimension. Just because of me, you cursed you a few times in your heart. So just for this trivial matter, are you using your lifespan to mess with my mentality? Please don't get me wrong. Seeing the expression of collapse on Guo Feng's face, the Ancient One Mage suddenly felt that this guy's aloof demeanor was a bit like a joke. She explained. Out of the 546 possibilities I have observed in the future, you have asked this question more than 300 times, and you have used the method of complaining behind your back. And every time I complained about my inadvertent behavior. Guo Feng summarized 6 points in total. Are the jokes about feelings already so serious? Do you always feel like you have become a funny guy? Is it because of the recent White Day advertisement? No. A real funny man will never lose to love, just like the Valentine's Day murder in Kei Shui's world. Hello? Your Excellency Guo Feng, you should wake up. A head suddenly appeared in front of my head. This shocked Guo Feng. Take a closer look, isn't this the Ancient One Mage? How did it become like this? Looking at this illusory image, it is a bit similar to the projection of stars. Guo Feng gradually remembered a spell in his mind. Oh, astral projection. By the way, he glanced at the captain of the Yanwang Kingdom who was still discussing various matters with the Ancient One Mage in the physical state a few meters away. Guo Feng could only sigh. It is said that he is indeed the leader of the mystics in the world, the strongest Ancient One Mage. Even if you can use astral projection to act like an out-of-body experience, you can actually separate your soul and at the same time control your body on the other side. At the same time, the spell is still maintained. If you use one mind and three things, it belongs. I think, Mr. Guo Feng, you should adjust your mentality. I see that your mentality is already heading toward collapse. The Ancient One Mage continued to suggest in a gentle voice. What? Where do I have it? Hear the words of the Ancient One Mage. Guo Feng subconsciously didn't believe it. My current state is very clear. There is no extra thought at all. At most, it's a bit like the development of a funny man. Isn't it a collapse situation? However, the expression and gaze of the Ancient One Mage in the astral projection state are extremely serious. Guo Feng understood immediately that she was not lying. I have seen many powerful mages. After they gained powerful power, they did not become destroyers. Instead, they acted as survivors or protectors. However, later on, despite their seemingly upright state, their sanity still collapsed. The state of mind is not strong enough to suppress powerful forces. In addition to violent thoughts, there is also a tendency to have correct views and not make any thoughts that endanger the world. However, their thinking is constantly distracted and they cannot concentrate. This is why they will eventually become mentally ill. I think Sir Guo Feng has already started this trend. 6MF Chapter 131 Mysterious Object. My name is Guo Feng. He used to be a serious salty fish, but recently he has become a bit of a funny guy due to his expansion in strength. A spiritual master told me today, my funny man tendencies are a disease. A disease that can first manifest itself as a lack of concentration, and then gradually spread out thoughts, and thoughts come out one by one. This disease will ultimately cause great damage to my mental health. Why didn't the pom-pom bottle in my head send out a warning? This thing is a magical weapon after all, right? Don't you have any reaction to this kind of invasion of inner demons? Guo Feng looked at the Ancient One mage with some doubts. If you are recalling the bottle in your spirit, then you can rest assured. Although the bottle can nourish the soul, it is actually not very helpful for your situation involving sovereign thinking. Strictly speaking, your problem is a change in mental state. In the judgment of this kind of treasure, it is just like the change of thinking in people's growth, it is a benign advantageous change. The Ancient One mage gave a few superficial explanations. Guo Feng was not curious as to why Master Ancient One knew about the existence of the Sky Palm base. After all, he himself can rely on the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan to become a walking humanoid X-ray machine. What's more, this powerful man at the level of Heavenly Father. At least it's an NMR, right? Woo, wow. This time Guo Feng came to his senses and realized that his ability to think was seriously lacking. But he still figured out what the Ancient One mage wanted to express. This means that with the growth of strength, the thinking under normal circumstances cannot keep up with the changes. According to Taoism, it is called an unstable state of mind. Is it a disease? Anyway, it probably describes someone who originally gained the power of Superman and thought he would be a hero, but on the third day he turned into a citizen of the motherland shouting I am a god. This kind of thing is different, a little more upscale. Maybe it's because the education I received in the past has more correct views, or maybe it's just that I'm just too lazy and don't want to be a god. Anyway, Guo Feng currently has no idea of ruling the world. But after all, the state of mind cannot keep up with the strength. Therefore, I am always unable to concentrate and my energy is always distracted. Advertisement. I often think about something suddenly and have to think about it for a long time. To put it this way, it's a bit like the English teacher's distraction during class. But I have a premonition that when you get the next piece of power, you can solve this problem. Oh, it turns out that it can be solved by relying on the gifts brought back by the frog cubs who come back later. At that moment, Guo Feng even thought he was going to Kamatage to drink porridge and blow the north wind. Practicing as hard as an ascetic for a period of time is like the arduous practice of Tibetan Buddhism on TV. In this way, you can clear your own beliefs. Sure enough, salted fish is the best. Guo Feng breathed a sigh of relief, but even if your attention is distracted, you can't concentrate. He has not forgotten the question he wanted to ask the Ancient One mage just now. The thought I just had must have been a temporary one, right? Could it also be in a certain timeline in the future? After all, the Ancient One mage made some actions that were not consistent with the plot. Is it normal for the timeline to be changed? How is it possible to always guarantee that one's thoughts will be guessed directly? Wouldn't it be embarrassing if you didn't guess correctly? It's the eyes. Your eyes are wrong. The helpless tone of the Ancient One mage already revealed that he was speechless towards this guy who had turned into a funny man. Impossible. Guo Feng suddenly threw his hands away. Absolutely impossible. The expression of the eyes was originally adjusted by micro-adjustment of the eye flesh. My eye muscles are basically completely controlled by me. How can I see? In response to this, the Ancient One mage slowly laughed out loud. Not necessarily. The strong mental power gives ordinary normal souls a shape, and the eyes will have a lot more aura than normal people. Guo Feng was stunned on the spot. Soul materialization? After communicating for a while, Master Ancient One said nothing more. The state of the soul body projected by the crystal is instantly dissolved, and the soul returns to the body. Advertisement. Guo Feng also disbanded his domineering spirit. Then I heard the captain of the Yanwang Kingdom talking to the Ancient One mage on the other side. Since the normal strong demon king will be suppressed and lose his intelligence there, can the physical changes of genes be allowed? The Demon King level powerhouse refers to a system unique to the East in the Marvel Universe. The most famous one is the Demon King Demon Valley, which is a giant panda. With an age of 700 years, at the same time, he is also a powerful person at the sub-Tianfu level. It cannot be judged from the wise words of the captain of Yanwang Kingdom. What they were talking about just now was to bring the Demon King level sub-Heavenly Father level powerhouse into the Time Management Bureau. But it was rejected by the Ancient One mage, because once you enter the Time Management Bureau, your energy, strength, and mental state will be quickly oppressed. At that time, even the most powerful Demon King will be nothing more than a beast in the Eastern system. In particular, the East needs a power system to practice. Once the energy of power is lost, the Demon King is just an ordinary beast. The key is that he has no wisdom. Part of the genetic modification can be done, such as intelligence, but all powers whose physical strength exceeds that of ordinary humans will be directly suppressed. So it is recommended to find the ability to fight back in the ordinary state. After all, in the future I see. The range is not very wide, and at the same time, Sir Guo Feng's treasures are sometimes suppressed and become ineffective. All right. I gained 2 new knowledges. Guo Feng listened secretly, and the captain of the Yanwang Kingdom and the Ancient One mage made no attempt to avoid him. After this conversation, Guo Feng got 2 pieces of news. The first one is that what you get in the future is a treasure. The special product that the frog cub brought back should be something similar to his own sky bottle, right? And it may also be somewhat unstable, which may have an impact. That's why the Ancient One Mage allows powerful people with the ability to counterattack even when there are ordinary people to enter. Then, can all heroes do it? If you can bring a top-notch Heavenly Father who is fully capable of reaching the half-step single universe level into the Time Management Bureau. That must be like killing indiscriminately, but, unfortunately, the Ancient One Mage rejected this idea. Unfortunately, it's not possible. Then I saw the Ancient One Mage saying, "We do not deny that Your Excellency Wan Zhongxia is the strongest person on earth when he is fully open." Chapter 132 The Weaknesses of Wan Zhongxia. We have to admit that Your Excellency Wan Zhongxia is indeed the strongest person on earth. The Ancient One Mage said it with absolute certainty. It even makes people feel that the people below them include himself. However, Guo Feng knows very well, the point is not about the strongest person on earth. There is a very crucial point in this sentence. On earth, Wan Zhongxia is the most powerful person on earth. He is the pinnacle of the Heavenly Father level who possesses 1 billion divine powers and dares to punch even the celestial gods when they come. After leaving the earth and arriving in the universe, he is at best a normal sub-Heavenly Father level powerhouse. Because energy is lost. The power of 1 billion Yanwang people may be 5 signals on the earth, but it may be full in the Yanwang kingdom. But when I reach the outside world, I have traveled hundreds of thousands of light years. Words in the vast universe. The power of all heroes will be greatly weakened. On earth, Wan Zhongxia can be the peak Heavenly Father level strongman who can smash Captain America's shield to pieces with just one move. But when it comes to some remote places on the alien planet, such as the power of nothingness, places with space separation, he is probably just a fusion of 10 brothers, an ordinary person, with 5 times the ultimate human strength. Very powerful for humans on Earth. But in fact, placed in the universe, they may be the elite warriors of a certain empire-level civilization. Like the beautiful captain of the country, 4 times the physical limit of an ordinary person and 6 times the metabolism of an ordinary person, it can withstand the physical strength of an ordinary pistol attack. It might be a little Superman on Earth, but even he can't leave the planet. If it weren't for the fact that he originally possesses pretty good combat skills, and also possesses the ultimate command ability of ordinary humans in small-scale wars. Of course, he also has hand-to-hand combat skills that are beyond the reach of ordinary people and even elite soldiers. Relying on the original physical strength of only 2 to 3 T, it was able to stand in front of Spider-Man, whose early strength reached 14 T. It only takes a few minutes to defeat this fledgling Spider-Man. But actually, if it weren't for the bonus of the protagonist buff and ability trained by elites, advertisement, what is the equivalent level of Captain Beautiful? The tyrant of the violent neighborhood, the top thug in Hell's Kitchen, or the boss of a small to medium-sized gang. A relatively stable third-level mutant among the mutant community. And if it is summarized into the strength of the third-level mutant level, it is still relatively weak. Put it into the universe. A normal elite soldier of the Kree Empire generally has about 1 ton of strength, which is 3 times the physique of an ordinary human on Earth. And the soldiers of the Kree Empire can be counted in tens of millions. Put it in the Asgard system, which is closer to the Earth. Captain America is just an ordinary Asgard hunter. He doesn't even have the lifespan of a true Asgardian. Its lifespan is only that of an ordinary person, its physical combat ability is only at the limit of human beings, and combined with the Elman alloy shield, it has only just reached the Earth level. Beautiful captain of the country, what is there to be proud of? People with the same level of combat power have nothing to be arrogant about. And Wan Zhongxia can only be on Earth, which can be said to be invincible in a single universe. Although it is indeed awesome enough, however, the opportunity must be found to be teleported out of the Earth. Then 80% of all the heroes will be gone. But Your Excellency Wan Zhongxia does not seem to have the power to transcend time. The Ancient One Mage said it clearly, not to mention a time administration that exists alone in a space system. The Ancient One Mage found the opportunity himself, forcibly set up an enhanced version of the mirror space, and used the Eye of Almado to strengthen the defense rules of the impression space. Along with the location of the mirror space, the Ancient One Mage began to be exiled to a different dimension world. All the heroes are going to be cool. The Time Management Bureau is in a special space dimension and has the ability to stop everything under the rules of time. The Ancient One Mage didn't say much, but the captain of the Yanwang Kingdom, who is familiar with the source of the power of the heroes, and Guo Feng, who originally knew the strongest hero of the Yanwang Kingdom in the comics, can also understand. The power of all heroes is essentially advertisement. It is a qualitative change caused by quantitative change. There is a process of accumulating 1 billion divine power. Before this process is reached, the power of Wan Zhongxia is relatively weak. If it's just about the release of energy, strength, physique, and spirit, then there is no doubt that Wan Zhongxia is the most powerful existence known. However, Wan Zhongxia lacks the ability to control space and time. Therefore, although many people cannot beat him, but there is the ability to seal and banish him. Because the power of the heroes is accumulated in the Yanwang Kingdom, the greater the power of the people, the greater they can obtain. If this popular base is lost, all the heroes can at best beat the strength of the beautiful captain. Okay, I understand. The captain of the Yanwang Kingdom thanked him. At the same time, he secretly thought that he could probably find a few teammates who could enter the Time Management Bureau. And decided to go back and talk to Director Zheng Xian. Although according to the general behavior of the Spear Bureau, it is just like the habits of S.H.I.E.L.D. In the face of important things, their agents will indeed wear headsets or some hidden devices similar to miniature cameras, able to relay and issue instructions in a timely manner regarding the conditions in which problems arise. But Spearhead is not S.H.I.E.L.D. Although the leader of S.H.I.E.L.D., the Black Braised Egg, Morfalco Man, does have excellent strategic command ability and high IQ. However, the Bald Cape has a fatal weakness. That is a slightly overly cautious obsessive-compulsive disorder. And there is a trace of eyes higher than the top. The symptoms of this are very similar to Carol's. Part of his overcautious obsessive-compulsive disorder is due to the fact that he has various safe houses all over the world, which are said to be purchased with funds from S.H.I.E.L.D. Even the safe houses that the captain of the Yanwang Kingdom knows about, there are several in the Yanwang Kingdom. And he is very resistant and wary of many forces that exceed human limits. Although there are ingredients that you want to use, but hardly trust them, it is also easy to understand that the eyes are higher than the top. If in this era, it is not clear about the Inhumans on the moon, the Sea People in the sea, and the mysterious tribal kingdom Wakanda in faraway Africa. There is an alien space station that can completely operate in space. Chapter 133 Sitting in China. Partial crystallization from the former universe-level empire, the Skrull Empire. Even if it is just a part of the civilian space escape spacecraft with military facilities. That is also a good thing that has surpassed the Earth for more than 10 eras. If the Earth did not give birth to a genius like Tony Stark, and this genius is a son of the world who wholeheartedly wants to uplift the Earth's technological tree, then, it will take at least thousands of years to complete this kind of wormhole-type spacecraft that can use space jump technology. Who wouldn't be proud of such excellent technology? An online article that Guo Feng saw a few years ago before he traveled through time. Isn't that a genius scientist who has devoted himself wholeheartedly to the development of science and technology for decades? The result is not as good as those people who are just beggars who are too lucky to get the technology tree of an alien world and then reach the peak of life. If you look at it this way, I feel like this Black Braised Egg guy can be considered half of the Dragon King who has just returned, right? That is to say, I don't know if he can twist his mouth. But back to topic. It is precisely because I have come into contact with too many bosses that are not aliens or the like. The vast majority of them are mutants, stowaways who came to the Earth from unknown spaces, and various practitioners who are secret geniuses from aristocratic families who come out to cause trouble. In short, there is no braised protagonist role that can always connect with the main plot of the world. However, it is undeniable. It is precisely because they are exposed to things that most of the top-level state organizations can access. Zheng Xian, the leader of the Divine Spear Bureau, is more familiar with the characteristics of those with super abilities. It's something that super ability people are sensitive to and don't want to be touched. Zheng Xian had a clear grasp. He clearly knew that some strong men born in the country did have the idea of serving the country. But you are in the mindset that if you do this, you are not licking the dog? Or maybe there is some fear of becoming a guinea pig. Therefore, under the leadership of Zheng Xian, the super ability people born in the Yanwang Kingdom have relatively excellent freedom attributes compared to other countries in the world. Inevitably, discrimination still exists. After all, jealousy is human nature. Especially when you don't have it, but others still have it. Advertisement humans are such complex creatures. For our compatriots who have awakened mutant abilities. Once it is a defective level 1 or level 2 mutant. They will discriminate against them based on appearance in various situations, just like they discriminate against ugly people or disabled people. And if you meet a more powerful mutant with 3 or 4 levels of powerful attributes, people will be afraid of these people who rely on blood and have become very powerful without making any effort, and will discriminate against them out of jealousy and fear. This is the general environment of the world. But the good thing is that there are still no anti-human declarations such as the mass murder of mutants and the introduction of the Mutant Act in the country. Compared with a free and beautiful country, this is indeed a lot more restrained. It is precisely because of so many contacts. This allowed the captain of the Yanwang Kingdom to come to see Carol and Guo Feng and have contact with them without having bugs and monitors installed on his body. You have to know, when I came into contact with S.H.I.E.L.D., Guo Feng can be said to be very unhappy. No matter how good Coulson's kung fu is on the surface, his tone and expression are so harmonious. How much kindness is shown. But for S.H.I.E.L.D., even Guo Feng put aside his previous impressions when watching movies. Guo Feng can only have a few small memories of S.H.I.E.L.D. That was the sound of the monitor that was small but could be heard clearly by his strong body. No matter how sophisticated those monitors are, it still cannot change the basic structure of electronic equipment. And Guo Feng's original green dragon fruit was in an object state that was on the verge of awakening. In that state, Guo Feng possessed strong physical fitness. You can completely hear the swinging sound of any mosquito's wings in the environment 100 meters away, regardless of the movement of the grass. Besides, these are just the sounds of electronic components that have been made smaller? In a situation where you have been exposed to someone for a long time and you know that others are eavesdropping, you still have to talk pleasantly. The resulting sensory experience is naturally extremely uncomfortable. If it weren't for the fact that the strength at that time was not enough to completely fall out, then Guo Feng simply doesn't want to endure it for a moment. The Divine Spear Bureau led by Zheng Xian has done a very good job in this regard. Advertisement under normal circumstances, newly born mutants need to be evaluated. They all have specialized in specific systems. So in this conversation, despite the trouble caused by Hanyu, Carol, the overall feeling was quite relaxed and pleasant. But it doesn't rule out that part of it is due to the influence of the world in the previous life. But being able to influence this world is still a skill. Guo Feng has a natural affection for the Yanwang kingdom in this world. And the other party did not live up to this natural goodwill. Isn't this what everyone is happy about, watching the spark portal disappear? The captain of Yanwang kingdom and Guo Feng looked at each other. Mr. Jack, do you need to go to our country? Feel the customs and customs of our bloodline? The captain of the Yanwang kingdom said it half as a joke and half as a genuine invitation. Of course you do, but I hope you can call me by my real name, Guo Feng. Guo Feng said with a smile. Anyway, according to the time predicted by the Ancient One Mage, there are still 2 weeks to resolve the issue of the administration. Guo Feng's side just offended most of the countries in the World Security Council. Especially the 3 of the 5 gangsters headed by Mei Guo no longer welcome him at all. It's impossible to go to Maozi country, right? Guo Feng is not the real Kaido. He has no interest in drinking. After all, it would be bad if he taught the children badly. Then, he didn't feel much about the so-called Daliba, and he couldn't eat it very well. So is there any place that is more stable and comfortable than in China? But having said that, should I reimburse for daily necessities when I go to China? My shares in Stark Industrial Group seem to have been frozen, and if nothing else happens, my bank card should also be frozen at Wachi Bank now. Suddenly thinking of this matter, Guo Feng said with a half-smile. After all, economic blockade and bank card blocking are also traditional arts in countries like the United States. I originally thought about it if I had time. Let Nick Fury unfreeze himself. Unfortunately, after the New York War incident, Guo Feng no longer had that idea. In such a fight, the possibility is even slimmer. Chapter 134 Filter. Seeing that they were chatting happily, the two were almost leaving for the Yanwang kingdom. It seems that Carol, who should be at the bottom of the sea instead of on the surface of the sea, still maintains the idea of not forgetting his original intention. Just when the 3 of them, including Wan Zhangxia who climbed out of the sea, were about to fly back to the Yanwang kingdom, Carol stopped it loudly. Wait, Guo Feng. You haven't told me yet, why did you attack those ordinary innocent soldiers? Hearing Carol's words, Guo Feng only then remembered the real reason why Carol attacked him in the first place. He showed disdain and said in a mocking voice, do you think that the beautiful country of today is still the serious world police of your time? One thing to say. The beautiful country before and after World War II still had many correct views in its international reputation. There was a time when the reputation of beautiful country was relatively good. At least while Carol was still on Earth, the names of the Justice Police of the United States, the Pacific Police, and the World Police had not completely changed. You want to know what your country has done to me? Guo Feng's tone was serious. It even made Carol think of blackened comics of various superheroes for a while. But that's pretty much it. I worked hard to save Kirita from the alien wormhole invasion. They rewarded me 2 mushroom bombs with a yield of 10 million tons. Guo Feng finished his words in a tone that looked angry but actually didn't care at all. Later I went to ask for an explanation. They threw at least 5 or 6 military base equivalent missiles and mushroom bombs at me. After all, those things have been destroyed anyway, so there is nothing to be angry about. In the end, he didn't care. Guo Feng just flew away with the captain of Yanwang Kingdom. Carol was left standing on the water, watching their backs disappear into the sea level. Of course Carol knew what a mushroom bomb was. It was the first weapon developed by the beautiful country where she lived on this planet, and it is the most destructive weapon currently used by mankind. And there is such a thing as thermonuclear weapons. In fact, it is not a very scarce thing among alien civilizations. It's just because of the instability and contagiousness of this thing, and in future interstellar wars, it is actually not a very suitable attack method for interstellar battleships with defensive shields. So he was quickly rejected, but among interstellar civilizations, Carol can often see similar thermal weapons similar to mushroom bombs on Earth. Therefore, this is also the reason why Carol is a little hesitant. Advertisement because she knew that what Guo Feng said should basically be true. This kind of news cannot be hidden from the public at all. At least at a rough level, it will not be hidden from the public. After all, the sacred mountain in the country where the whole life was good was bombed, and volcanic ash and earthquakes spread in various ways. Then there were many capitals where residents saw huge amounts of dragon shadow with dark clouds, killing their important officials with thunder and fire. Even if those politicians can talk nonsense online. But the general topic cannot be covered up. Just check it out and it will become clear. Moreover, relying on the intelligence ability that Guo Feng just showed. Carol doesn't believe that Guo Feng doesn't know that he has some connection with Nick Fury, the biggest spy chief in beautiful country and even the Western world. You'll know just by looking it up. How did Pacific Police become a derogatory term? Carol stood on the water hesitantly. Even the power is out of control and the energy is not grasped. As a result, the body standing on the water sank into the waterbed by bit, and she didn't even notice it. This other side. Guo Feng and the captain of Yanwang Kingdom returned to Yanwang Kingdom. It has been learned that Guo Feng was originally attracted by the power of heroes, so he obviously has a sufficient sense of recognition for the country. Zhang Xian, the director of the Divine Spear Bureau, attached great importance to it. Come to the beach in person to greet them. Hello, Mr. Guo Feng, I am the director of the Divine Spear Bureau, Zhang Xian. Wearing a Chinese tunic suit, exuding an elegant temperament, and wearing gold-rimmed glasses, a middle-aged man came over and shook hands with Guo Feng. Hello, Director Zhang, Guo Feng. Although Guo Feng felt that the opponent had the fighting ability of an ordinary person, he did not underestimate the opponent because of this. Instead, he smiled and shook hands with Zheng Xian solemnly. Zheng Xian, on the surface, seems to be a leader with some military career. However, Guo Feng is familiar with comics. Knowing this guy is not simple at all. This guy looks like an ordinary guy on the surface. In fact, 5,000 years of Chinese magical knowledge is stored in his head. Advertisement. This setting is a bit like Constantine next door to the DC universe. Originally he was indeed an ordinary person. However, a good energy crystal has been hidden on the body for a long time, and when necessary, it can be combined with some accessories worn on the body. Transform yourself into a mage with Earth-level peak combat power. And it is also connected with many dimensional gods and demons of Eastern attributes. And he is also a very good strategist, politician, and top researcher. It can be called versatile. After a brief chat, Guo Feng unabashedly expressed his longing for his motherland. Once again, he was favored by Zheng Xian and others. After a series of various words, Guo Feng finally failed to see the ring fortress known as the Space Fortress. That is to say, it has an area equivalent to 4 shield space carriers, forming a large ring-shaped space carrier city. But Guo Feng can also understand. A strong man like him whose combat power is sub-heavenly father level. It is not suitable for the ring fortress. After all, the ring fortress serves as the headquarters of the Divine Spear Bureau. There are more than 10,000 people living there, everyone is an elite, with various combatants and researchers. It can be called the treasure house of the Divine Spear Bureau. Shield, or Serpent and Shield, has a talent pool that they can envy for a lifetime. Once a strong man of his level gets on board, what if I go crazy? It's not that the other party doesn't trust you, as a national force. It is absolutely impossible to put tens of thousands of lives and decades of efforts on a person who is not very familiar with it and can only rely on subjective judgment. This is not suspicion, but a reasonable warning. If there hadn't been such a level of vigilance, Guo Feng would have been taken directly to the ring fortress, and he might even have complained about how rotten the Divine Spear Bureau was. Of course, Guo Feng has not forgotten his performance in S.H.I.E.L.D. What happened to the filter? That's the thing. Chapter 135 about Loki. Speaking of which, the Divine Spear Bureau is actually quite interesting. Guo Feng was assigned a riverside villa in Xanadu, with 3 floors and a swimming pool. In the Yanwang Kingdom, every inch of land is precious. The price of the same land is several times higher than that of the beautiful country next door. Perhaps only Tony Stark's Villa 414 in Monosil Beach, Los Angeles can compare. Of course we are talking about the main price. If you take into account Tony Stark's various modified equipment, machines and equipment hidden in the villa, as well as Jarvis's line source code host, as well as dozens of the world's top limited edition sports cars. Of course, the most important thing is the row of steel suits placed in glass boxes. If you count these, then this building can be regarded as a top villa area in Xanadu. At most, it can be considered an addition, if Stark wanted to. Just sell a few sets of steel suits, and come with some simple artificially powered external exoskeleton steel suits. Guo Feng had no doubt because it had happened before. A certain local power in the Black Continent was once willing to exchange a land equivalent to a quarter of New York State for a simple production line of steel suits. Of course Tony and Stark didn't like it either. As for that remote place, not called Wakanda, the annual tax output is not as good as Stark Industrial Group. Now it has gone from the ceiling of weapons and arms exports to the ceiling of the clean energy industry, earning more in a month. After all, he can be considered the richest man in a beautiful country, right? Tony doesn't lack the money either. Guo Feng stood on the top of the villa, looking at the brightly lit beach not far away under the evening sky. In his hand, he elegantly held a glass of 1982 Coca-Cola Happy Water in a goblet. Speaking of which, I don't know how Tony is doing these days. When he came out before, he seemed to be researching alien technology. It seems that the Kirita Energy Core has some kind of shuttle ability, right? Guo Feng drank Coke and Sprite and looked at the beach where the brightly lit ships passed by in the distance. Recalling the details of the Kirita Energy Core appearing in Spider-Man 3 in my previous life. This is what he told Tony specifically. Otherwise, based on Tony Stark's thinking, he would definitely not have much interest in those Kirita flying soldiers that could be broken at a touch. Advertisement in the eyes of Tony Stark, the thing worth studying should be Kirita's War Beast, which is the Leviathan transport lifeship of the Kirita fleet. However, according to the original timeline, nothing good was researched. It seems that Tony's biological life support system has only been upgraded by one model. After all, they are just cosmic locusts, not the high-tech of a cosmic-level empire. It sounds like Kirita has changed the minds of many civilizations in the universe. But in fact, they are just civilizations and interstellar chambers of commerce that have just entered the interstellar world. Chiruita people have never relied on high-end technologies. But they have this part of the biological transmission space device, which can directly bypass the defense system outside the planet. With the appropriate energy conflict, you can directly enter the enemy's planet. The key point is that the external planet defense system has excellent fire coverage, because fighting in space, those planetary civilizations do not need to worry about harming their own planets. But if the battlefield is moved to the surface of the planet, let's not talk about whether civilization will be timid. Not having enough ability to mobilize resistance within the planet is a very big problem. After all, a normal civilization would not allow powerful firepower facilities to be aimed at the political center where it is located. Otherwise, it would be extremely easy to lead to a rebellion in the military. Within the planet, the Kirita people, known as the Cosmic Locusts, naturally possess extremely high mobility and numbers. And they are a very good predatory race. The Leviathan war beast is more than just a troop transport. They have always possessed the anti-gravity of the planet's gravitational magnetic field, and can also greatly digest various power substances on the planet's surface. And with enough accumulation, it turns into a super large biological energy warehouse. But when you encounter a powerful single player with powerful destructive power, money is not worth mentioning. Of course, according to the original Avengers, it is purely because the Earth is protected by the Trinity Formation. There is no way to open a large portal, even without using space gems. The Kirita people have pretty good teleportation technology in the universe. There is no way to come to Earth. With Tony's ideas and his wisdom, he should be able to develop a method of space teleportation, right? Guo Feng took a sip of Sprite and thought to himself. Advertisement, but he wasn't too sure. After all, the space teleportation technology was developed by Tony after he saw the power of the space gem. Then we continued to study for nearly 10 years, and finally the results appeared. And that's the comic version. Although my world somewhat resembles the comic version, the overall trend is still biased towards the movie version. At least this version of Loki can prove everything. Guo Feng has tried Loki's level before, quite weak. His strength is probably a little higher than that of Captain May, and he has good skills in assassination with one hand. But regarding the energy released by the mage, it seems that he only knows a few phantom magics. Just like the one in the comic version, it has a sub-Heavenly Father level energy release method. It is the power of the first mage in the 9 realms besides the supreme mage. Not at all relevant. The comic version is different. Guo Fengduo can't guarantee it, but if he met the comic version of Loki before in this world, then I would definitely not dare to study it for a month. Soul-stealing thoughts. Marvel's original Loki is great. As a fake Marvel fan, Guo Feng knew very well that the character of Loki was not available before the movie came out. It all depends on the fact that in comics, one can control the will of others, or become someone else, and survive with the help of someone else's wife. This kind of life is somewhat biased towards Kira Yoshikage's life. That's why it was loved by European and American people at that time. I hope we won't encounter such disgusting things in the next Time Management Bureau. Although Guo Feng also likes the comic version of Loki. But it's fun to watch someone else be the 6th child. Once this old man wants to target himself, it won't be a question of whether he is happy or not. What's more, the comic version of Loki can beat Thor violently in the blackened state. With more than 60 tons of physical strength, missile-like magic missiles can be fired instantly, and all kinds of spiritual magic are at your fingertips. The key is that he knows a lot of space spells and has some research on predicting the future. Chapter 136 The Awakening of the Texas Guy. Hey, what are you thinking about? Guo Feng suddenly poured the remaining Sprite and Coke King out of the window. Anyway, below was the river where the young man wearing a scarf was waving. During this period of time, my distraction has become more and more serious. By the way, when will the frog cubs come back? The Ancient One mage said that he vaguely saw something brought back by the frog cub in the future that could cure his condition. At this time, it started to rain lightly in the sky. In Xanadu in the middle of the night, the bright lights always revealed that desolate feeling. That's weird. The headquarters of the Divine Spear Bureau gave a card with 10 million. My whole body smells of money. How can I feel desolate in such a life of luxury and luxury? Although he could change the surrounding clouds and rain by raising his hand, Guo Feng still did not choose to do that. The goblet in his hand and the cup mixed with Sprite and Coke beside it. Turn around and return to the villa. Only one sentence was left that faintly dissipated in the air. As the old saying goes, if you don't come to Xanadu's Bund, you will regret it for a while. I will regret it for the rest of my life if I come to Xanadu's Bund. It feels the same, but actually there's nothing interesting about it. The interior of the villa is beautifully decorated. It is said that a very famous official was found to have taken bribes by the Divine Spear Bureau, and was given a villa by a wealthy businessman. It has been confiscated. According to convention, it should have entered the auction stage. It's just that I haven't had time to sell it yet. Just then Guo Feng came. Zhang Xian, the director of the Divine Spear Bureau, thinking about Mr. Jack. Oh, the file bag has been updated. Guo Feng has a name with a strong Chinese style. At first glance, it is not the kind of names that foreigners make, such as Li Bai, Du Fu, Stomachache, OMG, Sao Sao, Tang Bohu and so on. Advertisement. The insiders of the Divine Spear Bureau speculated that they should have been influenced by the previous generation, that is, the group of people who fled from the war-torn Yanwang kingdom to the relatively stable beautiful country. Then he settled down there, relying on his fellow villager relationship with the legendary boss, Sichu Maitang. Therefore, Grandpa Guo Feng's generation developed rapidly. After all, he is a sub-celestial father-level powerhouse. He is considered a powerful person with a name in the universe, so how can all the countries on Earth not pay enough attention to him? Although the Divine Spear Bureau does not really want to continue checking other people's privacy. However, in this information war, everyone else is investigating, but if the Divine Spear Bureau doesn't investigate, wouldn't it be at a disadvantage? If someone has a psychological shadow from childhood, it happens to be a poisonous point. But because the Divine Spear Bureau failed to detect it, the other party became furious, and then they broke up over some trivial matter. What should I do? This is not impossible. although the Divine Spear Bureau rarely makes such mistakes because the country has a very sufficient level of informatization. And the Shenzhen Spear Bureau is very professional in dealing with these issues. However, the good brother next door shield is also developing in the beautiful country. What's it called? F-Wave. This guy, as the largest official organization in the beautiful country, although the overall strength cannot keep up with shield. However, SHIELD's main focus is to develop in the entire Western world. Beautiful country is just the headquarters, and this organization serves beautiful country in all aspects. So they also want to master the power of mutants. Then, something went wrong on the first mission, according to the information from the Divine Spear Bureau. That organization originally invited a relatively mild mutant with ordinary level 4 strength and relatively proficient control. Don't underestimate this kind of 4th level mutants, even if they only have ordinary levels of power, they are not advanced versions like Professor Charles and Magneto Eric. However, a mutant of this level can also cause fatal damage to a fully armed special forces team of 110 people under normal daily alert conditions. And that mutant is a very rare long-range mutant. Ability is said to be to control rocks. He has been hiding in Yellowstone Park, the largest park in the beautiful country, and has gathered a group of dozens of mutants. It was originally a good conversation, advertisement. In a beautiful country's traditional performing arts, under a round of coercion and inducement. Originally, the mutant had already agreed. As a result, the person in charge of the beautiful country F-Bo Na said something mean at that time. If possible, I would like to invite you to Xingbaika for coffee. Originally it was just an ordinary greeting, but what the organization didn't consider was the case of mutants. This level 4 mutant was the same guy who turned out to be just a normal, ordinary Texas guy when he was drinking coffee at Xingbaika. Suddenly I received a shock beyond my life. Someone wants to fall in love with him. Originally, this was not a big deal. Although the young man was not very handsome, he was very strong. But the key is the person he fell in love with. That person is a pure, authentic spokesperson for the transgender community. He is 1 meter 9 tall, covered in black tendons, and his face is painted with black and reflective blush. He is still a muscular man with only half of his hair long and the other half still bald. With a sissy tone and a look of nails all over her body, she said she wanted to make friends with this handsome guy. He was a pure girl. That day, the 19-year-old Texas boy received the most powerful impact in his life. Even the death of his parents didn't have such a big impact. As an old Texan with normal views, the young man took out the pistol from his waist seriously, and then warned the guy who was no different from the devil in his eyes to leave. And he rejected him very righteously. However, knowing that the muscular human being who could no longer identify his gender snatched the small-caliber children's pistol from his hand. Then he changed hands and wanted to use force on him. Once again, the Texas boy whose outlook on life was severely affected did not become a mutant according to the original situation. Although he was shocked enough, he was still not completely shocked. Of course, it is also possible that the trigger was automatically pulled under muscle pressure. For example, there may be an indescribable human being with a special hobby, a somewhat special body, or something like that. Anyway, explode. That day. It could be that Texas boy's nightmare, the chaos of unprecedented times. Chapter 137 Carol is here again. Therefore, the Divine Spear Bureau is worthy of being the group that does the best job. Anyone with a discerning eye knows that they will definitely monitor it. Therefore, the Human God Spear Bureau did not hide it. The place where Guo Feng was arranged to live happened to be quiet at night. If he went out during the day, it would be less than 200 meters away. It's a lively snack street. I don't know if life is arranged like this or for some other reason. Anyway, it is one of the first food stalls I encounter when I go out. They are all the styles that Guo Feng prefers to buy in Chinatown on weekdays. Although there are many differences between the taste of beautiful Chinatown and the authentic taste in China. For example, in order to better adapt to the tastes of beautiful Chinese people back then, and to better develop in the local area. The chefs in Chinatown who went to live in the beautiful country actually changed many of the original ingredients into authentic recipes. For example, Guo Feng has been eating certain things that he is not used to in Chinatown. Especially the General Zuo chicken. Although Zuo Zongtang was indeed a hero back then, his taste was indeed not very good. For Guo Feng, who prefers to eat authentic Anhui cuisine, it feels so boring that he feels panicked and doesn't want to eat it. However, it was not so uncomfortable when I returned to my country. As an international metropolis, Xanadu has all kinds of domestic dishes. There is no need to worry about finding food and drink. Guo Feng took his unlimited bank card and went to the bank to withdraw a thick amount of money and put it on his body. After eating for a long time, I walked from the street to the end of the street and had a lot of various snacks in my hands. However, the money in the bag is not much less, although compared to other places, prices in Xanadu are actually a bit more expensive. But for Guo Feng now, it's just all kinds of consumption, don't blink an eye. Buying along the way, eating along the way, and spending all kinds of flowers along the way. Enjoying the plants and trees that are almost exactly the same as in my hometown, I felt very happy and enjoyed myself all morning. Until I returned to the door of my villa, I saw the blonde girl who happened to get out of the car and was buying large and small bags of things to move to the villa next door. Guo Feng's good mood for the day came to an abrupt end. Guo Feng's feet quickly picked up the wind, and he quickly ran in front of her. Advertisement asking in a language that was not confident but rather questioning, Carol, who was now dressed in casual clothes. Why are you here? There are 3 points of shock, 2 points of impatience and 95 points of speechlessness.
This B***ch is so stubborn. Why can't you get along with me? If you do it like this, believe it or not, I can just read it in a month, but you drag it into the space and torture it for 100 days? I thought about it vaguely for a while. Guo Feng finally decided to give up this idea. It's not that I feel bad or lazy or anything, mainly because Tsukuyomi was broken and the backlash was uncomfortable. After all, no matter how powerful the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan is, he is still a planet-level item. At most, it comes from special operations and all kinds of strange abilities. They can barely combine the combat power of Ya Tianfu level. But after all, the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan is not the Samsara Eye yet. It has not reached the Sub-Heavenly Father level in terms of a certain magnitude. How could it be controlled? Because of the cosmic energy in the body and the unique mental training method of the Kree people. The spiritual shackles brought by the Supreme Wisdom have been broken. Captain Marvel, strictly speaking, his strength and spiritual aspects have improved a lot. The recent cosmic empire as big as the Kree Empire cannot only reach those physical civilizations or technological civilizations. The universe is so big, spiritual civilization is definitely within reach. There are definitely enough countermeasures. Well, I was just curious about what the captain of the Yanwang Kingdom said, so I came to take a look. I didn't expect that they would arrange for me to be with you. Carol was also a little embarrassed at this moment. Although she had been notified during the previous arrangement, Guo Feng lived in the villa next to it. However, seeing Guo Feng now, Carol will still think of her indiscriminate thrusts at him. It's quite embarrassing. After all, he has been wandering around the universe for so many years. Carol already has a considerable understanding of the law of survival of the weak in the universe. As a result, Carol follows the laws of every just planet. However, in fact, she still agreed with his so-called justice in her heart. And the second place is the various unspoken rules of the universe. Until the end, it is the laws of the planet and the country where we are currently. Advertisement this is genuine and there is no room for doubt. Although as a beautiful Chinese in the 1980s, Carol's enthusiasm for the beautiful country is still stronger than that of most people in the beautiful country today. But, after all, he has been wandering in the universe for so many years. She has been exposed to the worldview she accepted on Earth for more than 20 years, and she has also been exposed to the worldview of the universe for more than 20 years. But the difference between the two is that the worldview of the universe is more grand and comprehensive. Although some are unreasonable, but Carol knew clearly. In the situation Guo Feng faced before, according to the laws of survival no matter where in the universe, all actions taken by Guo Feng are reasonable. No matter where you are, you will not be condemned by the civilization of the universe. Maybe in some more powerful cosmic civilizations, Guo Feng would still be regarded as a guest. And even by Carol's own standards, even if she is a little virgin, she will no longer continue to help them after receiving various blows from certain civilizations or countries. There are no more than 3 things, but most people can't help it the first time. Guo Feng only broke out the second time, which is already pretty good. Although, Carol does not quite agree with Guo Feng's approach of directly attacking political figures from various countries. But in comparison, if you are angry at ordinary people in ordinary countries, Carol is actually very accepting of this situation. Of course, Carol was not able to accept Guo Feng's behavior of taking a sip of sparks directly at the country's sacred mountain. Although the country lived a good life in childhood, it still has its extraordinary power measures, and barely prevented part of the volcanic eruption. But hundreds of thousands of people still suffered catastrophic injuries. However, this already involves the hatred of the country and the family. Carol could still reluctantly express understanding. Just like the countries of Gaul and Great Britain. And Carol remembered one thing very clearly. That is, she once had a Chinese friend in high school when she was a child, and she saw this gentle Chinese friend go crazy for the first time. The reason is that someone asked him if he was from a country where he lived a good life. Chapter 138 Situation. Now that Carol has learned the real situation first. She originally had a very clear understanding of the laws of survival in the universe. Naturally, I began to feel that there was something wrong with what I did at that time. It would be okay if you won the fight with Guo Feng. After all, everyone knows survival of the fittest. A strong person with a big fist is justified, but Carol didn't win either. But she didn't lose, but Guo Feng didn't lose either. In this situation, the fists on both sides are about the same size. Of course, whoever is right is on top. Obviously, Carol is the one who doesn't care now. Others were eating hot pot and singing songs, but suddenly they were hit in the face by artillery shells, missiles and mushroom bombs while walking on the road. Who can bear this? Why don't you go out of town to surrender the bandits? The result was Guo Feng, who was on his way out of the city to capture the bandits. He was blocked by this glorious girl who claimed to be the teacher of justice and the lone policeman of the universe. Without saying a word, he was beaten. Neither lost nor won. But then I thought about collaborating. It would be nice to say I won't see you again. But the key point is that the Time Management Bureau is obviously a suspected, big man behind the scenes, that may control half of his life. How could Carol resist joining in the fun? But that's all the Ancient One mage who seemed to have high moral character and strong strength said. Once he went to another space, even a place that seemed to transcend time, to collect the thief. The main combat power is Guo Feng. Then comes the problem. What should I do if I have a conflict with the captain below at the beginning and I still refuse to take the lead? Carol took her rusty cerebellum, which was almost floating in the universe, and only the words tactical guidance and justice were left, and she moved it twice. Shiver twice to show that you were thinking. We came to the conclusion that this was not a plan. So that night, that is, yesterday evening, Carol, who has been back on Earth for only 5 hours, arrives at S.H.I.E.L.D. Even Coulson, his confidant, didn't know, had a secret conversation with Nick Fury. Advertisement. Then the next morning, a passenger on a plane from Washington to Xanadu in the Yanwang Kingdom accidentally saw a sea of clouds divided into 2 sections by a golden line of fire. Okay, I can't figure out what's going on inside, and I'm sure it's not just Carol's thoughts. Guo Feng said perfunctorily, turned around and prepared to leave, going to the small villa next to him. Anyway, there is a distance of several hundred meters. At least there is a sense of security, although the distance of several hundred meters is not enough for 2 people. If you need to cross over, it only takes less than a second. Carol saw Guo Feng about to leave, and for some reason she said something out of nowhere. Hey, wait a minute, do you know anything delicious around here? Guo Feng paused. Slowly turning his head 30 degrees, a strange cross light lit up at the corner of his eyes, and the corners of his mouth slowly raised an evil arc. My stomach instantly made a thunderous sound, fine white gas began to appear all over my body. The whole skin is a little red. In just a few seconds, the food that he had spent thousands of dollars eating in the entire snack street, which was at least 1/10 of the weight of a normal person, was completely transformed in Guo Feng's stomach in an instant. Elbow. In an instant, he used at least the 6th marine shaver and broke through to Carol at a speed exceeding the speed of sound. In Carol's confused expression, in an instant, like a rag doll being pulled away by a tractor, it flew up in an instant. 10 minutes later, the most famous restaurant in Shadu is the authentic Mountain City Jiugong Hotpot. It's only 10 o'clock in the morning, so it's not the busiest night for hotpot, nor is it a lunchtime. Therefore, there are only 2 tables of stars in the hotpot restaurant. An old lady with Xanadu's international style, simply speaking, a wavy old lady with tinfoil perm, stood aside as a waiter. Would the guest want anything? At first glance, he looks like a sensible person under normal circumstances. The first question was about Carol. This has nothing to do with foreign countries or China, it is mainly related to Bashu and mountain cities. It is generally customary to give bills to ladies. Unless it's an obvious big man. However, it is obvious that Guo Feng's appearance, which can be described as a handsome boy, cannot match Shancheng's image of a big man who wears a hood and raises his hand to say toad. So I still follow traditional practices, and now Carol is looking confused. Advertisement. It's not that she can't understand the menu, she's mentioned it before. The kind that feels like a localized dull pain, but here's the thing. Just looking at it can make a normal person's mentality explode. Of course, and it's not spicy at all, it's just slightly spicy. Her translation headset uses advanced equipment from the Nova Empire and contains more than 10,000 languages. Carol hesitated. The universal language translator can translate ordinary Mandarin. I was wondering if he had said some code words or something like that. And you can continue to download and include it yourself. So it's just a menu, but Carol can understand it. Carol looked at Guo Feng strangely, just in his impression. Until the waiter brought a big pot over, while secretly pondering this tone. And Sheba's stuff, aren't they things from the cows that the neighbor's farm used to throw away when I was a kid? Can this really be eaten? Carol hesitated, looking at the waiter with a strange smile. Wait a minute. I'm a Human, and I grew up in Bashu. I haven't had the authentic hot pot in our mountain town for a long time. Please bring me the most authentic one. Guo Feng couldn't stand it anymore, so he simply waved his hand and the waiter came to his side. And looking at the bright red hot pot in front of me. She has ample ability for limb coordination and finger coordination. But the key point is, can dialects be considered serious official languages? Carol's system did not collect the dialects of Yan and Huang countries, so he did not understand the meaning of these sentences. She picked up the chopsticks tremblingly, although she still looked a little uncoordinated. Guo Feng ordered a few dishes and ate them in a bowl of sesame oil. The translation headphones can also be used to read translated text. Carol hesitated, but Guo Feng didn't care. There is also the small intestine and large intestine. The waiter who was about to leave Guo Feng continued to warn. Are pig brains edible? The authentic 9-square grid is covered with various bright red condiments such as butter. After casually ordering a few set meals. But as a sub-Heavenly Father level powerhouse, he was a combat student who graduated with excellent results from the Kree Empire's military education. Mastering the rhythm of chopsticks is easy. Chapter 139 Hotpot and Drinking. Watching Guo Feng eat a few dishes in a furious manner. Carol ultimately felt. He can do it, so I shouldn't have any problem, right? So, after making some ideological decisions, Carol stretched out her chopsticks and picked up a piece of beef, which was covered with bright red sauce. After the chili peppers were crushed, there was still a lot of sauce left on the thoroughly cooked beef. Take the first bite. Carol's expression changed instantly. Whoops. It's so spicy, Carol exclaimed, but there were not many people in the store, so it was not considered a nuisance. Carol's face turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. It's like eating a few pieces of deviled chili pepper in one go. Guo Feng stared at it for a few seconds. After much hesitation, he picked up a piece of enoki mushroom from the hot pot and handed it over. This is for the spicy relief. Carol didn't bother to respond and ate the enoki mushroom in one bite. Then his face seemed to turn a little redder, and he didn't even bother to condemn him, so he directly grabbed the tea next to him and poured it into his mouth. Then his face turned redder. Guo Feng looked at it and laughed secretly. It's so spicy. Drink hot water. Flying God, why don't you order a drink? Guo Feng's little thoughts suddenly surged. Looking at it, it may be because the hot pot is too spicy. Carol had a tendency to put down her chopsticks. Guo Feng simply looked at Carol with provocative eyes. Although he said nothing, but his eyes seemed to say everything. Are you not good enough? Carol was startled at first, and then her body trembled suddenly. What can be seen with the naked eye is that some golden light seems to be overflowing from her lips. Guo Feng naturally encountered this scene. Isn't it right? These days, even if you eat hot pot, you have to rinse your mouth with cosmic energy? Guo Feng's provocative eyes instantly changed, and he turned to look at her with beady eyes. Carol was even more dissatisfied now. Her damn competitive spirit has been activated. Thoughts in mind. Advertisement, the physical level is about the same. If he can do it, why can't I? Then he saw Guo Feng pick up a piece of brain, and then not to be outdone, he also picked up a piece of hairy belly with red oil on the outside. After eating, his face turned slightly red again. Guo Feng was secretly happy to see this. The physical strength is about the same. But is this the key? I can breathe fire from my mouth and breathe thunder. Can you spit out laser light with your mouth? Guo Feng originally ate Sichuan food before, and the heavy oil and flavor of Sichuan food meant that he had a lot of meat. So Guo Feng is a master of spicy food. What's more, I usually spit out a few mouthfuls of fire every day when I have nothing to do, and the animal type. Green dragon fruit is reincarnated. They say that eating chili peppers feels like a flame burning in your mouth. But how does it feel to burn the flame in your mouth every day, burn it over, and then spit it out? Guo Feng said he was used to it and there was no problem. Since using the green dragon fruit's ability to spit fire every day, Guo Feng's ability to eat spicy food has been greatly improved. In fact, in the past, I could only be regarded as a person who can eat spicy food, but it is definitely not as good as the authentic Sichuan and Chongqing people. The medium spicy food I eat now is tasteless. I didn't feel that much after being abroad for a long time before. After all kinds of food in beautiful countries taste just like that. There are very few spicy additions except mustard. But the taste of mustard is completely different. Even the things in Chinatown can't actually be considered authentic Chinese food in Guo Feng's eyes. If you don't believe it, you can ask the people of Shandong and Sichuan and Chongqing. They have been fighting over the origin of Kung Pao chicken for almost 200 years. How do you feel about the sweet Kung Pao chicken? So until now I have returned home. Only then did Guo Feng realize that his resistance to spiciness had completely improved. Nowadays, there is only one word to describe the abnormally spicy food in Shancheng Jiugong. Just right. But what did Carol say? Although Carol's physical strength is stronger than that of Guo Feng under normal circumstances, he is even slightly weaker than Guo Feng who has turned on the dragon form. However, after all, Carol is just a sub-celestial father with accumulated energy. The reason why her powerful body was born was simply because her body needed to carry this powerful force. So it mainly depends on hardness and strength. It can be said to have reached the sub-heavenly father level. The key is the spicy feeling. Advertisement, it was a kind of pain, an irritating pain. It's not just physical toughness that can withstand it. After all, Carol's genes are still human genes. Her mouth represents the ability to withstand powerful attacks. But for taste buds, this kind of optimization can at most make them feel the taste more clearly when eating. How can you bear the heat? It's totally possible to say. Compared with ordinary normal people who eat spicy food, Carol's only advantage is that she did not need to go to the anorectal hospital the next day for local reasons. The two people started to compare. We kept eating a lot of food, and when we finally settled the bill, two people actually ate hot pot worth more than 3,000 yuan. Two people staggered out. The back-to-shoulder look no longer had the previous tit for tat and vigilance. Carol's face was flushed, and his lips were slightly swollen. Guo Feng, on the other hand, staggered and seemed to have no sense of direction when walking. The red color on his face did not look like the kind of red that comes from spicy food. He drank. I originally thought that relying on the metabolism ability of the blue dragon fruit, I could drink Carol to sleep. But who would have thought that, to be fair? Carol actually looked at him with provocative eyes, seeming to express one thing. No. Do you need to use your super ability to cheat even if you drink wine now? History is always surprisingly similar, even if this exciting scene happened only a few minutes ago. Guo Feng was still fooled. He mobilized the chakra in his body and consciously suppressed the metabolic cells in his body. Then he drank with Carol. Liquor. The Red Star Erguodo, which cost more than 40 yuan, was like boiled water in their mouths. Anyway, it was the Divine Spear Bureau who paid for it. Strictly speaking, it was rounded up and counted as free prostitution. The stuff you get for free is naturally delicious. What's more, drinking together, the harder you work, the better you get. By the end of the meal, the two of them had eaten more than 3,000 yuan worth of food and drank nearly 12,000 yuan worth of wine. Strictly speaking, Guo Feng, whose drinking ability is not very strong if he didn't use the green dragon fruit, almost fell down from drinking. And that happens to be Carol's specialty. Chapter 140 Current Situation. All in all, this is a lose-lose battle. It took more than 2 hours to eat. One was walking staggeringly on the street and scratching his head, and the other was walking half-shrinking down the street, holding his stomach. No matter how you look at them, they look like two somewhat abnormal patients. Whenever the two of them felt a little embarrassed because of the strange looks from passers-by, they wanted to use their strength to dispel the discomfort caused by alcohol and chili pepper. The other person will look at the other person provocatively. He also said nothing, but there was an unspoken meaning in his eyes. Hey, are you scared? The other person turned his head to the side as if he had been given a shot of blood. Grass. A kind of herb. Who is scared? It's not me anyway. Fake, you didn't admit defeat, you are the one who wants to lose. Just two people who together are almost over 100 years old. Mainly because Carol is probably in her 40s now, and Guo Feng has been in his 40s in his 2 lifetimes combined. Together they are over 90 years old. As a result, he was like a child out of anger, covering his head and stomach all the way back to the villa. There was no show-off scene. The security guards in this large villa area have long been replaced by the Divine Spear Bureau. Of course, Guo Feng and the others have already been notified. This is not to prevent Guo Feng and the others from going crazy. After all, a few security guards can't prevent it, right? Mainly to prevent some blind people from going crazy. After all, it doesn't matter which world it is. There will always be some people who are stupid and have too much money. The key is that there are people who still don't understand the situation. Guo Feng even didn't use his strength to get rid of the alcohol for a long time. The alcohol had begun to affect his mind. Now he is grabbing a guy from the security booth who is obviously a soldier. Make the other party smile crookedly, and then say a few classic shameful lines. Even looking at the security guy, I still don't understand. Guo Feng insisted on teaching word by word. Come, Lord Shira, tell me, little Guo family's Lin family's son-in-law, how dare you stay in my Wang Ermazi's house, the Black Continent god of war, such a high-end, 5-star luxury courtyard hotel, and you are the same. Can a beggar? Come. Carol held her stomach, feeling a sour and spicy pain from her lips to her small intestine. Then he looked at the drunken and crazy Guo Feng with strange eyes. Silently thinking about what kind of strange shape this is. Could it be the legendary street art from the Yanwang Kingdom? Final. Advertisement. The two people staggered and returned to the villa. In the end, I stayed because of the orders from my superiors. The security guy who had to say those shameful lines stood on the ground with a numb face. He kept thinking about these words that made him feel inexplicably ashamed. You actually feel a little superior? Although one of them had a stomachache, the other was drunk. However, at least there is still a lot of sense, at least when Guo Feng was rapping and playing basketball. It didn't show any ghost plot about going to the wrong room. At most, Carol has now replaced the title of Tiger Girl in his heart. They turned into Tiger Girls and brothers wearing golden fur. As for the beautiful misunderstanding that beautiful country is best at, that can only be said to talk about the world. The version of Carol in this world is the Captain Marvel type, more like the movie version. Whether it's combat effectiveness or something else. In short, it is closer to the movie version. For example, she looks a bit like what netizens jokingly called Aunt Surprise in her previous life. She looks a little younger, but only a little. Staggering back to his villa, he fumbled to open the door, and then his powerful body crashed through a wall next to the open door. Covered with debris of bricks and stones, Guo Feng lay directly on the big bed. Within a few minutes he was snoring. Other side. Carol was getting a little more uncomfortable. When Guo Feng gets drunk from alcohol, at most he needs to let go of himself and use chakra to limit his metabolism. It won't take a few minutes for you to wake up again. However, Carol has not used the cosmic energy in her body to eliminate those spicy factors. So it's due to her body's excellent digestive function. Those things full of chili peppers have been almost digested. So as soon as I returned to the villa, Carol immediately changed her previous look, which was at least superficially calm. The whole person turned into an arrow, and a golden light shot out in the villa instantly. Flush directly into the toilet. Advertisement. Guo Feng slept soundly. During sleep, chakra's control over the body's metabolism naturally diminishes. So after sleeping for 7 hours I woke up. It was just that they were quickly cleared up by the Divine Spear Bureau. It's just that there are no more games. One of them couldn't get in because he looked strange. There is still a high possibility that Guo Feng will be angered and asked to visit landmark buildings in various countries. At least he didn't do anything to put the blame on himself. No sign of headache at all. Most of the countries Guo Feng offended were white countries, and there were 2 rare yellow countries. Because we went to eat hot pot at noon, Carol spent the entire afternoon in the toilet. After all, Guo Feng, who owns shares in Stark Industrial Group, also has a touchscreen mobile phone that is not inferior to that of 2018. Guo Feng can be said to be refreshed, but it is also because each country needs to ensure its own credibility. Only the ventilation system in the toilet has never been turned off. One couldn't come because he had hatred between his family and his country. Like next door. Guo Feng picked up the phone in his hand and checked the time. The final assessment of myself is that my whereabouts are unknown. Guo Feng could only express this in 2 words. As the world's top arms company. The first generation of touchscreen mobile phones had just appeared. After casually reading a few messages on my phone. When I first left the villa area today, I felt at least a dozen strange looks. It seems that the countries around the world that have obtained their own are still very clear. Do something in the news, something like fishing boats. At this time, the world's technology is in a relatively confused state. Well, it's already 7 o'clock, hee. But because civilian technology will always be a generation behind military technology. It makes Guo Feng look like a blackened version of a superhero. The battle damage was not said to be serious. Almost all the equipment in the entire villa area is turned off. It can be seen that countries around the world no longer want to deal with themselves. Now, first of all, there is no big news in the world, and the news about his troubles in various countries have been successfully suppressed in the hot searches. This is Asia after all. Chapter 141 Return of the Frog Cub. The powerful metabolism brought by the ability of blue dragon fruit. Guo Feng soon woke up from his hangover, certainly. Strictly speaking, he should have been drinking at noon, and he was considered drunk at noon. After all, the state of drunkenness did not exist in Guo Feng. Even according to normal science, the wine on the earth today, unless it is water of life or various industrial alcohols. Strictly speaking, Guo Feng, who has fully awakened the green dragon fruit, has no feelings at all. If it weren't for the previous confrontation with Carol, one would not let the other party use self-healing ability to eliminate the excess spicy stimulation in the mouth. Naturally, neither of them would allow the other party to use their metabolism beyond that of a normal person to digest the alcohol. That's why Carol and Guo Feng appeared. One stayed in the toilet for a whole afternoon, and the other went directly back to the villa and fell asleep. However, Carol's ability to resist alcohol is somewhat similar to Guo Feng's ability to resist spiciness. They have been relatively accustomed to it since they were young, so even if the body is suppressed intentionally, it actually does not have much impact. Although it had not been 5 or 6 hours since the last meal, and what the two of them had eaten before was equivalent to what a normal person would eat for almost a week. However, digestive ability is so good after all. Guo Feng's stomach is empty now. Although he is not hungry, he does not feel full either. Standing on the open-air windowsill, feeling the breeze blowing on your face. In the villa 100 meters away, the light in the direction of the toilet was turned on, and Guo Feng subconsciously covered his nose. The blue dragon fruit's abilities are all good. The only thing is that there are individual flaws. That is, for example, if it is the ability to improve physical fitness in all aspects. Great amplitude for the sense of smell. As a result, the sensitivity of Guo Feng's nose under normal conditions is several times that of normal people. And with full firepower, Guo Feng, who transformed into a green dragon, could even clearly smell the smell of shaxi and stinky tofu sold on the ground while flying at a height of several hundred meters. Therefore, when Guo Feng goes out on foot, he usually avoids public toilets built around roads. Of course, some are really unavoidable. Guo Feng will also use chakra to seal off the senses of his nose. Advertisement, but unexpectedly, Guo Feng didn't feel any strange smell coming from Carol. Guo Feng couldn't help but take another look. Is this girl a little fairy who only sits and doesn't pull? Guo Feng speculated in his heart. However, it wasn't until that accidental glance that Guo Feng's powerful dynamic vision directly saw the lights on the opposite side, and the blinds on the toilet exhaust window suddenly flashed with golden light. Even if it only lights up a small amount, it's like someone holding a flashlight and quickly turning it on and off. However, Guo Feng still showed a strange smile. Yo ho ho, that's really good. He is worthy of being a person who can wander in the universe. His metabolism must be directly sterilized by the energy of the universe. Guo Feng looked at the villa next door with a meaningful look in his eyes. Since Carol's previous drinking and hot pot meal, the relationship between Guo Feng and Carol can be considered harmonious. At least there is no unnecessary tit-for-tat meaning in it. But I originally thought about going to find Carol to have dinner. After all, eating alone doesn't make much sense. But thinking of the golden flash that just flashed by, Guo Feng felt that Carol might not have that appetite, right? But have dinner. There is no soul if there is no one accompanying you. Certainly, it does not rule out that Guo Feng is simply too lazy to move. In this sentence, isn't it just a matter of shouting? But that didn't stop the operator on the opposite side, who should be from the Divine Spear Bureau, with excellent qualities, from answering very politely. After sending the takeaway boy away with a smile and giving him a tip, Guo Feng leisurely sat on the sofa with a big bucket of family food in his arms and watched a TV series, including The Temptation of Going Home, a new drama in the past 2 years. Suddenly, a space in his mind that had been dormant for a long time and that he had been looking forward to every moment for almost a while was activated. Feeling the excellent atmosphere in the country and the excellent professional quality of the operator, Guo Feng couldn't help but compare himself with those shield guys in the beautiful country. Whispering sound. Neither is Mao. Advertisement. There happens to be time in this life. As for whether this service was mentioned on shield, Guo Feng selectively chose to forget it. Just in time to take a look. I was unlucky in my previous life and became a social beast. Okay, do you need anything else? He casually took out his cell phone from his trouser pocket. Turning around and returning to the villa, he took out a bottle of Happy Fat House water from the refrigerator and lay down leisurely on the soft high-grade sofa in the same way Jie Yu lay down. Guo Feng was suddenly shocked. Half of the chicken skeleton in his hand instantly remained in his mouth. The chicken skeleton that remained in his mouth was instantly burned into ashes by the dragon flames that emerged due to his emotional excitement. Although it is a crazy joke, in fact, the crazy Thursday during this time period has not yet appeared. It was a bit of a machine, but it sounded so kind to Guo Feng. The incomparable voice sounded in his mind. I don't have free time to watch these TV series that according to didn&rsquo are very interesting. 15 minutes later. An excellent courier knocked on the door of the villa and brought Guo Feng a deluxe version of the family bucket that was completely different from the takeaway kendeji he ordered before. He said lazily, because just at that moment, after all, Tony had Jarvis's help, so why did he need to call for takeout? I have heard that sentence countless times in my previous life. No, thank you. They didn't even want to treat me to a family bucket on Mad Thursday. About 10 minutes passed. Guo Feng didn't care about this and didn't even bother to move his tail. Why are you wearing Pinru's wardrobe? A few dial keys clicked, and the call came through in less than 3 seconds. Hello, Mr. Guo, do you need anything? It's April 6, 2011. The weather is sunny. Crazy Thursday. Please order a French fries, fried chicken and cheese pizza. I want 2 portions of Deji's crazy family bucket because the second one is half price. Thank you. The person who spoke was a gentle, easy-to-like female voice. Your frog cub has returned from his trip, go and see the gifts and postcards he brought you. Chapter 142 Plane of Io. Hearing this voice seemed to only appear in a dream. Guo Feng instantly ejected from the sofa. In a matter of seconds, he got rid of the chicken legs on his hands. While hesitating, he glanced at the unfinished Fajai happy water, a few pistol legs, and a half-inch pizza on the table. After a moment of hesitation, a mouth that was almost half a meter in size, with sharp teeth and fine dragon scales, swallowed all the food that had been placed on the table in one bite. Then he spun out 2 bottles of ice-cold Fajai happy water and a glass of coconut milk in 3 seconds. Enter space. Guo Feng in the real world disappeared instantly. Instead, he appeared in a 3-dimensional space where time was slightly blurred and space was not defined. Still familiar. Blue sky and grass, a slowly flowing stream not far away, and a house that looks like a log cabin. And a little frog that I haven't seen for a long time and miss every moment. It's just that this time the frog cub looks slightly different from the previous times. In fact, every return is different. When he returned from the One Piece world for the first time, Frog Boy looked like a pirate with a black eye patch covering his eyes, wearing a pirate captain's uniform, and a small pistol on his waist. Returning from the world of Naruto for the second time, she wore a black-red cloud robe, cool glasses, and pink manicure. That was the outfit of the Akatsuki organization. Returning from the world of mortals cultivating immortals for the 3rd time, the Frog Boy was wearing an ancient Chinese robe and looked like a frog-shaped immortal cultivator. This time is no exception. It's just that when the baby came back this time, Guo Feng didn't immediately see which world he had traveled to like the previous 2 times. Because this time, the frog cub is wearing armor that seems to be made of ice, and it also looks like a heavy armor from the Middle Ages. In his hand is a file-sized sword that looks about the same as a toothpick. Advertisement. Take a look at the instructions. Your frog cub has just returned from the world of Ferenia. Please accept the postcard. Then dozens of postcards flew directly in front of Guo Feng. The first picture shows a frog cub that has just been packed up and has just stepped through a dimensional crack. A wild wolf that was at least 2 or 3 times the file size of an ordinary earth wolf suddenly jumped out of the grass. The frog cub who just traveled to the world of Ferenia met a dire wolf with a combat power level of 6. Then in the next postcard, the frog cub jumped up, seemingly preparing to fight back, but suddenly a blue crack appeared in the sky, and the frog cub seemed to crash into it without any precautions. The lucky dimensional traveler was received by Io, the god of creation. In the next postcard, a seemingly confused frog cub fell out of the blue crack and rolled a few times on the ground, looking at the great god in front of him in confusion. When he saw the figure in the postcard, Guo Feng froze instantly. It was a majestic being that seemed to be lying among the stars, playing with large tracts of nebulae. A somewhat benevolent-looking head barely poked out from a galaxy that was at least no smaller than the Milky Way. It turned out to be a probe that could barely accommodate such an existence. And it can be clearly seen that there are 8 necks that are like uncirculated mountains and cannot be described in color, reaching into the galaxy. Then a few short lines of text appeared in the postcard. Io, also known as Io, the 9-faced creation dragon god, the founding god of the world of Faron Io. Almighty multi-universe powerhouse. Guo Feng's mind instantly flashed with an 8-level strong wind. This existence was actually very small, but it was unfortunate. Guo Feng happened to like this type of novel when he was reading it. He had read many of this type of novels by the way, and also learned about that world view. The world of Faron, to put it simply, is the game world composed of many games produced by Blizzard in the previous life, and their common world view. It even includes a multi-universe composed of part of the world view such as World of Warcraft, Dungeons and Fighters, Dungeons and Dragons, and even the Honkai Impact series. In the descriptions of those Puja internet writers who can't even afford to eat, Io, the god of creation, is described as someone who likes to have fun. And the greatest fun is to capture the special lives of some souls from various worlds and give them some special abilities, such as the power to travel through worlds or systems. Advertisement let them be reincarnated into the Faron multi-universe. Especially those alien dragons described in the novels that time travelers transformed into, but Guo Feng chased them for a long time. And an all-around multi-universe powerhouse, doesn't that mean that it has surpassed the Transcendents and the Celestials, as well as the Observers, who are only ordinary multi-universe level experts? Do you want to exist in the same realm as the 5 founding gods in their complete state? Guo Feng quickly continued looking for postcards. The next postcard shows the frog cub happily taking out the cake he prepared for him and sharing it with the great god Io. God Io was very happy to receive the sharing, and vomited something like a trekking stick from Cloud City to the frog cub. Your frog cub shared the food with Io, gained the friendship of the nine-faced creation dragon god, and received a gift in return. 7 Scepters of Order, broken version. At this time, Guo Feng let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that he had not offended the almighty universe-level boss. Keep looking at the postcards. The next picture shows Frog Cub and Io waving goodbye and re-entering the ubiquitous space cracks around them. Your Frog Cub bid farewell to his friends, took a step forward, and returned to the material plane. He was blessed by Io and received a special baffle, blessing from the sky. Then, among the other postcards, there were more than a dozen of them forming a comic strip. The simple story is that after a little frog returned to the material plane, his muscles suddenly expanded and he suddenly became a frog giant. Then he grabbed the tongue of the ferocious wolf that was coming towards him. Crackling, swaying back and forth and left and right. He directly smashed this ferocious wolf, which was equivalent to a normal human mid-level warrior, to death. Then, among the dozens of remaining postcards, the frog cubs traveled around Europe in what looked like the Middle Ages and experienced various customs. Guo Feng's reminders never stopped. While traveling, your frog cub came into contact with the master elemental mage of the Lion Kingdom, Zari Hildo, and decided to learn magic from him. Chapter 143 Generous Gift. In the 1.5 years since he studied magic, Frog Cub has mastered basic subjects such as potions, alchemy, necromancy, evocation, and psychics. And mastered the professions, mage, warrior, alchemist, pharmacist, necromancer, psychic, etc. The total combat effectiveness level has reached level 19, the peak of the master's comprehensive system. Then the comic strip on the postcard turned a few more pages, and it showed a frog boy wearing a black French robe, holding up a staff in a room filled with all kinds of lights. There are mysterious pictures and texts all around. Blue light flashed across. Your frog cub was transported to an alien plane by a super-large interdimensional teleportation certificate. What comes into view is the snow-capped glacier. On top of the snowfield with a white background, a little frog wearing a black mage robe looked around blankly. Your frog cub was transported to the ice elemental plane. Then it turned into a comic strip right after. The little frog walked all the way on the snowy snowfield and met all kinds of beasts on the way. There are snowfield wolves covered in white, living in groups in the snow, and crouching in wait for their prey to appear. There are also huge amounts of white bears that are even bigger than tanks, and their bodies are covered with spikes made of condensed ice. But these are nothing compared to the frog cubs. The protection of heaven, personally protected by Io, the god of creation. Immune to all physical, soul, physical and non-material plane attacks. Immune to divine damage. Immune to magic damage. Natural magic affinity max. It is conducive to being invincible by nature, and then combined with the comprehensive ability equivalent to level 19, the attack power of the peak master level, and it can't be killed no matter what. Guo Feng saw with his own eyes that the frog cub in the postcard fell into a huge amount of ice cave, causing it to wake up a legendary white dragon that was at least level 22. Then the white dragon sprayed frost breath at the frog cub for more than 10 minutes, but nothing happened to the frog cub. On the contrary, the white dragon roared hoarsely. While traveling in the ice elemental plane, your frog cub made new friends and obtained a position. In the picture, he is about 5 or 6 meters tall. His upper body is in a very strong blue-skinned state, and his lower body is a frost vortex that is spinning crazily, like a flying blizzard. Advertisement: Ferlin Frost, the Grand Commander of the Ice Elemental Plane, the Ice Elemental Duke, with a combat power level 52, is equivalent to the Ice Elemental Commander with weak divine power. There were a few like-minded friends behind him, sharing the food that Guo Feng exchanged before leaving. Soon, Frog Boy's social circle was connected. One of them caught Guo Feng's attention. It was a goddess who looked extremely gentle, but was about 9 meters tall, with a curvy front and back, and her whole body was also made of blue ice jade. The frog cub lived very well in the ice elemental plane, and finally decided to work part-time here, and was successfully used by the Frost Queen Anisil, level 87, great power, disabled. At the bottom of the postcard, there is this note. Great divine power, equivalent to a single universe level. Gudong. Guo Feng's Adam's apple slid up and down twice. After flipping through the last postcard, system settlement is enabled. At the end of this trip, Frog Cub brought back specialties for you. The 7-segmented Staff of Order, a 78-level powerful divine power, is a staff representing order created during the first Chaos Expedition launched by Skaro, the first Duke of the Wind Element, in order to attack the demonic abyss. The 7 Scepters of Order have the power of rules to forcibly transform a part of chaos or abnormality into a state of order. The current state is incomplete, only 6/7, and the order is not completely established. Guo Feng saw the first item first, and while he was pleasantly surprised, he also thought silently. This should be what the Ancient One Mage said, a way to make the group immune to time and space suppression. It may work occasionally. This must be the reason for this incomplete 7 Scepter of Order. Professional transfer method in the world of Farron, the 7 major professional transfer scrolls of the Evocation Mage, Arcanist, Alchemist, Necromancer, Apothecary, Warrior, Archer, and Elemental Mage, with production methods included. And the general outline for each profession to reach the stage from level 1 Apprentice to level 19 Master. Each department, there are 87 legendary skill books from level 20 to level 29. Each department, 15 high-level legendary skill books from level 30 to level 39. Each department, 3 demigod skill books from level 40 to level 49. Woohoo! Advertisement. Guo Feng was so happy when he saw this. Although these professions are only basic professions, and the skill books that come with them, the demigod level they can reach is only equivalent to the peak Earth level. But what is this? It is a path that can be directly cultivated to level 90, equivalent to the highest divine power in the Farron worldview, which is also the multi-universe level of the Heavenly Avenue in the Marvel Universe. Even the skill books that come with it are below the demigod level. That means Guo Feng has the ability to mass-produce the magical side legions of the Earth and the peak? You know, there are only 6 mages in the entire Karmatage with life levels at the pinnacle of the Earth level. They are all great mages stationed in the 3 major temples. Or he is the direct disciple of Master Ancient One. According to Guo Feng's estimation, the vast majority of Kamatage's mages are actually normal mages of only more than 10 levels, or at the master stage. Legends above level 20, and advanced legendary mages below level 39. In Kamal Taj, he is even called a master. This is because they are good at loan sharking. They don't have to work hard to create magic, they're just energy transporters that make their level so high. Even estimated based on the information Guo Feng received. Hulk, who is currently in a fully exploded state, is at most equivalent to a demigod of over 40 levels. Earth level peak combat power. This is a resource that can be invested for a long time. Guo Feng felt happy for a moment, then check out the rest of the gifts you brought back. The frog cub brought back a part-time job, by the way, and it will be matched according to the host's strength. As soon as he clicked on it, Guo Feng instantly felt a breath of ice coming to his face. Subconsciously, it transformed into a 1,000-meter-long blue dragon. The whole body began to exude an oppressive aura. At this time, Guo Feng suddenly saw the ice blue woman with a warm breath, the Ice and Snow Queen. Ding, your strength is at the peak of the sub-heavenly father level, with medium divine power, and you have been awarded the title of Honorary Duke of the Ice Elemental Plane. Chapter 144, Power Upgrade in a Blur. Guo Feng seemed to appear in a land of ice and snow composed entirely of blizzards. The extreme cold, at least a temperature of more than 20 degrees below zero, is a temperature that can usually make him feel a little chilly. There was also a biting cold wind, but this time, it didn't make him feel the slightest chill. On the contrary, there is a warm feeling, just like being in a warm bed at home at 8 o'clock in the morning. The cold wind was blowing, and the whole pale world had the texture of ice and snow. Guo Feng spread his body wantonly, feeling the difference in the surrounding environment and his own state. Wanton, because he is the soul. Guo Feng's current appearance is a bit abnormal. First of all, suspended among the ubiquitous rotating ice, is a huge amount of giant that seems to be like a 1,000-meter-high colossus. The surface is covered with blue dragon scales, and the 2 dragon horns are like the steepest mountaintops, thrust diagonally toward the sky. Muscles, all over the body, are not ordinary muscles. Rather, it is like an epic poem, with a texture that even the best David carved by Michelangelo cannot describe. Anyone who sees it will praise it, the ultimate creature. The eyes are strange, because they have blood-red pupils, and there are countless kaleidoscope black patterns inside that are constantly changing, almost never the same again. There is a trace of an emerald green bottle between the eyebrows, but a special power of peace of mind and concentration is faintly revealed. Hold the sky bottle. This is what Guo Feng's soul looks like. But now, along with the height above the sky, it is also huge, and it is obvious that it is emitting cold air that can freeze even space. However, it exudes a warm feeling like the rising sun. The white gauze skirt that has just begun to bloom is like a snowy field, like a fish swimming in huge amounts in the white sky. Crystal lip opening. Guo Feng, level 69 Mad Dragon Warrior, level 59 Illusionist, in the name of Frost Lord Anisil, I grant you the ultimate Ice Elemental Affinity, the blessing of Frost, and the title of Duke of the Ice Elemental Plane. Along with the lips that look like blue-green crystals closed. Here, a world that seemed to have many rules that were different from the multi-universe of the Marvel world suddenly turned upside down. Advertisement: endless amounts of ice instantly poured into Guo Feng's body. The ice is cold, but warm enough. Guo Feng felt the extreme coldness in his soul. It was as if his soul, which was already capable of initially affecting reality, was frozen into lumps of ice by this sudden force of ice. But, deep in his soul, a rule with a hexagon shaped like frost begins to generate. The power of frost is raging in Guo Feng's body, but there is a warmth that feels rapid growth deep in the soul. To understand it in terms of the world of Farron, the popular theory of the world system they generally use. Then you can understand Guo Feng's eyes state like this. It was originally level 69, and was called the power of the Mad Dragon Warrior by Anisil. According to the name there, this level should be called Medium Divine Power. That is, the pinnacle of sub-heavenly father level powerhouses in the Marvel world. This is the enhanced version of Guo Feng's animal-type fantasy beast species from the pirate world, the Green Dragon Fruit, Awakening. The powerful ability brought by what Guo Feng originally trained with was the 6th form of the Navy in the pirate world, as well as the 3 colors of hockey, the hockey of knowledge and the hockey of arms. These 2 are physical powers, as well as the significant improvement in mental power due to Guo Feng's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Bringing ultimate control over the body. Therefore, after practicing the 6th form of Navy to the extreme, the life-returning skill appears. Only then did he reach the peak of the sub-heavenly father level of level 69, with medium-level physical combat power. Soul aspect. That is, the level 59 illusionist is naturally the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan that Guo Feng's former frog brought back from the world of Naruto. These 2 obviously have similar world combat power, and they also have peak level skills. It's just that the system optimization brought back by Frog Cub showed different aspects. The improvement and optimization of the green dragon fruit is mainly reflected in its defense and attack power. In other words, the original upper limit of the blue dragon fruit has been increased. When the original blue dragon fruit is fully awakened, it should be the pinnacle of Earth-level combat power. In other words, a strong man who has barely reached the early stage of sub-Tianfu level. Between level 49 demigod, level 50 weak divine power. Advertisement: you can refer to the original Yonko Hyakuju Kaido in One Piece who has the ability to awaken the blue dragon fruit. His combat effectiveness is obviously not as strong as Guo Feng can show now. Therefore, the ability of the green dragon fruit obtained by Guo Feng has been eliminated after the shortcoming of fear of sea water has been eliminated. What is increased is the upper limit of combat power. And the optimization and improvement of Guo Feng's eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan. Mainly reflected in its multifaceted nature. The eternal Mangekyo Sharingan is the most powerful power of the Uchiha clan in the world of Naruto. It has almost no consumption of naked eyesight, and can also release huge amounts of the complete version of Susanoo. It also possesses the power of destroying hills with one move brought by the awakening of Kaido's blue dragon fruit and the 100 beasts in its normal state. However, the Mangekyo Sharingan has one characteristic. Whether it is the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan or the ordinary Mangekyo Sharingan. There are only 3 abilities. The left and right eyes can awaken the power of spiritual reflection. With just one eye, as long as you have enough chakra and faith, you can summon Susanoo. However, the improvement of Guo Feng's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan is here. Diversity enhanced by his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Obito's divine power. Create a small dimensional corridor space independently, and open the vortex of space anytime and anywhere. Amaterasu, the must-have Mangekyo Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. Wherever you can see it, a flame of darkness burns. As long as there is matter burning, it will never go out. Earth will increase life. Coming from a dead family, the 2 eyeballs on the left and right together open 3 rotating Magatama, which is the second pillar. Able to freely control Amaterasu's movement within the range of the dark flames. There are also various kinds of Susanoo. Guo Feng has Susanoo's missile power, which has directly taken away most of the foreign parts before. That is, Susanoo in the Crow Tengu form of Uchiha Itachi, the filial son of the ninja world. It has a 10-fist sword that can activate illusion attacks, and a 8-foot mirror that absorbs the energy of material attacks. Behind him is Uchiha Madara's Tengu Kayasano who is fighting with Carol in close combat. Chapter 145 Duke of Ice Element. Guo Feng. The ability of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan in Guo Feng's hand is collectively referred to as an all-powerful one. Ability to possess almost all kaleidoscopes. That's why he is a level 59 illusionist. He is obviously only a demigod with the ability to be on the edge of level 40 to level 50. However, Guo Feng's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan is so omnipotent. Even if it is just a pair of one-sided Mangekyo Sharingan, then it will be considered the best ninja Shira Uchiha in the Naruto class to play the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Not only does he possess Indra Chakra, as well as various S-level ninjutsu, but he also has B-level fire escape and high fire extinguishing that are simply a sea of fire level. Uchiha Madara's strength. At most, it can exceed the original power system evaluation, and at most, it can reach the combat effectiveness of a mid-level sub-heavenly father-level powerhouse. However, in Guo Feng's hands, the double-digit ability of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan has successfully allowed him to reach the mid to late sub-Tianfu level even if he only uses the eye technique of the Mangekyo Sharingan. But now, between these 2 powers, except for the soul protected by the Sky Palm Bottle, Guo Feng was born with another profession mentioned by Frost Queen Inoil. At first, some ice-like crystals gradually appeared in Guo Feng's soul. His huge amounts of dragon body actually turned into ice blue color in an instant. A breath of frost similar to that of Inosil began to emanate from the depths of his soul. A force gradually changed part of Guo Feng's soul state as well as his outer body. Level 11, Ice Elemental Warrior, with strong spiritual power. Guo Feng, who has just converted, has already reached the initial stage of being a normal Superman. Equivalent to most street heroes in the Marvel world. It can also be described as a second-level mutant. Barely possessing the combat skills to run an amateur police team. Then, as Guo Fengbing's elemental power began to condense in his body and soul, his ice elemental level shoots upward like a rocket. Ice element level 19, Ice element Knight, Ice element level 25, Ice element Lord. Ice element level 37, Ice element Baron. Ice element level 41, Ice element Count. Advertisement Ice element level 57, Ice elemental Marquis. Ice element level 61, Ice elemental Duke. In a short period of time, I don't know if it is because of time issues, but Anisil, a great divine power of more than 80 levels in the world view of the Farron universe, has been brought to this world. As a result, the power projected by oneself is somewhat incomplete. But it still maintains a strong influence equivalent to the late-stage power of a single universe level. Time has no effect on the vast majority of single universe level powers. Therefore, even though Guo Feng was enjoying the 2 extreme mental states of feeling good but also very painful. It seems like a long time has passed, however, it seems like it happened just a second ago. Not bad. I thought you would be like Munkner, who took more than 200 years to transform. Like the most perfect girl in the world, but also like a graceful and luxurious lady, Frost Queen Einahir said. Guo Feng tentatively waved his arms. in this temporary frost dimension constructed by the power of Enesil. A 10,000-meter-long ice and snowstorm was unleashed. Only at this time did Guo Feng have time to check the condition of his body. His original draconian form has disappeared. The scales that were originally cyan have now turned into ice that seems to be the oldest in Antarctica, appearing on the body with a beautiful light blue. The upper body still has the inverted triangle bad back, devilish muscles, and male waist. However, the lower body has disappeared and turned into a vortex of ice that is constantly spinning. It's like the beauty of a whirlpool that even the best special effects at Haochaya cannot create. It exudes a cold but beautiful light blue atmosphere. The originally white dragon horn seemed to be like the wood of a willow or birch tree, with a color that was infinitely close to pale white. But now it seems that in the blue agate river in Vienna, the white pearls born from river shells that have been sleeping silently for hundreds of years without anyone fishing for them are thousands of years old. If you want to use another god once, it turns out that Uchiha Shisui also understands. Guo Feng finally understood something that he had been wondering about for a long time. Use an eyeball to cheat death, and what suddenly appeared in my mind was the knowledge about various world dimensions, as well as all kinds of ice spells and divine spells that even reached more than 70 levels. No, advertisement isn't this equivalent to a situation where there are 6 bombs, the opponent has 13 cards, and the flying dragon will not lose at the starting point? Moreover, Guo Feng can feel the powerful power of ice in his body like an arm, and it seems that he has the ability to freeze a desert into a glacier at will. It's simply a bug. Every time you want to use other gods to control important characters in the Marvel world. Even a spiritual master like Guo Feng has broken through to the sub-Tianfu level. In short, the appearance has improved from Yuhiro Fanma to perfection, and he has also developed the appearance of the ultimate creature with various painting styles and beautiful looks. The only flaw is that the skill CD of B Tiantian, a top-level illusion, is too large. I am in a peak sub-Heavenly Father level mental state to control a street hero who has just reached Superman level. After all, he is just a cage-level ninja. If Guo Feng slaps him casually, he will have to use Ikinami once. As a result, there is still a possibility of being broken free now? It's ridiculously big. Moreover, I don't know if it's because of the world's suppression. But there will definitely be a chance to be broken free. It can be called the most buggy illusion ability in Naruto. When Guo Feng had this idea in his mind, there was something secretly warning him. With this extra knowledge, it will take several more years to recover. Other gods. That is one of the abilities of the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Even if he is just active on the streets of New York, he has occasionally seen street heroes who are still in their mortal stage. Can subtly modify anyone's subconscious mind and thoughts. What the hell? The powerful sixth sense in Guo Feng's heart can always give him a reply. Can change the thoughts of any existence. Even the original third Hokage, supposedly, should be a ninja with early Earth-level combat capabilities. Daredevil mark. But until now, with some advanced knowledge of the ice elemental plane, Guo Feng understands. It's under control. Chapter 146. No more dragons. However, it's not time to say it yet. After all, my mental state is over 60. Guo Feng responded to Ano Hill with a smile. The monka that Ina here mentioned before was transformed into ice element and used for more than 200 years. Guo Feng already knew his identity from the inheritance of the power of ice. The top mage of the ice system, a giant dragon with suffocation syndrome, and a white dragon at that. The world of Farron is also a multi-universe world. And the vast majority of life races are humans. It is different from the Marvel world, which prefers scientific terms for dimension names. Their names for other worlds are collectively called planes. A world like Earth is called the material plane. The ice elemental plane is the elemental plane. In other words, throw Domu, the Lord of the Dark Dimension, directly into the Farron universe. Then he is the super-large elemental plane, the master of the dark elemental plane. But, after all, these masters are only a few. The main body of Farron's universe is still human beings. There are just a lot more supernatural creatures. For example, the elves are born with a lifespan of over 500 years. He was born with the fighting power of a normal adult, and after sleeping for more than 100 years to adulthood, he was directly in his 20s. In the Marvel world, he was at least a third-level mutant dragon. There is also the Titan clan, which is similar to the Dragon clan. Monka is a white dragon born in the material plane of a medium file size. The white dragon is the shame of the five-color dragon clan. Because their white dragon bloodline master died very early, they are a shame to the entire dragon clan. The vast majority of dragons are actually very large when they are born, and some will be like the file size of a medium-sized predator, such as a cheetah. Even, as the leaders of the Metal Dragon clan and the five-color dragon clan, the Golden Dragon and the Red Dragon had a file size equivalent to that of a young cow when they were born. Bailong, on the other hand, is trash. When he was born, he looked like an adult native dog. And the IQ in childhood is no different from that of wild beasts. Advertisement. Unlike other dragons, they can speak in jingles when they are born. Due to the weakness of the White Dragon clan, among the Dragon clan, the White Dragon was hunted the most times in its childhood. As a result, they are more likely to suffer from a disease than other dragons. Disadvantageous disease. To put it simply, it is because he received too much stimulation in his childhood, and it is difficult for the White Dragon to become a legendary dragon above level 20 in adulthood. If you want to become a legendary dragon, most white dragons have to wait until they reach the age of a mature dragon, which is more than 300 years old. But there is more than 100 years between the more than 100 years of adulthood and the more than 300 years of adulthood. Some dragons feel extremely uneasy, so they will choose to sneak into the human world and choose to learn a profession. Warriors are the choice of most dragons in this situation. However, there are occasionally many exceptions, for example, Munkner. Because when she was just born, Moenkina's white dragon mother, who had just grown up, was kidnapped by the Frost Giant tribe. At the same time, there are 3 unborn brothers and sisters. Due to premature birth, Moenkina, who was born early, could smell the smell of his mother's cooked dragon meat from afar in the frozen gap. From then on left the seeds of hatred. Perhaps because of extreme fright, Moenkina's IQ was much higher than that of White Dragon of the same age. And calmer. So in the Frost Plateau, eating worms in the ice cave, he survived for 3 years as a young dragon. Then by raising ice worms and holding a breeding farm, he successfully entered the teenage dragon stage. Munka had just begun his first hunt among dragons. He attacked an old wolf king who was driven out by the wolves. The old plateau wolf king, whose combat power had been weakened to only level 5, was quickly bitten to death by him. In the lair that the old wolf king has been running for 5 or 6 years. Munkner discovered the first textbook reading. That's why Guo Feng was humble in front of Ano Hill. The reason why he sold it to a passing human merchant who had been inspected for a long time in exchange for a mage book. What follows is a transformation process similar to that of Guo Feng. It's just that Guo Feng is different from him. Since he did not sleep for a long time, the food he ate every day did not contain too much magic energy. Advertisement finally, I chose the reverse summoning teleportation circle with ice attributes carved on the glacier. All kinds of plateau moss and frost worms, and occasionally some ice rabbits that ran around his cave, or plateau yaks that got separated from the group for extra food. That's true, but you should get to know Moenkona well. After all, he will be working with you for a long time in the future. This time, he also achieved the status of an Earl in the Ice Elemental Plane and the title of a knowledgeable Ice Elemental Dragon Scholar. However, he has been studying spell notes for many years, and the only few times he went out were to disguise himself as a large mysterious man covered in a cloak to sell the animal skins and some ores that he had captured over the years. Moenkona's mage level has reached level 24, then, except for wiping out the Frost Giant tribe for revenge, most of the time he spent most of his time hiding in the ice fields, occasionally going down the mountain to collect spell materials. Therefore, due to years of malnutrition, Moenkona's body is not as strong as that of a dragon. Guo Feng's expression paused, an absolute powerhouse in the young dragon stage. Roaring loudly. Instead, he looked a little thin, like a skeleton dragon that had been hungry for a long time. The power of the white dragon has its limits. The power of knowledge is infinite, so your highness the queen. You know, at this stage of being in their early 100s, some of the top dragons among the 5-color dragons, the red dragons, have already reached level 20 or above as legends. Around 100 years old. Moenkona, who had lived through the lifespan of more than 2,000 years of the dragon clan, saw that he was only a level 31 dragon. Inohill smiled warmly. Moenkona has clearly reached the final stage of the young dragon. A mage book written by a junior mage who was attacked to death by the old wolf king when he was still a 9th level plateau snow wolf king when he was young. But you can't say that. Arriving in front of the Frost Queen Anisil. White Dragon Moenkona, I am loyal to you. I offer my heart to the Ice Elemental Plane. Although they are both transformations of strong men, they are different. But it's just a white dragon with a dragon level of 16. Guo Feng's power to transform ice elements is optimized by Frog Cub, so Guo Feng adapts to the power of ice elements much faster. From then on, Moenkona was out of control, then he looked at his Frost Mage level of over 40. Successfully reached the age of the extremely old dragon. Even an ordinary white dragon can reach around level 17. Chapter 147 Two Gods. When I slowly typed 3 question marks, it wasn't that I had a problem, but that I thought you had a problem. Guo Feng directly turned into the face of an old man on the subway on his mobile phone. And looked at Enisir with a puzzled expression. With all due respect, I don't quite understand this sentence. What does it mean to stay together for a long time? Moenkona is the Earl of the Ice Elemental Plane. Does it have anything to do with myself now? Guo Feng believed that even if he now became a Duke of the Ice Elemental Plane, he would have the strength equivalent to a level 61 Ice Elemental Duke. However, the world of Farron and the Marvel Universe are far apart after all. How can it be affected? It's impossible for people from the Farron Universe to come to our side, right? In response, Einahir smiled gently as the biting cold wind blowing quietly on the surface of the earth, and responded. Look over here. Then, before Guo Feng could react. Then Inohill grabbed his arm. At least the palm temperature was absolutely 0 degrees, and it was directly pulled on Guo Feng's arm. Even if he has transformed into an Ice Elemental Duke, his resistance to the ice attribute in this area has increased by almost hundreds of times. But Guo Feng is actually still a little uncomfortable with it. But soon he was no longer in the mood to think about these things. Because, the moment Guo Feng was directly grabbed by Inohill's arm. It seems to feel like falling to the ground from a very deep altitude. The sudden feeling of weightlessness made Guo Feng a little confused. Wait until he reacts. The whole world has become different in his eyes. Material particles and soul particles show colorful colors, and colors that seem to be black and white are wandering in the space. Space is no longer observed from a 3-dimensional perspective. Instead, it was like the waves on the sea caused by a whale that just broke out of the water and then crashed behind it. It seems that there is a folding of space everywhere. It seems that as long as you take 2 gentle steps, you will be transported to another fold of space. There is also a light green glow. For Guo Feng, this kind of light seemed like a person with severe myopia without wearing glasses. I always feel that this vague green light exists. Advertisement, but it appears and disappears. Guo Feng had a vague idea about this kind of light. Time? Guo Feng felt that things were approaching around him, but he had not yet touched himself, whether it was the influence of the spatial folds or the influence of the slightly invisible light of time on him. All when they are about to approach their body surface. He was frozen by a kind of ice power that has the same origin as his current state. The power of ice that made him feel cold all over. There is no doubt that it was Anao Hill who brought him to this special perspective dimension and was slowly moving forward. A single universe-level master. Just now, when we received the response from your frog cub, the creator god of this world also passed the letter message at the same time. Found our dear creator god. They had a friendship discussion and decided to imitate each other. Einahir's whole body seemed to be covered with a gauze skirt made of snowstorm condensation. Any folds in the surrounding space will be frozen neatly by her. Some people want to mess up the time, but there is no chance to start messing up, and they will be frozen into ice by her. Guo Feng vaguely saw the sky in the sight dimension. There seemed to be 2 extremely large beings occupying the position. I don't know if it's the emotional exchange on the internet. Or maybe they were comparing each other's strokes. But according to Guo Feng's ability, he could feel it. The 2 of them couldn't even exist in his sight, and they couldn't be accepted by his sight at all. Genuinely friendly negotiations are underway. Guo Feng was a little hesitant, but his mind suddenly recalled those linkages from back then. Then, Guo Feng's mouth immediately lost control, and he said something as if his brain was twitching. Is Marvel also going to create a Farron parallel universe? So will you arrange a PK with Ultraman, who joined us as a guest star some time ago? Just finished speaking, looking at Enasil's confused look. Guo Feng was a little embarrassed and directly covered his forehead. Embarrassed? How could people in the Farron world know about something like Ultraman? But, advertisement, it seems to be a sentence mentioned by chance and inadvertently. Wearing a pure white suit with a sexy pink belt around his waist. Just like an ordinary old man, but you can still see a lot of spirit. The creator of the Marvel world, it is in a floating state. Slowly shrinking his body. What a great idea. How about using King to strengthen the monster tomorrow, or simply drag the monster into the abyss and turn it into a demon? Accompanied by an old, but very energetic voice, there was crackling applause. Beyond the almighty multi-universe level powerhouse. It can be said that he is exposed to the world like an ant. Io appeared. In the end, it gradually turned into a person, holding a cane in his hand and a little bit awkward at the waist. At the same time, there was another giant god in the sky gradually descending the dimension. The greatness that was originally impossible for Guo Feng to observe began to lower the level of his life. While clapping vigorously, a small notebook appeared in front of him. Guo Feng already fully understood the specific identity of this being. Wearing a pair of cool, and really cool, high-angle sunglasses. It's like a 3-dimensional creature turning into a 2-dimensional creature. Not familiar. Among the 2 phantoms, there seems to be a great phantom that wants to get closer to this world. I saw the old man leaning on a cane, shrinking from his majestic state of creation. Seeing as from the supreme, invisible existence above the sky. But while he was writing and drawing in his notebook, he was also mumbling some terms. A face full of wrinkles, but kind and humorous, good. Guo Feng felt familiar instantly, OAA, and completely gray hair. No one is holding a pen that seems to have been produced in Los Angeles in the 1980s and 1990s, but a mysterious power controls the pen to write and draw in the notebook. Along with this, Guo Feng felt the air pressure in the skies suddenly drop. Isn't this Mr. Stan Lee? He looks like Mr. Stan Lee. No. We have to create a parallel universe now. Chapter 148 Outrageous. Within the rules of the world, a 10-headed dragon god with mottled colors, exuding metallic luster and bright colors, was suspended above Guo Feng's head. He possesses all the characteristics of the dragon clan that Guo Feng has shown before. Even the ability of the Azure dragon fruit has not appeared in the world of Farron. It still appears on Io's body. Guo Feng felt that in front of him was the 10-faced dragon god who seemed to be able to have a relationship with any dragon he dreamed of. Shock flashed in his eyes. It's not just the appearance of the Western dragon in the world of Farron. Io's dragon body has many characteristics of an Oriental dragon. As the creator god of the Western fantasy world, Io does not have a different sense of conflict. Instead, there is some strange sense of harmony. Curious? It was silent, as if it was a majestic sound like the spring breeze turning into rain. Guo Feng's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that my way of thinking and what I just said in my heart were overheard? What methods should be used to avoid this problem? However, Guo Feng suddenly reacted, the person in front of me. But a multi-universe creator god, an existence beyond the almighty universe level. Why is it impossible to read minds? Even, maybe in one's own mind, it looks like very rigorous thinking, in the eyes of the other party. It was simply a mass of lines of thought spread out in front of him. He didn't even carry a codebook, you'll know just by looking at it. No fuss. Yes. After understanding this, Guo Feng stopped being pretentious. Answered very honestly, he wanted to know, advertisement.
I want to know why Io, who is obviously the creator god of the Western fantasy world, has the physical characteristics of an Eastern dragon. I possess the authority of the dragon race. This is a power given to me beyond the multi-universe rule level. I originally represent the dragon race. All life forms related to dragons have some influence from my area. Io finished speaking lightly and by the way, as if to give an example. As soon as it changed hands, it turned into an indescribable and nameless mist. His body spread to endless lengths, and the power of thunder and fire spurted out from the gaps in the scales all over his body. The dragon's scales are almost green and somewhat black and reflective. It carries the power of wind and thunder. The fog of things that possesses the corrosiveness of time and space is rolling. It was as if a salted fish that had just woken up was doing this, making its final swing and struggle. Guo Feng once again showed a shocked expression, even if it is expanded 1,000 times. The nature of the power also seems to have changed a lot, and it has been strengthened in stages. Guo Feng can still recognize it. The dragon that God Io has transformed into now. This is exactly what the blue dragon looked like after he fully awakened from the blue dragon fruit. He is worthy of being the controller of dragon authority. Do you have the ability to freely transform any deity's power with the concept of dragon attributes? Yes, I understand. Guo Feng nodded vigorously to show that he understood, and secretly imagined where the upper limit of this power was. By the way, may I ask, Your Majesty, why did you call me here? At this time, Guo Feng had just come out of the shock of Io randomly changing his dragon shape. Suddenly he remembered this thing again. This is the reason why he came here. Oh, that's right. Stan Lee, who looks like an old man, also known as OAA, has now changed his appearance again. He turned into a man wearing the same suit as before, with a pink belt, a white suit, a back tie and sunglasses. But now he looks like another person. He was in a happy mood, waving the sketch pen in his hand with a smile on his face, and quickly sketched in the blank area in front of him. It's also very interesting. The Hulk performs the warrior profession, and after 3 months of training, he becomes a demigod of over 40 levels. After achieving great strength, he goes to challenge the king of the Titan clan in a duel. Dragon-blooded warrior Tony Stark, the most famous top alchemist in the Blue Star continent, developed the level 70 god-killing armored golem. Advertisement instead, they gathered in Latvia, with the powerful funds of the Green Devil Osborne Industrial Group investing in domestic enterprises, allowing the national economy of this small country to grow rapidly. Wanda, the daughter of Chaos, absorbed a new professional power and by chance, completely mastered the inertia of Chaos. Let Latvia, which was supposed to be completely destroyed under the madness of Dr. Doom, become the richest small country. Guo Feng took a closer look. Dr. Doom directly blacken triples, twice as 9 times. When you are a human being, you cannot defeat the devil. Didn't do anything to cause trouble. From then on, the mafia, underworld, etc., except when collecting protection fees at work, had to obediently help the old lady cross the road every day. He was immediately shocked by Lei, then stopped being a human being. To be precise, it should be the younger version of Stan Lee. The villain Dr. Doom counterattacked, pulling back the IQ ceilings of the Green Goblin, Kingpin, Dr. Octopus, Dr. Chen and other villains who were supposed to directly claim to destroy or rule the world. After tens of thousands of battles, he successfully inherited the legacy of Mephisto, one of the previous demon lords of hell. Completely getting rid of the influence of Crimson Mephisto Ceratos, who is a great divine power of more than 80 levels, that is, a single universe-level powerhouse. This cartoonist who looks like a university professor is actually the creator god of a certain multi-universe. All right. Suddenly awakened after being beaten into a pulp. Become the devil lord of hell directly. Cut down the gods and become the world's best alchemist. This founding god has just entered the creative state of a young cartoonist, and his whole body is at the peak of his creative state. Then, the Kingpin directly unified the entire Latvia underworld, including the artificial star sun that Dr. Octopus almost successfully developed. There is also the story of Hawkeye changing his job as a ranger, having children with the elves, and eventually the children reached the pinnacle of life. Soon a special color was drawn in the void in front of him. Finally kill the Titan King. Dr. Doom also relied on soul spells to choose a path of no return. Dr. Octopus and Dr. Chen, as well as highly intelligent energy villains, have developed various energy technologies. Became a Lord Mage. Stimulate, after working hard for tens of thousands of years, he finally became a powerful man with level 75 divine power, equivalent to a Heavenly Father level powerhouse in the Marvel world who has completely mastered his own power. He wandered into a planet in the universe and gave birth to hundreds of millions of descendants, becoming the 6-armed Hulk god. Chapter 149. I'll do it for a lifetime at most after reading the cartoon appearance of the creation god who looks like Mr. Stan Lee. Guo Feng's head was like being struck by lightning. It seems a little overloaded. He also had a face that was as dull and weak as a wooden chicken. However, both creation gods knew it. This lil guy is not fainting. In the dimension of mind, spirit and will, except for some overly important information that is protected by that little frog. This sub-heavenly father level, powerful man, who does not know how to protect his own mind and will, is sending out big words like a barrage. This is crazy. Outrageous. He moved the doorframe and slammed the door. What an outrageous evil. Whose Iron Man can summon the troll statue? Whose Iron Man doesn't open a steel fortress, but directly opens a mage tower, for wind, earth, water,
fire and 3 large elemental pools as personnel, and countless steel puppets, that is, steel golems, as cannon fodder support. One after another, super large floating forensic evidence and defensive attack arrays above the god level, gathered together, can actually form one of the strongest crystallizations of the arcane age, one of the pinnacles of mankind in the Farron universe. Floating tower, also, forget it if the Hulk turns into a stallion. After all, Hulk is not without a ball. The series about hospitality has already been shot. But what the heck is it after a stallion in a race becoming a god? What is the difference between this and slime god? Maybe the god of slime is a weak divine power, but the Hulk, who became the god of the Hulk race, was able to press down and rub on the ground a group of gods who were at least Heavenly Father or above, that is, more than 70 levels of powerful divine power. Okay. Guo Feng was numb. Even the villains have begun to take the mainstream route. Guo Feng was only slightly surprised, no reaction at all. At this time, OAA, who looked like Stan Lee when he was young, was still continuing to create. For example, a place called the M78 Nebula suddenly appeared in the universe. There are crayfish aliens and various aliens who claim to rule the Earth at every turn, and one after another salty Superman descends on the Earth. OAA even operated a twin-tailed alien with salty eyes named Mary, who had just broken through the world barrier. A dragon god named Bahamut came to this world. Advertisement. A loving and friendly exchange took place. Finally, a man was born, the metal dragon-headed Ultraman. Bahamut, the metal dragon god of the dragon tribe, good and lawful camp, god's residence level, medium divine power, dragon level, level 79 ancient dragon king. Guo Feng was completely shocked. He mouthed a few words with his lips expressionlessly. How about some influence, Tiamat? The righteous have come out, it's time for the evil. Let her have an affair with Bei Laohe? Anyway, it's just a linkage between parallel worlds, right? Guo Feng is no longer obsessed with the collapse of the world's painting style. He no longer worries that the collapse of the painting style in this world was directly caused by him. Destroy it. Tired. Anyway, the Marvel world originally has a lot of world linkages. Various world systems can be summed up by the projection of parallel worlds. However, this time the linkage with the multi-universe world of Farron may be slightly louder. After all, this was done by the two creation gods themselves. Okay, it makes sense. This is how light and darkness should be dealt with. Find an opportunity and I will arrange it. The person speaking was not the cartoonist creator Stan Oaa Lee. But I. Laziran. Oh. Guo Feng twisted his neck and looked at Io like a robot. But he found that he had turned into a human form that looked like a young man. His face was full of joy and the unique pleasure of a fun-loving person. Although Guo Feng doesn't quite understand the fun of connecting Ultraman and various Dragon Kings with their respective camps mixed together. But the big guys on both sides seemed extremely excited. Exchange experiences with great interest. It's as if he is the creator of third-rate novels and humanities from somewhere. Your character is completely ruined, you too. At this time, Guo Feng had completely transformed into a Tukao star, spraying out powerful Tukao energy crazily. Until the bosses on both sides finally finished the last paragraph with great enthusiasm, which meant that a certain egg-eyed alien who was a former dark ancient warrior could be the mastermind behind the plan to complete the plan to eliminate the Titans. In the end, under the influence of Guo Feng's complaining energy, which was so powerful that it almost affected the real world, they had to stop some of their plans for the future. Advertisement. Cough cough cough. 2 coughs covering up embarrassment sounded at the same time. The two bosses IO and OAA looked at each other at the same time, and then showed amiable smiles at the same time. One person held Guo Feng down on one shoulder. He said in a tone that could not be expressed without being a leader for hundreds of thousands of years. Guo Feng, young man, you also know how difficult this situation is. Our two multi-universes are not easy to get along with. Then IO and OAA would alternately talk to each other from time to time. Talk about problems in the multi-universe economic belt, how difficult multi-universe long-distance trade is now, and so on. All in all, Guo Feng can sum it up in just one sentence. Because the world is now seriously insufficient, organizations on both sides have new plans, so the organization has decided to vigorously cultivate your world. You will be the supervisor of this plan, so do your best. There are no fixed rest times and no fixed working hours. As long as you don't cause problems in the world, the universe will be left to you. Guo Feng rolled his eyes silently. Isn't this girl 007? What about blessings? I don't want to do this kind of prostitution work for free. If word gets out, I, Guo Feng, will be working for nothing. Will anyone think highly of me in this industry of time travelers from now on? Wouldn't that make you laugh at me? No, gone. Guo Feng hasn't finished the last word yet. At this time, I saw IO mysteriously taking out a crystal. You can actually see some reluctance and some heartache from his expression. It was almost tremblingly handed to Guo Feng. The original Godhead has uninterrupted growth power, and can reach the highest level 90, which is your multi-universe level. I have modified his parameters. Now this original Godhead does not require faith or anything like that. It only requires you to maintain the balance of the world. When it reaches a certain limit, it will automatically upgrade. Guo Feng's eyes instantly shone, but he still resisted with some embarrassment. At this time, OAA also showed the same expression as before and handed over something. Guo Feng's eyes lit up. I can do this for the rest of my life at most. Chapter 150 The 7-Section Staff of Order. There was another flash of light in the villa in Xanadu, Yanwang Kingdom. This time, at the moment of flashing, Guo Feng's souls just landed on the smooth floor. Dark blue ice condensed in this area instantly, as if the air was frozen out of thin air. Like other mutants whose ice mutant abilities have awakened, they release the power of ice with all their strength at the beginning. That's just frost white, far from the deep white power of ice. According to the difference in temperature, there are several levels. Normal ice power. The exterior is white, the color of the frost that hangs on the window eaves in winter mornings. Generally, the temperature of these ices is around -1 to 5 degrees Celsius. Then there is ice which is white and somewhat transparent. The temperature is generally -5 to 15 degrees Celsius. The vast majority of mutants with frost attributes can use their full strength to create ice cubes with a temperature of this level. Some blue ice usually has a temperature below -20 degrees Celsius. At present, the entire Marvel world has nothing to offer except for old antiques like Laufey, the king of giants of Jotunheim. That is, Iceman Bob is still in the X Academy and has not officially joined the X-Men. The manifestation of this power is that he can already start to control the water molecules in the air, which is commonly known as creating a large number of shaped ice cubes out of thin air. As for the dark blue ice, I want to make it. This is generally the temperature of thousands of years old ice in Antarctica or the Arctic. Of course it is -50 degrees, and it even goes below. Because of the power I just gained, Guo Feng is not proficient in mastering the power of ice element. Just after leaving the unknown space, Guo Feng didn't realize that his ice power had reached the sub-heavenly father level when he appeared, so he froze the villa into ice cubes on the spot. The strong cold air continued to spread along Guo Feng's location. It was obviously a 3-story villa with black and white walls and red tiles, but it was quickly coated with a layer of blue-white frost. The biting cold air has even spread directly outside the villa. For example, Captain Marvel Carol is still squatting at home and struggling in the toilet. Suddenly I was surprised to find that the temperature here seemed to have dropped several degrees. Advertisement, but she didn't turn on the air conditioner either. Carol opened her senses, and her senses at the peak of the sub-heavenly father level instantly made her feel the starting point of the cold air. More than 500 meters next door, Guo Feng lives on the 3rd floor of the villa area. Carol opened the window, and what came into view was a small villa covered in dark blue frost. Forehead. At this time, Guo Feng, who had suddenly realized that he had inadvertently frozen the entire villa, came to his senses. He quickly sensed the surrounding ice elements and began to pay attention to control the movement of the surrounding ice elements. Control, control, come back, come back, come back. Silent recitation can indeed give people psychological hints, at least in this case. Guo Feng quickly thawed the entire frozen villa. However, a few of the more sophisticated gadgets running in the villa were short-circuited due to the sudden extreme temperature difference. But Guo Feng doesn't care about those high-precision things. To him, there is no difference between a high-end computer and a top-end computer. After solving the problem of the villa, Guo Feng decided to think about it. After all, something magical just happened. Bang. The huge floor-to-ceiling windows were shattered. Guo Feng was stunned. Because I need to use all my strength to control it, I just got the power of ice in my body that is not very obedient. Therefore, whether it is the hockey of seeing and hearing or the spiritual power of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Guo Feng focused all his attention on the inside of his body. Only then did we not notice the creature running at great speed outside. What happened to you here? Guo Feng stared blankly at Carol, who broke the glass and got in through the floor-to-ceiling window. At the same time, Carol also looked at Guo Feng seriously. Her excellent physique can feel the extreme temperature difference caused by the temperature environment around her. Today's floors are still as cold as standing on a world of ice and snow. Nothing, mainly because I just talked about a few things with the god of creation. Guo Feng said casually. He is not in a fighting state now, but the power of ice surging all over his body really makes him very restless. In the body, the power of ice, like a blizzard that is spinning crazily, cannot be vented. Guo Feng didn't want to go out and fight. Advertisement. So, now, I don't really want to talk. I just want to pick up Feijai Happy Water, lie on the sofa and think about the specific steps that will follow. If you don't want to say it, forget it. I'm not forcing you, just be fine. Carol had no idea that what Guo Feng said directly turned out to be the truth. Instead, she thought Guo Feng was perfunctory with her. I came over with good intentions to check on my neighbors, but was ignored. Carol wanted to say something, but her stomach turned. After snorting coldly, his body was filled with golden light again. It turned into a golden lightning and returned to the villa opposite in the blink of an eye. Go to the toilet. Guo Feng was left alone, looking at the ground covered with fragments of floor-to-ceiling window glass. Sighed slightly. Now is not the time to worry about this. He grabbed a dozen Fat House Happy Water with his backhand and walked directly up the stairs, preparing to return to the bedroom on the 2nd floor. Bang. When the bedroom door is closed, Simmons' big bed is indeed refreshing. Lying on the bed that almost made my whole body sink, Guo Feng began to recall what he had experienced in the past 10 minutes. First, Guo Feng raised his hands, which were empty except for the little finger of his left hand. On the other 9 fingers, there is a jet black ring with many mysterious hollow patterns. It's not actually a ring, it is one of the top artifacts in the world of Farron. In that world, it is even equivalent to one of the Infinity Stones, its status in the Marvel Universe. The Staff of Order. It can pull all the rules into a lawful rule range. Based on the inherited knowledge of the ice element that appears in the soul. Guo Feng knew it immediately. The 7-segmented Staff of Order is actually made of 10 special segments of astral divine gold. The star realm of the Farron universe is the cemetery of the gods. This kind of metal is gathered on the gods who have the rules and authority of the gold element. Combined with the special rules of the star world, the special god's gold was born. Before the Farron universe was equivalent to the time when the story mainly took place, it was probably hundreds of thousands of years ago. Chapter 151 Harvest. A group of intelligent and lawful beings decided to deal with the evil abyss demons of chaos who have been threatening the order side. Launched a terrifying battle to penetrate the entire endless abyss. The leader is the Grand Duke of the Wind Element. Ferhanansi, Ferhananki, the first Grand Duke of the Wind Elemental Plane. Level 79 Powerful Divine Power. He was the most powerful Grand Duke of all planes at that time, and the most powerful successor after the Wind Elemental Emperor left the multi-universe. Led by the Grand Duke of the Wind Element, there are a large number of legendary level soldiers from various world alliances per capita. Among them are the coalition forces from the elemental plane. Generally, they are elemental beings who started out as knights and nobles among the elements. The angels with 4 wings are above of the kind-hearted 7 hills of paradise, led by the over 60-level Archangel Commander, form the Angel Legion. Angel, the love thorn of Twin Eden's twin heaven. The demons of the lawful evil 9 purgatory, as for the evil disgust of chaos, led them, a group of demons who were originally warlike and bloodthirsty angels, to join the war. The leader is Zariel, level 79 fallen angel, the great devil, the daughter of destruction. There are also believers in the gods and the church coalition of believers. They are all church elites sent by various good and lawful gods. And the elite legions of the human empire. There are also various races. For example, orcs, or humanoid creatures such as centaurs. There are also kind and lawful dragons like metal dragons participating in the battle. It brings together tens of millions of intelligent beings. It can be called the most grand war in the entire Farron universe, except for the catastrophe of the saints known as the end of the gods. More than 100 gods fell directly into the abyss. To be able to have 2 or 3 legendary level high-level combat powers in a kingdom with millions of people is like cabbage. The leading Duke of the Wind Element, Ferhananki, holds the blessings of the gods in his hands, and is made of the metal of the gods that was born from the corpse of the once fallen great power, the sun god Palor, and was created by Dwarf and the god of craftsmen. A sacred staff that can completely transform the location of chaos into the territory of order. That's the one in Guo Feng's hand. However, the one in Guo Feng's hand is incomplete. It was just the launch of that huge war against the abyss, that is, the Chaos Expedition. But after the failure of the Chaos Expedition, he and the demon prince Gao Zhen were trapped in the hands of the Grand Duke of the Wind Element in the noisy tunnel of the Howling Abyss. In that battle with the demon prince, even if it is an artifact like the 7-jointed staff advertisement, it was still broken into a small piece. I don't know where I went in the abyss, the staff of the 7 sections of order. It has the special ability to transform all chaotic power into order. At the same time, this artifact does not transcend time. But the reason why it does not exceed time is not that it cannot, but because it must transform a territory into a place of order within the time limit. Such transformation is considered effective. Therefore, the staff of the 7 sections of order is not an item under time. On the contrary, it will vaguely exceed the time limit, at least after the power of this artifact is stimulated. It should not be weaker than the power of time, at least it can compete with time. This should be what the Ancient One Mage said is the power I have that can resist time, right? Guo Feng thought silently in his heart. As for why we can't bring more of Earth's local heroes into the Space-Time Management Bureau. Presumably it is also because the 7-section staff of order is incomplete, which should not be enough to maintain the power of order for a long time. Therefore, we need some strong people who are powerful enough to resist time in a short period of time. Then the second equipment. The identity of the Duke of the Ice Elemental Plane and the corresponding transformation. According to Guo Feng's inheritance memory of the ice element, he learned it. The requirements for titles in the elemental plane are as follows. The weaker divine power is the Count. The medium divine power is the Marquis. The powerful god is the Duke. They respectively correspond to weak divine powers above level 50, and sub-Heavenly Father level powerhouses with only 1 or 2 special abilities. Those above level 60 have medium divine power. A sub-Heavenly Father level powerhouse possessing more than these 3 aspects. Those above level 70 are powerful divine powers. That is to say, a strong man at the Heavenly Father level that surpasses a sub-Heavenly Father level strongman. However, with the failure of the Chaos Expedition, strong men in the elemental plane became much rarer than before. Therefore, a general medium-level divine power can also be called a Duke of Elements, but it cannot be called a Grand Duke. Moreover, because of the particularity of Guo Feng's original advertisement, although it only looks like a professional level of level 69 with medium divine power. However, Guo Feng's development of Qinglong fruit was quite thorough. Coupled with 3-color domineering, powerful physical compatibility, etc., Guo Feng has reached the sub-Tianfu level in terms of body and skills. Then there is the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, although it should only be over 50 levels. But also because of the spiritual enhancement, there are also rare objects such as the Sky Palm Vase, and the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, which has the comprehensive ability of all kaleidoscopes. Guo Feng has reached the sub-heavenly father level both mentally and magically. In fact, it achieved 4 sub-heavenly father level combat capabilities at the same time. It is already comparable to some weaker heavenly father level powerhouses. And the evaluation will of the ice element world. It is evaluated based on actual combat effectiveness. So I gave Guo Feng the identity of an ice elemental prince, and he was under the top transformation of ice elemental power. Guo Feng also possesses the ice element level combat ability equivalent to the Ya Tianfu level. Then there is the godhead given by the god of creation of Io. That is the special power of the Farron universe. He has the ability to create a kingdom of God equivalent to a small dimensional space, and here, he can have authority equivalent to that of a dimensional lord. It's simply a top-notch increase in combat effectiveness. It just needs to be cultivated. There is also part of the advanced salary provided by OAA, the creator of the Marvel world. It is an authority. Just turn on this part of the authority. So, everything that happens in this single universe. Guo Feng can know it immediately. It is also a part of omniscience and omnipotence, a single universe-level omniscient authority. In addition, there are many various magic gift packages. It is completely capable of cultivating many strong men. At least, it exceeds the limit of human beings, that is, after the master level of 15 to 19 levels. It is equivalent to only one legendary profession of level 20 or above among hundreds of thousands of people. A profession equivalent to the power of an Earth level or 4th level mutant. There are more than a dozen of them. Chapter 152 Discussion. There are still 11 days until we go to attack the Time Management Bureau. It seems we need to plan carefully. Guo Feng touched his smooth chin, and inadvertently, a trace of blue light came out of his palm. The task this time is very heavy. Guo Feng was assigned a task by the 2 creation gods. It's actually relatively simple. To sum it up, it only takes a few sentences. Because the great gods of OAA and IO plan to directly integrate the 2 similar single universes in the multi-universe. The OAA plans to integrate the past single universe, which is the one where Guo Feng lives. It was only this time that Guo Feng knew the number of the Marvel world he was in. MWE 34445. According to what Guo Feng knows, E refers to the Marvel universe that favors movie sequences. The E34445 where Guo Feng is located is quite different from the genuine movie version of the Marvel universe E24444. So maybe the world view of this Marvel world may have many comic book settings. The setting of the comic version represents that there are crouching dragons and hidden tigers in the universe of this Marvel world. However, it would be fine if it was an ordinary alien invasion. The key is that this is the collision of 2 parallel worlds integrate. It would be bad if something happened. What's more, the bosses on both sides also want to try to have some exchanges with the Superman universe that they have interacted with before. Naturally, it is impossible for this world to collapse. So the big guys on both sides simply raised their hands and delegated power. The responsibility of mastering the degree of integration of the 2 worlds was given to the beneficiary who originally caused this incident because of the frog cub. That is, Guo Feng. And what Guo Feng needs to do. It is to let the worlds on both sides integrate naturally, and not too many things that affect the rules of the universe can happen. As for this degree, how much will it take to prevent the world on both sides from collapsing? That's up to Guo Feng himself. It was around 10 o'clock in the morning that night. Xanadu. Advertisement: a middle-aged man in a suit and tie got off the stealth fighter plane. Behind him were several tightly wrapped people. They walked slowly to a villa area that seemed calm, but was actually guarded inside and out by agents of the Divine Spear Bureau, and not even a fly could get in. A few hundred meters later, this middle-aged man knocked on the door of a villa. Squeak. The nostalgic wooden door opens. What appeared was a man who, to Zhang Xian's surprise, had never been seen in any file that required attention. Wearing a white robe, it is a bit loose, but it can be seen that the workmanship and details are very rigorous. He looks like an old man, but I don't know if there is some kind of problem. Anyway, as a master of facial expressions who knows countless people, Zhang Xian did not see any traces of race on this old man's face. However, Zhang Xian had already judged the old man's temperament when he saw him for the first time. This old man is definitely not an ordinary person. Zhang Xian stretched out his hand and introduced himself. Hello, I am Zhang Xian, the director of the Divine Spear Bureau. Mr. Zhang Xian, Mr. Guo made an appointment with me before. After hearing this, the old man in a white mage uniform smiled, but did not shake hands. Instead, he made a seemingly friendly gesture. Hello, Mr. Zhang, I am Mo Ancona. The Duke has mentioned you, please come in. With that said, Mo Ancona gave way and then led Zhang Xian inside. Zhang Xian thought for a while, and after confirming that he had never heard of the name Mo Ancona, he silently wrote down the title Duke. Duke, it seems that Guo Feng is still the Duke of a certain force? Zhang Xian remembered this information in his heart, but the smile on his face did not diminish, and he followed Mo Ancona into the villa. Go into the living room. Zhang Xian felt a cold air coming directly to his face. Take a closer look. The living room that was supposed to be decorated in a Chinese style had now turned into a world of ice and snow. Except for a few power supplies, the TV and lamps were still running. One time was when I just entered the villa and saw Mo Ancona. Occasionally, some cyan or blue scales appear on the cheeks. Then, Guo Feng sat up straight and put on a serious look. Zhang Xian came back to his senses and saw a young man wearing casual clothes and a handsome face. Advertisement. Hello, Director Zheng Xian. A voice appeared in the ear. Everything else is covered in frost. Zheng Xian's walking posture first paused, nodding slightly at random, and walked as if nothing happened. An extremely small voice reached Zheng Xian's ears.
From time to time, it will beat twice like a thunder arc. This time, however, it is obvious that at least one can feel the temperature which is already below zero. I came to Director Zheng this time mainly because I discovered that our entire universe will undergo a revolution. One of the tightly wrapped people who had been following Zheng Xian took half a step forward. It's just that his appearance at this moment is a bit strange. This kind of sound transmission has happened twice when I entered the villa. Guo Feng naturally knew that he looked a bit like he was about to fight.
However, the TV, which was originally not very cold resistant, showed no trace of anything amiss.
It's not necessary, it will probably be fine after today. He was not affected by Guo Feng's current terrifying aura at all. It's okay, we understand. The Divine Spear Bureau has very professional doctors. If Mr. Guo Feng needs it, I can make arrangements for you at any time. This is why Zheng Xian is even more certain that Mo Nkona is not an ordinary person. Boss, this guy is at least on the same level as us. He should be a god. The dragon horns above his head that had already appeared in the intelligence grew out again, and were covered with frost. The thunder and flames that Qinglong could control jumped directly around his cheeks. The Yanwang Kingdom is the source of my bloodline. I don't really want to abandon him, and I don't want him to be at a disadvantage in future changes.
Director, there is a strong aura of ice in this villa, which is somewhat like magical energy, but not entirely. There are traces of the magic circle on the lamps, TVs and speakers, but I can't tell which company made it. Guo Feng. Mainly because the power of ice in his body is currently activated, and he has just used a large-scale plane summoning spell. The one who invited him over this time. I'm sorry to meet you in this way. I ate some hot pot recently and my body's strength is a bit conflicted. I hope you don't mind too much. He had even seen the man in black robe behind Zheng Xian, who could vaguely threaten him, taking a step forward. Zheng Xian said with the same breath of spring breeze. The smell is particularly terrifying. The power of the ice element in his body was stimulated.
7MF Chapter 153 The Brat with an Iron Rice Bowl. Oh, then please be sure to explain it carefully. Hear Guo Feng's serious tone. Zheng Xian immediately paid attention to it. Although on the surface the handsome young man in front of him looks like he is in his early 20s. But Zheng Xian, who holds the intelligence power of the entire Yanwang Kingdom, knows very well that apart from being a little more handsome than ordinary people, this young man looks like a college student who has just left the society. After all, in the past few months, what we have done in other countries can be said to be shocking. Even last week, the arson attack on the World Security Council caused direct economic losses of more than 20 billion to the vast majority of member countries. Especially the neighbor across the street who has always been disliked by his own country. But it accounts for the vast majority of the losses. Moreover, Zheng Xian also knew it very well. The young man in front of me is not the get rich overnight that I usually come into contact with who has great power but no knowledge and no strong understanding of the world. Although I don't know what the source of this young man's intelligence is. However, when Guo Feng spoke to the captain of Yanwang Kingdom a few days ago, he revealed various tones and vocabulary, including his personal language habits. After everything was calculated in the mind of the captain of the Yanwang Kingdom using his super memory, the Divine Spear Bureau asked mutants with the ability to read memories who are specialized in this area to read this one-sided memory of the captain of the Yanwang Kingdom. Of course, this must be a prerequisite, with the consent of the captain of Yanwang Kingdom. After all, he is the captain of the Yanwang Kingdom who is at the peak of the immortal level in the evaluation of the Yanwang Kingdom. Earth level peak strength. Change to a level among mutants that can be universally matched. That would have to be level 4 senior top mutants like Magneto and Professor X. Moreover, the captain of the Yanwang Kingdom has practiced the Qi cultivation method officially collected by the Yanwang Kingdom. Although he has not cultivated to a very high level due to his physical condition, the captain of the Yanwang Kingdom's spiritual resistance has actually increased to a good level. Otherwise, the captain of the Yanwang Kingdom would not have dared to touch the information that intelligence organizations from various countries had dug up a long time ago about his domineering power and ability to detect spiritual emotions. The Divine Spear Bureau is one of the top organizations on Earth. How could it not be prepared in this regard? The captain of the Yanwang Kingdom was originally almost almighty at the Earth level. Basically dabble in a little bit of everything, although his specialty is still energy discharging firearm shooting, as well as short-distance high-speed flight. Advertisement however, the captain of the Yanwang Kingdom is one of those superheroes who cannot find any shortcomings among the Earth-level heroes, and relies on high mobility to be able to tangle with some of the weaker sub-Heavenly Father-level heroes. After the scenes extracted from the memory of the captain of the Yanwang Kingdom were analyzed by hundreds of linguists, micro-expressionists, social theorists and other professors from the Divine Spear Bureau, they all had real materials. Finally Zheng Xian confirmed. Most of the information Guo Feng said before is correct, but the remaining part cannot be confirmed. The unilateral information and intelligence technology of the Divine Spear Bureau does not match. It has not reached that level yet, and it is impossible to confirm whether what Guo Feng said is correct. But from the confidence that Guo Feng expressed in his previous words, most of the information has been verified. Zheng Xian also knew in his heart that the probability of making mistakes was very small. And
Human psychologists from the Divine Spear Bureau also made a bold guess. Observe the writing test based on their and linguists' descriptions of Guo Feng's language. Finally, we came to a surprising conclusion. Guo Feng does not have a secret intelligence network. On the contrary, it has a certain type of precognitive ability that can detect the world to a certain extent. Possibly variant ability. There may also be other energy abilities. Anyway, it was calculated based on a peak Earth-level expert from the Yanwang Kingdom's Divine Spear Bureau who was good at astrology. However, in fact, if Guo Feng really knows their calculation process, what level of linguist and human micro-expression expert is it to be able to see some expressions from his face, which was like a marble block at that time? In short, the vast majority of profit systems on Earth can be found in the budget department. There are also perverted mutants who predict the future while going to the toilet. The Divine Spear Bureau has more than 400,000 members. After dreaming about winning 100,000 scratch-off lottery tickets twice in a row. This has nothing to do with accounting and spending money. At the same time, I will also be shocked by the talent pool of the Divine Spear Bureau. Advertisement: he is an adolescent kid who is only 13 years old and has no fighting ability. Those linguists are also right. Among them, in addition to the alchemists and Taoist priests who have existed in the Yanwang Kingdom since ancient times, there are also folk Wild Fox Zen. This little kid who doesn't know how to hide his ability was finally observed by the Divine Spear Bureau. So at the age of 11, he successfully surpassed a position that others would never get in their lifetime. At the same time, we also collect and recruit some foreign people with special functions. Guo Feng's words indeed convey a feeling of having a large part of the ancient secret understanding of the world. Guo Feng has always had a fairly strong energy of time and space in his body. It seems that there is no complete knowledge, the feeling of knowing the causes and consequences of what happened. His form of prophecy is painting, and astrologers. Budget division. Got the iron rice bowl of allocated housing. Because in dreams, there is a saying called, thinking every day and dreaming every night. But it seems that the deep expression is not very clear, because some languages seem a little uncertain. Like some of the gypsies who use cards to predict prophecies, and the barbaric female priests in Africa who hold animal skins and roll dice with living skulls. Astrologer. Most of the things that happened in his dreams would happen in the real world. You will definitely laugh out loud. This reminded many of the forecasters of the Divine Spear Bureau of an important figure in the Divine Spear Bureau. Therefore, Zhang Xian attaches great importance to this sage who is equivalent to a prophet of uncertainty to a certain extent. He is the best prophet in this department. The Divine Spear Bureau has collected and recruited people with special functions from all over the world who have some special abilities to predict the future. He usually sees a lot of pictures in his dreams, which he later verified again and finally discovered. But, it's as if he just caught a flashing picture or a paragraph of text. And they have the most complete super ability organization in the world. Chapter 154 Summoning. As for why it takes so long to describe this little brat. The main reason is because this little kid is wearing a large cloak and happens to be sitting on the chair next to Zhang Xian. Once the cloak mask is removed, the pimples on less than half of the face were exposed, and there was a pair of eyes that were darting around. Zhang Shang, the astrologer of the Divine Spear Bureau, can predict part of the future. Zhang Xian introduced. For this meeting, Zhang Xian can be said to be quite well prepared. At least Guo Feng, who had the power of 4 sub-heavenly fathers combined, could actually feel a hint of threat from the other 2 of the 4 men in black behind him. Only magic can defeat. Only a sub-Tianfu level powerhouse can defeat a sub-Tianfu level powerhouse. Although this sentence is not absolute. After all, the magical daddy who has undergone a modified version of Kamatage in the Marvel world is carrying ordinary dried pufferfish and dried geckos. He was still chanting the words, the monsters and ghosts should leave quickly. As a result, he was able to seal one of the 8 undead demons with at least 3 powers, the sub-heavenly father level, back to hell. However, there is no special correspondence. Unless a strong man who has reached the sub-heavenly father level in purely physical aspects meets Professor Charles who is purely spiritual, then a sub-heavenly father level strongman will also fall into the hands of a peak earth level strongman. In addition, unless there is the protagonist's aura or the help of a big boss. Otherwise, basically, there is no need to talk about anything else. And Guo Feng obviously has no shortcomings that can be exposed. Therefore, 2 of the 3 people behind Zhang Xian. Although she is in an airport and cannot afford a rhythm like A, she can still tell that she is a woman from the hair quality. The other person seems to be a little fragile, feeling like a manual labor worker with high emotional intelligence who has been used beyond the expiration date after being kept by a rich woman. There was an aura of weakness all over his body. Well, hello, young man. Count Morncona, give this young man a cup of authentic lemon Earl Grey tea. This young man likes to drink it. Guo Feng stared at Zhang Shang for a while, then slowly snapped his fingers and called over Mo and Kona, who had been waiting aside and looked like an old gentleman butler. Zhang Xian and the others were all shocked. Advertisement. As a colleague who works with the Divine Spear Bureau, who doesn't know that Zhang Zhang's favorite drink on weekdays is lemon black tea, so he often skips work and goes to the ice and snow milk tea shop opened in the city by the Divine Spear Bureau to drink free Earl Grey black tea. However, Zhang Zhang's identity is within the Divine Spear Bureau and is in the 9th level of confidentiality. Only the country's top leader and other 2nd and 3rd leaders have permission to watch. Director Zhang Xian is the only one in the Divine Spear Bureau who can query the 9th level confidential data. How did Guo Feng know? Moreover, Mo and Kona, this guy who vaguely exudes a cold aura, should also be a sub-Heavenly Father level strong guy. Is he actually a count from somewhere? Okay, Your Majesty. Moenko, who looked a bit like Joseph Joestar, nodded in response, raised his palm, and an ice-blue magic circle like a DNA double helix appeared in his palm. Then 3 bottles and jars that looked extremely gorgeous and inlaid with gems appeared. Guest, from the large material plane of Amelia, Northern Ice Plateau black tea, is that okay? Being stared at by a sub-Heavenly Father level powerhouse. Zhang Shang felt a little uncomfortable for a moment and nodded unsteadily. Put the hood back on and put the mask back on honestly. The whole person huddled in a large chair, like a patient suffering from social anxiety. Guo Feng, who was also a sociophobic patient, was quite open-minded. He looked like a social terrorist and asked the other 3 people in Zhang Shan's eye. A golden light suddenly flashed in the brown pupils of the standard Yanwang people. Then he said to Mo and Kona, who had just performed an elegant tea ceremony. A cup of awakening coffee from the Arlen medium-sized material plane for this Mr. Zhang Xian. Then, it seems that there is no drink in the world of Farron that matches the taste of the other 2 people. Therefore, Guo Feng, who has always been hospitable, perhaps simply because he wanted to show off his new skills, suddenly clapped his hands. The next moment, several frost formations full of cold breath appeared spinning behind him. 2 2-meter file-sized Zhang Kai's frost warriors, covered in ice and snow, stepped out of the summoning circle. Summoned similar creatures across planes. What was summoned was a level 17 master-level frost warrior. Generally, this kind of cross-dimensional creature summoning consumes a lot of money, and also involves communication issues between the lives on both sides. Only creatures on the opposite side must respond to the call, and the caster must pay a certain price to summon creatures from other planes. Advertisement however, except Guo Feng. As a pure street lamp entrepreneur, Guo Feng originally served as the Grand Duke of the Ice Element. Among the 2 single universes being integrated here, it can be said that in the Farron universe, it is the first powerful creature to come to this Marvel single universe. As it should be. This world should have a part of the frost dimension of the same proportion, and it should be established faster than other worlds integrate. Based on Guo Feng's ability to explore both worlds. Among these material planes and elemental planes that are approaching the Marvel universe, the ice elemental plane is the fastest to integrate. It has been integrated into the ice element dimension equivalent to the file size area of several Earths. As for the location, it can only be said that it is quite close to the Earth. It's nothing in the universe. As the Archduke with the highest life strength and level in the elemental plane of Farron in the current Marvel world. Guo Feng is simply not qualified to command these ice elemental soldiers. Not to mention these master-level frost warriors who are equivalent to grassroots cadres. Even the legendary frost general, Guo Feng can still summon it for free. This seems to scare others. Guo Feng picked up the teacup and looked twice at the frost warrior, who was more than 2 meters tall and looked like a carefully carved marble statue. I can't guarantee anything else. I'm afraid it will cause commotion and all kinds of spectators. Guo Feng doesn't want to do this yet. Since getting the 7-section rod of order, Guo Feng's mental symptoms have gradually recovered, and his whole person has also tilted towards the side of order. It's just that his strength has really expanded recently, and he can't help but feel like showing off. Guo Feng pretended to think for a few seconds, then raised his hand and waved at the 2 frost warriors. The next moment, the master-level magic in Guo Feng's memory was instantly unleashed. Elemental biological mimicry, humanoid species. Under the shining of magic light, the 2 frost warriors instantly turned into normal strong men. Chapter 155 Scroll watching 2 strong men with expressionless faces, even the simulated clothes were still steaming with air conditioning, they pushed open the door and walked out. Zhang Xian couldn't help but have doubts in his heart. Does this give them money? Although Zhang Xian has rarely seen these operations, he is the director of the top power on Earth after all. There are also many cross-dimensional summoning of elemental creatures in the Marvel world. There is even a pervert in the Divine Spear Bureau who likes to summon demons in a special laboratory. Every time a demon is summoned, he appears in the world. The demon who had just roared, wanted to collect souls, and kill everyone suddenly found out. From all directions, the kind of anesthetic that can stun an elephant with just a little bit of it is pouring out. Some demons who want to flicker, leave this space or cancel their contract will also find out at this time. This space can only be entered and cannot be exited, it is already quite restricted. A large amount of anesthetic gas will soon confuse this demon. What followed were various experiments that were inhumane. Of course, this may be because demons are not originally part of the regulations prohibiting biological experiments on intelligent life. After all, who among those who made the plan could have imagined the existence of demons? With these technologies, the Divine Spear Bureau continues to make great advances in technology. It has completely reached the technological level of 2030. Successfully own a ring-shaped fortress that can travel on land, sea, air, and near space and has sufficient internal survival supplies. There are more than 400,000 members of the Divine Spear Bureau. Even under the observation of a part of the all-powerful eyes that Guo Feng could open. The Divine Spear Bureau actually possesses aerospace-grade technology. I have even secretly visited the 9 planets in the solar system. The most outrageous thing is that the Divine Spear Bureau actually has several very large long-range firepower silos, which have been aimed at a certain low Earth orbit in outer space. Later, under the continued observation of Guo Feng's omnipotent eye. Only then did I discover it.
Then since it is the Skrull Refugee Space Station. This is one of Nick Fury's biggest trump cards. As a result, the Divine Spear Bureau had already taken countermeasures. Advertisement as the love-called Spear Bureau the biggest boss in the Marvel Universe? If the Time Administration hadn't forcibly closed the timeline, these Yanwang Kingdom superheroes and related institutions are not able to carry out activities around the world. Moreover, almost all countries in the world have agreed upon it. Do not put the fighting power of the extraordinary world in a head-to-head comparison between countries. Guo Feng didn't know the reason for this problem. The power given by OAA to see all the problems in the world takes a certain amount of time to activate. The longer the time, the longer it will take to look back again. But space is not an obstacle. It seems to be because Guo Feng's Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan has special ability to control space. Now, if you can see, you can see. However, it would be a bit rude to suddenly activate the power of omniscience and freeze in place like a wooden block. Director Zhang Xian, I found that you seem to already know part of my ability, so I invited you here. After all, Guo Feng gained the power of omniscience, although this was a power that only a single universe-level powerhouse could fully unleash. However, after all, it is Guo Feng, who is rounded off and equivalent to a powerful being at the level of a Heavenly Father. It is also a power that can be used reluctantly. At least he can achieve planet-level omniscience. In an instant, everything that happened within a day will be screened in an orderly manner, and then only some news that is more interesting to Guo Feng will appear. Only then can he enter Guo Feng's thoughts. However, there are more than 7 billion people on a planet. There are countless things happening every day. Even if you have been extensively screened several times, Guo Feng, you will still feel dizzy if you want to know everything that happened in a month. Therefore, sub-Heavenly Father level thinking ability does not allow him to know everything about the world in an instant. But knowing most of the things that happen in a day is still possible. Like, just yesterday. At the cost of permanent blindness, the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan deceives the concepts of space and time. He was not sure what the skill of this power was. Guo Feng had not yet received the power brought back by the frog cubs, and he had not even seen the creation gods on both sides. If it were me yesterday, seeing Zhang Xian, an old coin, and looking at his impeccable appearance, there might be a chance that he would be defrauded. For example, hidden deep in the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Advertisement mainly because Imperial City has perception ability. Displayed unintentionally, and can easily feel things that others cannot. This is a new power system, a power that can reach the level of gods in mythology. However, I am not clear about my own situation. Coupled with the impact on time and space, the above speculation about one's ability to predict the future. Guo Feng has the ability to know everything that happens in a day. After all, it is very similar to myself and the country in my previous life. That forbidden technique called Iki Mixi, the side report made by the Divine Spear Bureau on Guo Feng. All precognitive abilities come from the comic books, marketing accounts and movies I read in my previous life. That means Carol, a little Madonna from a beautiful country, would not be allowed to preach about equality. It comes from the evaluation of himself by Huang Cheng, the Heavenly Father level powerhouse of Yanwang Kingdom. Guo Feng saw it at that time, so naturally I know. However, Guo Feng's heart trembled slightly when he looked at the 3 shameless guys in front of him. It can be said that the Imperial City did feel the power of time and space at that time. But before Guo Feng exerted this power, prepare to come to your side and call Carol to talk about how to deal with the Time Administration. He has some ability to predict time and space, which is very secretive. The special thing about this Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan is that it can be resurrected. Guo Feng still had some instinctive feelings in his heart. Change the fact that time and space think you are dead into a deception, and then resurrect from death. The reason why it can be said is the ability to predict part of time and space. He has the power to transcend time inadvertently. Guo Feng launched several scrolls. Almost everyone in the Divine Spear Bureau believes that they have the power to predict the future and are mutants like Zhang Shang. Even if he didn't invite Zhang Xian to come to discuss things with him, Zhang Xian had already cancelled all his schedule today. It's just that you're the one who strikes first, right? The future world thus observed. Chapter 156. In those days, things that omniscience and omnipotence felt. What's this? Zhang Xian did not touch the scrolls in front of him for the time being. Instead, he looked at them carefully and then asked first. The scroll is about the length of a normal person's forearm. It is thicker and larger than a normal male arm. It's the kind of shoulder-to-arm ratio that would appear only if a bodybuilder with well-developed biceps is more into fitness. Although Zhang Xian is not a person with super ability. But he still felt keenly that these scrolls seemed to have a vague ability to change the entire world. The world is about to change, Director Zhang. Guo Feng was sitting on a large chair, almost lying down. The workmanship is excellent, and the relatively large single sofa can completely cover his body. And it seems to be due to the placement. The light didn't fully shine on his face. It presents a feeling of alternating light and dark. Guo Feng explained in a calm tone. We can't feel it directly now because it has just begun, but it will take a few days. The changes in the world will become obvious. I think you should be the third group of people on this planet who can observe it, right? Guo Feng's language has a certain meaning. Before this, he had never thought that the Divine Spear Bureau had such great power. For those things in outer space, aliens and other agencies do not have good observation methods. But this premise is that those aliens do not enter the solar system. Until some time ago, in fact, it was last night.
Guo Feng used his omniscience and omnipotence to scan the Earth. SHIELD, which is supposed to be the protagonist, doesn't have much. Although there are many collections, but the vast majority occupy a large proportion of alien civilian technology and the like. Even beautiful countries have a dedicated place. It almost made Guo Feng laugh. There was an army of more than 200 people there. Hundreds of scientists were organized together to study an alien race, a civilization that had just entered a spaceflight level civilization. Advertisement in terms of science and technology, it is actually a little better than the Earth. An alien race that is barely able to travel through the universe in the solar system. They once discarded a large amount of cosmic waste into the outer world. Something mixed in it. It's a toilet, and if it's a normal toilet, it's actually pretty good. After all, there is such a thing as a toilet. It definitely has alien DNA. It is also possible to distinguish various customs and habits of alien races, as well as their physical characteristics and genetic makeup. However, it was just a trial product that violated the aesthetics of the alien race and was thrown out of the planet before it could be used. But it's probably just for this reason. Not only does it go against the aesthetics of alien creatures, but it also goes against the aesthetics of some humans on Earth. That's why some scientists in the beautiful country believe that this is quite mysterious alien technology. I even spent decades researching on it. Of course, this kind of collection is not purely for fun. In fact, SHIELD has a lot of good stuff in its collection. For example, the mysterious test knowledge in the joint collection of SHIELD and beautiful country. Under the power of omniscience and omnipotence, Guo Feng clearly knows that there are 476 of them. Among them is a genetic biomodification book that can turn a puppy into a big dog after looking at it. Scientists from SHIELD believe that this is a rare alien gene regulator. It is very likely that the legendary Dogman brought the mysterious weapon to the Earth. In fact, Guo Feng quickly checked what kind of book it was. In the Middle Ages, a priest on the mysterious side of the church also worked part-time as an exorcist. He killed a werewolf with a double-barreled shotgun and used his skin to make the cover of this book. The bones were ground up and added to many other special plants that possess a small amount of magical energy on the Earth. There are also some animal bodies. The last one I made was because there were too many weasels in the West back then. And in addition to animals like weasels, wild animals such as foxes, wild dogs, and wild cats often sneak into villagers' homes. The purpose is to steal the chickens and ducks raised by the villagers. Even in other universes, those who cannot match the power of the space stone will soon become weaklings. However, according to what Guo Feng felt, because as long as you have that thing, you are like God. But there are still some items that Guo Feng would find difficult to obtain even if he went to find them directly now. Advertisement. It's actually that simple. This prevents other small and medium-sized wild animals from approaching the village to steal chickens and ducks. The Red Devil's power does not entirely come from mutant ability. So this priest made this magic props book after hunting the werewolf. But the potential is here after all. The Tesseract kept in SHIELD counts as one. But how big is a universe? That is the power to master the rules of space and control the spatial dimensions of the entire single universe. On Earth, there are 3 that best match the power of space. In fact, the purpose is to make the outstanding domestic dogs in the village stronger and then mark the entire village as their territory. Who would be a serious person willing to leave the universe where he lives? It's just based on what Guo Feng knows by his omniscient and omnipotent power. Then you will soon be able to directly become a strong person at the level of a single universe. There are at least 3 different levels of ability in the Red Devil. One is a space mutant who is staying at the Xavier Academy for Young Geniuses in New York, that is, a freshman at the X Academy for Mutants. Flashing. All 6 Infinity Stones are like this. Because this is a cosmic space force, in the universe, there is no existence that can match the rules of space gems. He is a true 4th level mutant. The matching degree with the space gem is 59%. After all, that is the embodiment of the rules of the power of this single universe. The spatial matching degree of the Red Devils is 61%, while that of the Blue Devils is 55%. And there is another one, to be precise, their father and son. Also mutants. As long as there is a being with 100% compatibility, come into contact with this Tesseract. Level 4 mutants Red Devil and Blue Devil, although the current development level is only level 1 or level 2. It's just that there is basically no existence that is 100% compatible with gems. Ordinary level 4 mutant ability, hellish magic power, and the power of the Crimson Dimension. Because Original has the ability to open doors at will, the open space portal can even reach every place in the beautiful country. Chapter 157 on the compatibility with space gems. The Red Devil can be said to be Guo Feng, who has the most power system among mutants currently. Does the ability of an ordinary level 4 mutant allow him to travel around the entire Earth at will? This is obviously unlikely. Although the mutant's ability strength is not entirely related to their range, the strength of their range is definitely related to their ability. Professor Charles, also known as Professor X Elite Level 4 Mutants. It can be said that among the 4th level mutants and psychic mutants, Charles is the best one. But he can only open it with all his strength and can cover the entire spiritual realm of New York City. However, after sitting on the brainwave amplifier, Professor Charles's power is infinitely close to that of a 5th level mutant. Guo Feng even suspected that it might be normal, such as Star Eagle, a normal sub-heavenly father level powerhouse in the universe. It even has some psychic abilities. They may all be directly controlled by the enhanced version of Professor X. As a result, the enhanced version of Professor X was able to control half of the beautiful country. Not to mention a mere red devil. And there are all kinds of waves all over the world, and his son Blue Devil can't even run dozens of kilometers away. So the problem also occurs on Red Mist. The Red Devil's power is a very strange combination. There is a power in him called the power of hell, which is the amplitude of his original conduct. That is, a red substance will be formed in place every time the Red Devil uses his power. This red, foggy mist, on the surface it seems unremarkable. But in fact, it is indeed filled with a kind of hell energy that is sensitive to space factors. After a small amount of enhancing the Red Devil's space travel ability, the most important thing is to keep restoring the Red Devil's physical strength and ability range. And the power of the Crimson Dimension. In fact, it should be the source of the Red Devil's power of immortality. You know, the first group of X-Men who gathered together back then. That is to fight against the Hellfire Club, to prevent them from causing the missile crisis. The young professor advertisement as a result, the ending is also obvious. It was successfully done, but later because of human beings, ordinary people's attitude towards mutants. Magneto believes that humans will destroy mutants sooner or later. So he decided to take action in advance. Destroy humans first or something like that. So the two fell out. Magneto left with a group of mutants who were willing to mix with him and founded the Brotherhood of Mutants. Became the leader of a generation of terrorist organizations. Professor Charles, on the other hand, continued to carry forward the Virgin Mary's tactics and led a group of so-called mutants who longed for peace to live in New York. On the surface, Charles seems to be concerned about mutant affairs. But in fact, there are hundreds of thousands of mutants in the entire beautiful country. And he is still under constant persecution, but Charles has never reacted very strongly. But the current topic is not about whether Charles is a coward or not. Rather, the original X-Men were all characters active in the Cold War era. When the original X-Men were established, they were already over 25 years old. Even Hank, the relatively young Beast back then, is now an old man in his 70s. But there are a few among the original X-Men who don't look old. For example, Hank the Beast. Since Beast Hank was originally a very good inventor, in order to understand the mutant ability in his body, he wanted to return to a normal life. Hank the Beast studied a lot. For example, he can temporarily suppress his external mutant ability. A medicine that makes him look like a normal person under normal circumstances. It is precisely because of these medicines that Beast Hank's body functions are maintained at a strong level all year round, but are rarely used. So now that I am over 70, I still look like a middle-aged man in his 40s. And the magical female Raven, who is even a few years younger than him, is even more of a heavyweight. An old lady in her 60s has the same body functions as a fitness girl in her 20s and 30s. However, Mystique's mutant genes clearly contain part of the anti-aging gene. As for the two leaders of Western mutants who are 3 or 4 years older than him, one has been reduced to needing to use a wheelchair, and the other has some herniated discs in his waist. Advertisement, but the Red Devil is just a mutant with the ability to teleport through space. The reason why he can live a long life, it has even exceeded some of the limits of the mutant race. You know, the god of mutants is Apocalypse. This is a level 5 mutant with multiple level 4 mutant abilities. The reason why he has been sealed in his pyramids for thousands of years is mainly because he cannot have a long lifespan. Even during his hundreds of years, he has changed into dozens of mutant bodies. It is the same time that humans in a large area lasted for nearly 8,000 years. In the past 1,000 years, how could Apocalypse not know that he was at his weakest when performing the mutant reincarnation ceremony? And how could he not want to directly find a mutant body that could live forever? It's just that he didn't find it. And it's hard to imagine. He is just a level 4 mutant who can be considered an elite from a long distance, but in fact he is a Turk from the Imperial era. The Red Devil has lived in the world for over 600 years. This has greatly exceeded Wolverine's more than 200 years of life. This cannot be covered up by longevity, and Guo Feng could see that there was a magic circle composed of the power of hell in his body. It is this magic circle that has been quietly stealing some power from the Crimson Dimension. It's not the kind that draws a lot of attention at once. Instead, he kept stealing in a steady stream. Guo Feng really wanted to see directly why the Red Devil had such ability. However, the source of the Red Devil's power happened more than 600 years ago. The power of omniscience and omnipotence can be seen. However, for Guo Feng's strength, doing so would consume too much. So this is just a partial understanding of the current situation. The number 1 ranking may be due to the fact that the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan contains a large amount of time and space pupil techniques, so on the surface it seems to have a 74 per mil fit with space. But in fact, the Eternal Kaleidoscope is mainly reflected in the deception of space. So it is not a force that can control space gems. Moreover, the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan is followed by the Samsara Eye, which quickly loses touch with time. Chapter 158 Details of the situation on Earth. 1. On Earth, the person with the highest space ability compatibility is a young man named David Rice. At the beginning, it was just out of curiosity, so I wanted to see the compatibility of the space gems and who would be more suitable. However, I never expected that it would be this little-known young man. Guo Feng was still a little confused, until the all-knowing and all-powerful power brought him the family information of this 14-year-old boy. His mother ran away from home when he was 5 years old and moved away from the city very early. His father was an alcoholic man who was extremely fond of violence. Domestic violence with shouting and swearing was the norm. Moreover, due to the influence of his family, David Rice, who was originally relatively thin and weak in character, was also bullied in public schools in beautiful countries. And is not yet the owner of any mutant abilities. See this life. Guo Feng already roughly understood what this young man with a miserable childhood was like. Isn't this the standard beautiful Chinese protagonist? According to Guo Feng's effective estimate, it may not take more than a few years. This young man will experience an adventure in his life. Then he suddenly became the protagonist of the movie life. However, with an affinity of up to 88% for spatial attributes, Guo Feng thought it was indeed a bit scary. It's a good thing that the Marvel Universe doesn't have professions that specialize in space these days. At most, Kamatage can open various portals. No matter how strong the space attribute ability is, you can only play with this folded mirror space, right? However, when he spreads the profession of mage throughout the world, at that time, there will originally be some space system power among the mages. Then, hiss, how terrifying. For this example, Guo Feng used the power of omniscience to search for a long time last night. Nowadays, most of the more precious and mysterious world secrets on the entire Earth have been impressed in his mind. As for what if there is something he doesn't know about yet? That's not to panic. Just open it on the spot, and querying the power of omniscience is also very quick. It doesn't take much time at all. Last night I turned on the power of omniscience for a full 7 hours. Advertisement. Guo Feng felt a little cold when he woke up in the morning. Although I have a frog cub, a goldfinger that is incredible. However, when I think of myself, I stayed on the earth of Crouching Dragon, Hidden Tiger for so long with the strength of the bottom of Ya Tianfu level. It is true that Guo Feng still has some palpitations. God knows how the earth, which is obviously ordinary, became the center of the world in this universe. Plots that used to only focus on the Marvel world have yet to be discovered. Now Guo Feng knows how outrageous the background version of the Marvel world is. During Guo Feng's all-night investigation last night, the most outrageous version of the large-scale game Earth OL may be the beautiful country. Speaking of the place with the most crouching dragons and hidden tigers among the people, it has to be the Yanwang Kingdom. And these crouching dragon, hidden tiger bosses generally have close ties with the government. At least it's not hostile. It is similar in other places. Countries with a long history all have their own supernatural powers more or less. Even in the distant Black Continent where civilization has not yet fully emerged, there are tribes that worship the beast gods initiated by the beast gods of the Totem Alliance. More or less, they all have a close relationship with the local culture. However, the beautiful country is completely different. Since Guo Feng will take off with the Earth in the future, and to prevent the collision and powerful conflict between the main body of the Earth, which is the center of this single universe, and the main body of the Farron universe that is about to be integrated, naturally, we need to get to know the hidden powerful people on the Earth. Start by querying the world's surface. The power of omniscience begins to feed back. This situation is quite normal. The first information fed back was about mutants. Currently, there are a considerable number of mutants in various countries around the world. The number of mutants is probably over 12 million. Among them, in addition to stability, the potential is represented by level 12,345. There are also villains like Black King Shao and Magneto Eric. As a result, most mutants awaken in their youth, and the campus in youth is originally tit for tat. Therefore, some young people will make mistakes under impulse, but they don't want to let it go. Among them, 19 of them all represent the leaders of a certain region in the mutant group. Advertisement because there are mutants distributed in all countries around the world. The vast majority of level 3 mutants, or some of the mutants in the 4th episode, did not initially have the idea of harming society, but there are probably 2 situations. The next day I blackened my motherland. Generally speaking, level 4 mutants are Earth level in conventional evaluation. And because the vast majority of them are young people, even when they are still in school, their education and legal awareness are not enough. They generally have certain changes in appearance. 2 mutants with potential at level 5 and currently at the peak of level 4. There are many who can't even add a little bit of combat effectiveness to them. But it gives them an ugly appearance. Therefore, there are about 3,000 level 4 mutants above the Earth level, but there are only 27 leader level 4 mutants who represent the pinnacle of the Earth level. There is also Professor Charles from College X, a mutant from Great Britain whose ability can be called a trick. Or maybe it's a shameful organ that has no function. Joining forces with the 1st and 2nd level mutants who were ostracized by society, they finally gathered together and formed a resistance force. Except for a very small number of $0 shopping enthusiasts. The vast majority of mutants are level 1 and level 2, and they are more or less malignant mutations. Others are just plain ideas, but because of the changes in appearance characteristics due to variant ability. Although it does have certain combat abilities, so I can only make mistakes again and again. This is especially obvious in the beautiful country. Or just like ordinary people, ordinary, this formed the so-called mutant terrorists. Straight from the original I Want to Be Superman. For example, the mutant leaders of the Yanwang Kingdom, Guanyin and Shen. The real conflict with society is the group of level 3 mutants. Some mutants even thought they were just suffering from some rare disease. Some are good and some are bad. The first is to gradually expand after possessing power. And it possesses a combat power that is equivalent to a transcendent level compared to ordinary people. However, it is not very strong. Among them, most of the leader level mutants are at the pinnacle of the Earth level. At the same time, the development level of variant ability can also be shown using these data. Chapter 159 Details of the Situation on Earth, 2, for the mutant race. Guo Feng feels pretty good, although there are no particularly powerful level 5 mutants. But there are quite a few with potential. It's just a beautiful country. It may be that the most intense situation of the mutant conflict appears here. And because there are so many shooting cases in the beautiful country every year. Especially these days, for the popularity of pink children's rifles. The social environment of the beautiful country has increasingly affected the nerves of young people. And according to research, 80% of the mutant group is awakened. That's all from the intense emotions of being a teenager. At this time, the extremely explosive emotions of young people will lead to a rise in certain hormones in their bodies. And it will trigger mutant genes from the side, changing from recessive to dominant. The beautiful campus environment is well known, so it obviously only has a population of tens of millions. But it turns out to be the country with the third largest population base among mutants. Among the hundreds of thousands of mutants in this beautiful country, there are mutants with more than double-digit level 5 potential. Of course, most of them are still not fully developed. A few mutants of the older generation have this kind of potential, but after all, there are not enough training methods. So most of them are around ordinary level 4 mutants. There is only the main character Eric Magneto and Professor X Charles. These two potentials are indeed at level 5, but they have only been developed to the top level 4 mutant leaders. As for the second largest and largest countries, they are naturally the Yanwang Kingdom and the Asan Kingdom. Both sides have the largest population in the world, so it stands to reason that they have the largest number of awakened mutants in the world. However, compared to Asan Kingdom, the population base of the Yanwang Kingdom's mutants is not much different, but it is said to be much smaller. It can be said that it is among the major countries in the world. The Yanwang Kingdom has the lowest per capita mutant awakening rate. Of course, this has a great impact on the customs and habits of Yanwang society and family issues. For this, Guo Feng expressed his understanding. Take classes, make up lessons, study, take exams. There is still endless homework to do. How could the children of Yanwang Kingdom be so excited? Advertisement: no strong mood swings. How do mutant genes change from recessive to dominant? Guo Feng's omniscient power searched the entire world. A mutant with level 4 combat power in his early 4 digits was probably found. For example, a mutant of this level could be the Red Devil or Storm. If they are prepared, they can destroy a small army. The fighting power belongs to the middle and lower classes of Earth level. In layman's terms, the complete body under normal conditions, Iron Man has this level of combat power. It can be said that the current basic combat effectiveness of the entire Earth is supported by mutants. Level 3 mutants are the ultimate human beings who possess a part of the Earth and power. This level 2 mutant with aggressive ability is a well-trained human special soldier. Before there was a sentry robot that could restrain them. These mutants are definitely the backbone of the planet. But if it is an upper-level force, then it depends on other strong people. Why did you say that the beautiful country is outrageous before? Because the beautiful country is not the big country with the most powerful people. Even the beautiful country is among the 5 top countries in the world. The power they originally possess is actually the weakest. Although, the collection of those has various powers. It is not weaker than any other country, but what really makes them apply it is simply 1 in 10,000. What the beautiful country can do now is what it can gain a foothold in the universe. It is a sub-Heavenly Father level strongman who belongs to their nationality, Captain Marvel Carol. If you want to put the 5 world powers in the universe, such a beautiful country is probably the only existence that cannot establish a country in the universe. Because, in other countries, there are more than 3 sub-Heavenly Father level powerhouses. There is only one beautiful country. Although in the universe, the power of a sub-Heavenly Father level powerhouse will be given the same power as most kingdoms. However, there are some exceptions. For example, a criminal wanted by the 3 major empires in the universe. Be eligible to purchase a small living planet, advertisement. This little girl who is thousands of years old, Mephisto. He usually wears dirty clothes and looks like a homeless man. However, let's say that a beautiful country is weak. If not for the feedback from the power of omniscience. Not very likely. This guy turns out to be Sazam, one of the 14 monarchs in the Hell dimension of the Marvel Universe. Moreover, there are conservatively estimated to be no fewer than 10 sub-Heavenly Father level experts wandering throughout the beautiful country. One that has long lived at an altitude of 4,000 feet above New York, in a spacecraft that is beyond what human civilization can currently explore. The daughter of Galactus, a multi-universe level powerhouse, the justice of the 5 creation gods, a single projection in this universe. What's more, it's the forces that I want to take away. Guo Feng is also relatively familiar. A sub-Heavenly Father level Hell Lord wants to come to the human world. Guo Feng couldn't believe it at all. 71.8 billion Kree Empire currency. The fall of Desire Angel. There are also many strong people in his country. For example, the most famous one is one of the most powerful monarchs in the Hell dimension. Even though Ganada is now in a hungry state, she still has combat power that exceeds the normal Earth level peak. You know, in the Guardians of the Galaxy on Xandar in the Nova Empire, the Kree Empire's wanted order for Carol was seen. Ganada. I like purple girls in tights. After all, the Trinity formation of Karmatage covering the entire Earth is not a vegetarian. If the beautiful country dares to go into the universe, it will be destroyed in minutes. He looks like an old man about 60 years old, with a slight hunchback, but it can be roughly estimated that his height should have been about 1.8 meters. The state is not stable, but it is based on feedback from the power of omniscience. He is truly a single universe-level powerhouse. It's just that the external power of duplication has just reached the Earth level. Even if these are sub-Tianfu level experts, they are always exhausted. I simply don't dare to give an empire time to completely encircle and suppress it. In addition, there is a stone statue of the sealed Holy Lord, and the 8 immortal demons are also sub-Heavenly Father level powerhouses. There is another one who is not good looking, but has beautiful thoughts. Floating among the custom shops throughout the beautiful country. Chapter 160 Juggernaut. Although there are very few strong people in the beautiful country. But there are so many villains. Just like the 14 monarchs in the regional dimension, 7 of them have duplication in the beautiful country. I don't know if it's because the main events in the Marvel Universe take place in the beautiful country. Anyway, I haven't seen the protagonist yet, but the big villain bosses are here one after another. Currently, there are about 5,000 Earth level and above powerful people on Earth. However, a strong man above the sub-Tianfu level. And it's still on the Earth's side. In fact, there are only 100 people in total. For the future, the integration of the main material plane of the Farron universe is mainly aimed at the center of the Marvel universe, a single universe. That is the Earth. For a body as small as the Earth, it may be a little unbearable. Come to your senses. Guo Feng looked at Zheng Xian, who was smiling in front of him. Guo Feng picked up a scroll. I have some divination abilities, which are better than the one behind you, so I saw some pictures earlier than everyone else. Guo Feng observed very keenly that when he finished speaking. The man in black robe on the right behind Zheng Xian shook his body. Smiling inwardly. Sure enough, he is still a young man, and after all, he is still a little restless. After being told a little about the situation, his identity was already exposed. Oh, then Mr. Zheng really underestimated Mr. Guo Feng. I need to apologize to him first. Zheng Xian's expression remained unchanged, with a smile still on his face. He stood up and raised his hands to Guo Feng. It's okay. Please sit down and talk. It's not a problem if you keep lifting your neck. It will hurt your cervical spine. Only then did Zheng Xian sit down. Guo Feng continued. This is the power I got from the upcoming big events. I said, it is the power that can reach God. And Zheng Xian also wanted to ask questions at this time. Mr. Guo Feng, since you said this is the power that can reach God, shall we check it again? Guo Feng raised his hand and pointed, letting Zheng Xian test it casually. After Zheng Xian saw it, he still nodded with a smile and waved behind him. Advertisement. Immediately afterwards, a man in black robe took off his black robe, revealing a black combat invisibility cloak as expected. As the black hood faded away, a smooth green head was revealed. He is about 2 meters 4 tall, and every muscle on his body can be seen like marble. There is also a body, which is streamlined but very strong. Walking on the wooden floor, some of it made the wooden floor creak. Proving that it weighs at least half a ton, he held a sword in his hand, which looked like a traitor. But it is very long, about 1 meter 6 in length. At the same time, the sword surface is also wider than the normal 8-sided Han sword. But the most eye-catching thing is his body. A portion of his face was exposed from his tights. They all have dark green skin, and extremely natural. It makes people feel that it is a bit contrary to ordinary people, but at the same time, it seems that it should be like this. The first time Guo Feng saw him, you can make an evaluation. A sharp swordsman. I am the dynasty team, Juggernaut. This guy who looked a lot like a green-skinned orc introduced himself. Well, I know you, Mr. Fu Warong. Guo Feng nodded slightly at him. The power of omniscience last night contained part of his information. Dynasty Team is the elite official superhero team of the Yanwang Kingdom in the Marvel world. While possessing extremely high mobility, originally it was also the product of genetic and machine modifications, as well as some ancient secret techniques of the Yanwang Kingdom. The leading first-generation leader is called the Dynasty. A powerful man at the level of a sub-Tianfu, but now he is old and rarely fights anymore. He has basically entered the management of the Divine Spear Bureau. Juggernaut is one of the ordinary members, possessing combat prowess around late Earth level and originally physically strong. He is from Inner Mongolia, although I don't know why Marvel officials at that time wrote the name of a person from Inner Mongolia as the name of a person from the Central Plains. However, the original name of the swordmaster was indeed Fu Warong. His father was a very powerful shepherd on the grassland and also a hunter. Fu Warong was born with a stronger body than ordinary people. Later, in some kind of accident, advertisement, but, in fact, this guy has returned to his original nature. Fu Warong's nomadic tribe was killed by terrorists on the border. Don't let the opponent catch the reason to kill you directly. Therefore, Fu Warong chose to worship many famous teachers, including Kunlun from the Yanwang Kingdom, an immortal who was good at swordsmanship. Fu Warong was accidentally infected with an ancient biological virus, but at a critical moment. However, because originally the swordmaster was a wrestler on the grassland. In fact, he is a peak Earth-level Qigong practitioner. Looking at the several scrolls lined up in front of him, he felt embarrassed and picked them all up directly. So under normal circumstances, he prefers wrestling, that is, naked combat. It looks nothing more than ordinary, so I can feel the man in front of me. At this time, I remembered that this swordmaster was an old virgin who was almost 50 years old. At the same time, he possesses several of the most outstanding research results of the immortal arts troops. He practices Kunlun Qigong, just like an ordinary man. Guo Feng grabbed a scroll from the table, after thinking about it. That sentence just now does have a bit of shyness in it. He scratched his head in embarrassment. Fu Warong, who was cured at the same time, had ugly green skin. Excuse me, which scroll can I use? However, the swordmaster has no idea of relying on his old age to show off his strength. Warrior, I personally think it's more suitable for you. Juggernaut asked. Therefore, there is no excuse for the swordmaster to be disrespectful. After all, I was born in Kunlun, although sometimes the etiquette is really annoying. The swordmaster held the scroll in both hands. Judging from the information and videos that Juggernaut saw before he came here on a business trip. Although Guo Feng is nearly 30 years younger than him. Guo Feng took a look at the swordmaster's thin hair and some gray hair. The power of the steppe wolf god blessed him, restoring his health but not giving him strength. Even in a normal state, Guo Feng can easily tear himself into pieces as a late-stage Earth-level person. There is also self-healing ability that is much beyond ordinary people. Even the frost creatures next to him, the two frost creatures that can obviously fight against him, seem to be stronger than this man. But he was able to put himself on the weak side. Chapter 161 Different Words. He received approval from the scroll's producer, Guo Feng, and his own boss, Zhang Xian. The scroll was opened by the swordmaster who didn't want to perform well, but only wanted to make no big mistakes. Then, the burly body suddenly stiffened into a statue. Just like the kind of zombies from the dark side of Yanwang Kingdom. What's wrong? Zhang Xian, who had been observing the situation, first noticed something was wrong. Zhang Xian knows this subordinate of his very well. Juggernaut is a pretty steady person. Don't pursue great achievements while doing your best. Simply an honest person. The ancient version of respecting etiquette was not because of how much one liked the tedious etiquette of etiquette. In fact, it is because of the shadow of childhood. It was because in his childhood, when the swordmaster was less than 10 years old, the tribe his parents belonged to resisted the unorganized and unreasonable demands. And there was a conflict. Therefore, the terrorists directly used dozens of guns to kill Abba, who could bring down a bison with his bare hands. It left a deep shadow on the young Juggernaut, because of the excuse that terrorists used to kill people. It's the tribal people who don't follow the rules. Therefore, the swordmaster has been very particular about etiquette for so many years. Even if the Divine Spear Bureau wanted to recruit him back then. Special forces have been dispatched to eliminate all the roaming terrorist organizations in Kazakhstan. But so many years have made him a habit, unless it is absolutely necessary. He would never make such an expression. Zhang Xian then went up to watch. Forehead. Zhang Xian also fell silent. Looking at the open sheepskin scroll, it is obvious that there is an arrangement of mosquito-repellent incense characters with its own unique set of logic. Even if he is as calm as Zhang Xian, Neowazi also fell into a state of confusion. What is this? I don't even know the words. How to test? Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot. After all, it's something from other dimensions, and different civilizations have different words. I forgot about it. At some point, Guo Feng, who also missed half of his head, shouted in surprise. He didn't pay much attention, because, as early as after becoming the Duke of Ice Element, advertisement Guo Feng has completely mastered the languages of all planes in the world of Farron. Not to mention that this is the common language that serves as the official language in Farron universe. Even ancient dragon language and ancient god language. Guo Feng can also understand it, so it was subconsciously transformed into Chinese characters in my mind. Guo Feng never noticed this, however, I have reacted now, so it is not a big problem. A glimmer of ice-white light flashed on Guo Feng's fingers. The next moment, a slow ray of light shot directly from Guo Feng's fingers. Years of combat experience, and the concept of countless life and death fights. This caused the swordmaster to make subconscious evasive movements. After all, it was the last time I saw this kind of similar light. Just like last time, the Juggernaut is part of the Dynasty team, fighting against a terrorist criminal organization abroad. It turned out to be a normal mission. There will be at most a few mutants. Unexpectedly, in that organization, in addition to recruiting a dozen or so level 3 mutants, there was also a level 4 mutant. There are also more than 200 terrorist escorts, and a new type of weapon developed. Short laser. It is said that through the strong collision between the two substances, combined with some abilities of the 4th level mutant, a kind of light energy that can be stored is formed. The result is a section of file size of the mother finger, and the flying speed is a little slower than the bullet. Originally, for the members of the Dynasty team, they could basically be avoided. But it was mainly because that guy from Red Star accidentally shot a magic shockwave towards the warehouse. Just blow up the warehouse. The rather dense short laser beams were like rain, coming towards the Dynasty team. If it weren't for the Weather Witch summoning a massive lightning storm just in time. Otherwise, it is estimated that the Dynasty team would have basically failed in that battle. It's just that the Red Star's recklessness also became the last straw that angered the Weather Witch, who temporarily joined in. The Weather Witch broke away directly from the Dynasty squad. He chose to go to another area of the Divine Spear Bureau and created the conferred God team. However, the Swordmaster subconsciously made evasive movements. But, in fact, he did not successfully avoid it. In the eyes of the sword master, he had already reacted, and in his subconscious prediction, he dodged the flying beam of light in time. That beam of light seemed to predict his prediction. Just made a small adjustment. Advertisement. It grew bigger and bigger in the eyes of the sword master, and finally hit him directly between the eyebrows. Zhang Xian was watching from the side, his eyes twitching. He could understand the behavior of the juggernaut. After all, it was so far away from his last action that he had successfully avoided the short laser that entered the Divine Spear Research Institute. Only a few days have passed. Zhang Xian smiled on the surface and thought in his heart. It's normal to have stress reactions. Guo Feng's thoughts were quickly observed. And about 2 or 3 seconds later, understand. All I can say is, from the lung capacity that the juggernaut now displays, we can also feel from the side how abnormal the physical fitness of the juggernaut was originally at the late Earth level. But Guo Feng knows it. This wave of operations really showed him off. What's wrong? However, the beam of light emitted by Guo Feng predicted the juggernaut's prediction. Otherwise, Guo Feng would have already had a conflict with the Divine Spear Bureau. Guo Feng understood. Has the spell of knowing words already caused mental harm? It's a stress injury. It's like smoking a cigarette to the end. As the saying goes, once bitten by a snake, you will be afraid of straw ropes for 10 years. This year. At least the suitable temperature for him that Guo Feng has created at present is 3 to 4 degrees above zero. He really shows his fighting power all the time. This is just a 1-level spell. It made a strong and powerful gasping sound like a cow. The sword master had his eyes tightly closed just now and suddenly opened them. Oh, and Zhang Xian is worthy of being a master of human micro-expressions. Neither side would sit here like this and discuss issues calmly. Some time ago, when the sword master was on a mission, he was attacked by something similar to this attack. He was slightly injured at the time, but it didn't take long. Of course Zhang Xian knew that the light beam was probably a kind of energy fluctuation. Of course, it was also Guo Feng who did not cover up. It will not endanger the juggernaut's body. In this environment, inhale and exhale a large layer of white mist. An energy beam is indeed unpredictable. Guo Feng felt a little baffled. Chapter 162. Proficient in writing at this time. The juggernaut is back from his stress reaction. You can tell. The stress reaction that caused him such hardship must not be an ordinary injury. After the sword master woke up, he shook off the cold sweat on his arms. It feels like there is something extra in this head. But I couldn't say it all at once. Just pick up the scroll. Look at the results. The body stiffened again, just like the David carved by that guy named Michelangelo. Zhang Xian felt it and looked over. What's wrong? The sword master trembled twice. He said in a trembling tone. I understand. Zhang Xian immediately understood the sword master's situation. A tough guy who has embarked on the road of revenge before even graduating from elementary school. In addition to the death of his parents, this may be his greatest pain in this life. It's just the language barrier. It once had its own Mongolian-flavored dialect. The sword master received many severe beatings on his way to school. It took more than 2 years, learned official Mandarin. It can be said that it has become a major difficulty for the sword master on his way to study. The goal he originally wanted to pursue was to become the world's #1 male wrestler without any brains. Which boy dreams of becoming a hunk? At first, shouldn't boys imagine that they will become top academics, and then all the girls in the class will revolve around them? If you don't really have to. In this course of learning, I am really bad to the extreme. Don't change your goals, and Juggernaut is one of the best. When I went abroad on a certain mission that year. Because the mission requires it, we must act alone. Who would have thought of the result? Due to special local reasons, the Juggernaut contacted by the wireless headset must be cancelled. Because of the language barrier, I was taken directly to the special channel of the local gang. When the red giant star on a mission saw him, advertisement. The Juggernaut is already the top thug of the local gang. The reason is simply because the local gang boss happens to know Chinese. Able to bring translation to Juggernaut, the Juggernaut is very talented in combat. His sixth sense is that some sub-celestial father-level powerhouses must pay attention. But that also comes with it. When God opens a window, he will also close a door. And the Sword Master's learning talent, it is fixed to death. Even closed doors with chains. Among the 3 special operations teams of S.H.I.E.L.D., he is the only one who does not speak English. And now, the Sword Master can actually understand the words of other civilizations. At this time, Zhang Xian's eyes when he looked at Guo Feng had changed. A spell that can directly translate other words. Guo Feng looked at Zhang Xian, who was looking at him with eyes comparable to flashlights. My scalp suddenly felt numb. He nodded, then slowly shook his head. Zhang Xian, who had always looked calm, was stunned. This time he nodded, making himself ecstatic. But what's the point of shaking your head immediately? Give some hope and then dash it? Well, this is indeed a spell that can translate other words in the mind. Guo Feng first confirmed what Zhang Xian said. However, what Guo Feng felt when he saw and heard the color was what Zhang Xian wanted to express. It's not just this. That's why he nodded first and then shook his head. The principle of this spell is actually a kind of entry. A large number of dictionaries are entered into the principle of a spell and condensed into some spell patterns. Some are worried that Zhang Xian doesn't understand what he is talking about. Guo Feng made another metaphor. It's equivalent to typing all those text dictionaries into one file and then compressing it. Quote. When this spell is cast, the previously entered words will automatically appear. At the same time, in order to avoid burning the user's brain, only the words that the caster thinks will be translated. Then by linking the spirit of the person being cast, the words seen are converted into the most commonly used native language in his spirit. Guo Feng explained it first. Then I roughly knew what Zhang Xian planned to do.
So he said directly, but this spell cannot translate those words that have not been entered into the vocabulary. If you want to do it, you need to find an archmage equivalent to your immortal level, who is good at modifying this spell and can re-enter it into a language system. Quote. Advertisement. Guo Feng directly explained the principle of 0-level spells and language proficiency, and 1-level spells and text proficiency.
However, there is no magic network integrated into the Farron universe for the time being.
There is no way to cast spells using ley line. There is no super large terminal link, so I can only rely on my own power to drive a large group of condensed words and languages into the mind of the sword master.
At most it can be considered an archaeological discovery. 7 rings, 8 rings, 9 rings. But, I almost didn't even feel the magic power consumption in my body. In the Yanwang Kingdom, there once appeared an underground emperor who was extremely obsessed with fantasy. If it were in the ordinary world, or it would be the beautiful Chinese people's observation of the words of Indian civilization. And about 300 years ago, the consumption is no less than that of a 4th ring spell. Guo Feng didn't feel anything, but he can still freeze a continent. Kunlun Qigong is also one of the developments of fantasy. Even those different scripts have become extinct. However, Guo Feng's explanation of this mage was heard here. The consumption of a mere 4th level spell. At most, it can be broadcast on a few episodes on the Science and Education channel in front of science. But this is the Yanwang civilization in the Marvel world. And there are many special professions that gain power from various aspects, some with acceptable upper limits. They even almost unified the entire underground world of Yanwang Kingdom for a time. Zhang Xian was a little disappointed at that time. In the current Divine Spear Bureau, the source of power for most superheroes is Qigong. After all, he is an ice elemental duke with a medium level of divine power. It cannot be said that fully deploying its power can directly turn a planet into a world of ice and snow. For example, mutants were called aliens in ancient times. There has been supervision by the Divine Spear Bureau since the Han Dynasty. Because of his original idea, excluding the use of a large number of legendary spells, the only way to really make him tired is to use forbidden spells with the highest level 12. It's not a diplomatic translation at all. Only these legendary level spells can make him feel some consumption. The magic power of the back foot is replenished. Ancient Yanwang still possessed powerful extraordinary power. The front foot has just been used. In the 5,000-year civilization of the Yanwang Kingdom, there are too many faulty knowledges. For Guo Feng, the consumption of the 4th ring spell is worse than nothing. It's called fantasy, simply not worth mentioning. Chapter 163 The History of Divine Spear Bureau and Fantasy Art. And fantasy is also recorded in many lost texts, but what a pity. What Zhang Xian thought was quite beautiful, but reality is skinny after all. The spell of knowing words and knowing languages. Originally it was a 1-level spell and a 0-level spell. It's the kind of spell that even a newly minted mage apprentice can cast. Although there is help from the magic network, but after all, that's the kind of file size. Even if there is no magic network, however, the spell originally has a casting capacity equivalent to that of a 3rd-level spell at most. Originally it is equivalent to a very large compressed package. Where is the possibility of directly translating all words in the world? Unless there is a powerful mage who can find all the words in the world and enter them all. But this prerequisite is, there must be a mage who knows the meaning of those words. Guo Feng took a sip of warm tea. Just now the power of omniscience flashed through. But no one felt it. Even sitting behind Zhang Xian, he was sitting upright. He was obviously sitting on a loose sofa, but he was forced to feel like he was in an interrogation chair. The idea of militarization is deeply rooted in the bone marrow. Or be a prisoner for 10,000 years, or a century-old soldier. Although he has a serious appearance and looks like an ordinary soldier, there is a vague aura of sub-heavenly father level coming from him. But the real thing has a taste of iron blood, with the return of the power of omniscience. Guo Feng picked up the warm tea in his hand. He gestured to Zhang Xian and then said, "Although I am proficient in writing, I still cannot apply it to the things you need, Director Zhang. But I can do it. Guo Fengji has something to say." But it made Zhang Xian stand up from the sofa in an instant. Real? Zhang Xian acted extremely shocked and extremely excited. In fact, he should be excited. Advertisement and exploration of fantasy. The Yanwang Kingdom never gave up, as a top organization that has existed since the Eastern Han Dynasty until today. No matter in Zhang Xian's memory, or in the reality that Guo Feng felt through the power of omniscience. The Divine Spear Bureau all possesses a considerable level of reserves of fantasy arts. However, Guo Feng also knew. The Divine Spear Bureau also had to admit it. Even with the Yanwang Kingdom, this is the oldest database with a history of 5,000 years. The Divine Spear Bureau's collection of fantasy arts still does not have a collection that is more than 1,500 years old. It can also be understood as, the Divine Spear Bureau only collected most of the information and inheritance of fantasy within these 1,500 years, that is, around 500 AD. As for the inheritance of fantasy arts before this, even the Divine Spear Bureau, they also still haven't gathered enough knowledge. Because the Divine Spear Bureau was originally Zhang Heng from the Eastern Han Dynasty more than 1,000 years ago. The same man who invented the seismometer, it was established under his leadership. The Divine Spear Bureau, which was just established that year, was actually not a very powerful organization. After all, Zhang Heng back then, although it attracted the attention of the emperor at that time. But he is not actually a powerful minister. The Divine Spear Bureau back then was not very powerful. Let's talk about the Western Han Dynasty hundreds of years ago. By the way, the Han Empire had just undergone a brilliant reform. The king serves as the leader of the first group. The emperor's power was infinitely enhanced, not enough permission from the emperor. Then all the organizations established will never come to the fore. This also led to the predecessor of the Divine Spear Bureau. Before it was created by Zhang Heng, an organization called the Brotherhood of the Holy Spear. This organization has not developed much and is a relatively weak non-governmental organization. It may not have been until around 1600 AD the Holy Spear Brotherhood has finally reached its peak at this time. Because he briefly became a regular employee, the predecessor of the Divine Spear Bureau, at this moment, briefly became the official organization on the land of Kyushu. Advertisement in that era is called the New Dynasty. Speaking of the New Dynasty, anyone who is familiar with the ancient history of Yan and Huang will think of the emperor who was known as the Time Traveler. He not only created the Vernier caliper, but also made a pleated skirt for his queen. Wang Mang, the emperor who briefly served as a dividing point in the transition of the Han Dynasty. And the power of omniscience told Guo Feng, actual is another way of saying it. In the Marvel universe, Wang Mang is not a time traveler. But he was a leader of the Holy Spear Brotherhood back then. After this genius, who was originally a very good researcher, successfully became an orthodox emperor. I was immediately reminded of the power those inventions can bring. So Wang Mang directly established the Holy Spear Brotherhood as an official organization. In this way, the Holy Spear Brotherhood, which was just a chivalrous organization back then, successfully appeared in history. Even after the founding emperor of the Eastern Han Dynasty, Emperor Guangwu Lu Shu successfully defeated Wang Mang. The Holy Spear Brotherhood still has not been disbanded. Instead, because of Wang Mang's influence, it used to be that most of the organizations were rangers and a small part were research organizations. It has become an organization that has both. In the early Western Han Dynasty, the Holy Spear Brotherhood was once an organization established by Wang Mang himself. As a result, it was suppressed for a time, until the real Mid-Eastern Han Dynasty came. The Brotherhood of the Holy Spear has been wandering for more than 400 years. After talking with a few people from foreign lands, they abandoned all schools of thought and only respected Confucianism, the basic national policy of the Han Empire. Several young rangers of the Mo family, who were unhappy, were inspired by the ideals of the strangers and decided to create the Brotherhood of the Holy Shield. Several young Mohist rangers decided to create the Brotherhood of the Holy Spear. The name is taken from a major classic of the Warring States period. Use his spear and attack his shield. It means protecting for the sake of war. However, it has never seen a real rise, and the Brotherhood of the Holy Spear has always been a tepid small organization. Finally met the Ming Lord, Zhang Heng, a top official recognized by the official emperor of the Han Dynasty. He is also an excellent technology developer. The study of seismographs more than 1,000 years ago really surprised many researchers in the Brotherhood of the Holy Spear. Under the leadership of this charismatic and talented researcher, the Brotherhood of the Spear has successfully integrated with several organizations. Became another organization, that is, the Divine Spear Bureau that has followed the Yanwang Kingdom for more than 1,000 years. In the era when Zhang Heng founded the Divine Spear Bureau, he had paid special attention to fantasy magic, a secret book that could bring people strange powers. So after recruiting enough aliens, that is, mutants of that era. Chapter 164 The Issue of Cosmic Empire, the Earth's Level in the Universe. The Divine Spear Bureau continues to collect all the fantasy arts that have been circulated for more than 1,000 years. All kinds of fantasy. The Divine Spear Bureau has collected it for more than 1,000 years. But the peak period of fantasy has passed. From what I know, what director Zheng Xian wants to translate through all night text should be fantasy magic, right? Guo Feng picked up the tea, although most of the fantasy arts have been lost in the long river of history and lost their inheritance. In Guo Feng's current state, even if he exerted his full power of omniscience, there was no way to determine the exact text of that period of time that was lost thousands of years ago. However, if it is nothing more than using the power of omniscience to translate the incomplete written inheritance of the existing fantasy arts. That's still very simple, yes. Zheng Xian was trembling a little, and the hand holding the teacup was already wet with the actual tea. Fantasy is not a high-level material in the country. After all, originally was discovered in folk inheritance. It is normal for the folk to have a large amount of inheritance of fantasy arts. However, the main inheritance is generally relatively incomplete. Rarely can it achieve the effect of formal combat. There has never been a shortage of practitioners of various fantasy books in the cities of the Yanwang Kingdom. In the world of the Marvel Universe, at least in this single universe that Guo Feng knows through the power of omniscience, 99% of the superpowers in the Yanwang Kingdom are users of fantasy arts. Even though the mood swings are not strong due to education issues, the average birth rate of domestic mutants is the lowest in the world. Moreover, before 1800, the birth rate of mutants was very low. It is said that this may be due to the population cycle activity of a mutant gene. But in this kind of extreme emotional environment, mutants can be born. They all left a legacy in the country. They were called strangers by the officials of Yanwang Kingdom. A long time ago, the officials of Yanwang Kingdom noticed this strange power. Domestic mutants, in addition to currently serving the country and eating official meals. Advertisement. The most peak era was the spring and autumn period and the warring states period. Especially the spring and autumn period. Although the land of Yanwang cannot be called a small country with few people, it does not have the empires that came later, with hundreds of thousands or millions of troops at every turn. The common small countries in the spring and autumn period only had an army of about 1,000 people. A country with 1,000 military vehicles and more than 5,000 troops is a very powerful medium-sized country. And even if it is a big country, they only have an army of tens of thousands. The pinnacle of the spring and autumn period, the 5 hegemons of the spring and autumn period. Even when those 5 countries were at their peak, they only had an army of hundreds of thousands, and at most less than 300,000. So most of the time, these countries in the spring and autumn period were not able to conduct large-scale group army operations. This also led to the spring and autumn period being an era that paid special attention to capable people and strangers. There were many immortals in the spring and autumn period. In that era, which was nearly 2,500 years ago, it was not the peak moment of fantasy. But it is the peak time of fantasy science. All schools of thought have their own masters of fantasy. The mutants back then were not as scary as they are now. Instead, he is called a born soul boy. It means a stranger with innate magical powers. And because of the excellent characteristics of fantasy, many excellent mutants in the past era have practiced fantasy and become excellent. Became the leader of the year. The Nova Empire, which had just been established that year, originally had 5 weaker sub-heavenly father level experts who wanted to compete for a piece of meat in the Kree Empire's mouth. This is an evil terrorist organization identified by all the powerful men in the universe. Among them, the Skrull Empire was already included in the cosmic reports that year because the star in the star system where the main planet was located suddenly exploded. However, the supreme mastermind of the Kree Empire, the military AI of the Kree Empire, the supreme intelligence, controlled this mecha and killed one of them. On the contrary, the fleet of the Dark Order always circles the main colonial planets of the 3 empires. Rub the other 2 against the surface of a star and directly destroy one. Advertisement. The Dark Order is also very self-aware. Even a powerful sub-heavenly father-level powerhouse can create an overlord-level force that cannot be ignored by any universe-level empire. There are 3 major empires in the universe: the Kree Empire, the Sheer Empire, the Skrull Empire, and the Nova Empire. The Kree Empire possesses a mechanical giant that is almost at the level of a god. Want to directly attack the Kree Empire's mastermind planet, Blue Bloodstar. The mastermind that led to the entire Skrull Empire was shattered. Seeing that things were not going well, the other 2 sub-Tianfu level experts who had suffered some minor injuries came to surround Wei and rescue Zhao. In addition to the later Nova Empire, it was due to the joint efforts of those planet-level powerhouses wandering in the universe and several sub-heavenly father-level powerhouses whose total strength was only 1 or at most 2. Compared with the Kree Empire, the captains of more than a dozen major battle fleets, like Ronan the Executioner, are generally equipped with the latest Kree Empire's single combat armor. Whether it was the 3 major empires in the past or the 3 major empires now, the Dark Order upholds the principle that everyone is equal and the world should originally be divided into 2 fairly, but the concept of equal sharing of resources has not been implemented in this regard. That is, the legacy of the Skrull Empire and its colonial planet. For example, the Dark Order, that is, the level of a 4th level mutant or the peak level of a 4th level mutant. Bloodline gene editing has reached the pinnacle that the Kree can achieve, and they are the planet-level peak powerhouse with a Kree genetic super ability. An evil organization created by Thanos, the overlord of the universe. But despite being designated as a terrorist organization, no empire has dared to attack the Dark Order for so many years. Therefore, the Kree Empire took advantage of it and led to its destruction. Only then did he successfully rescue 2 other seriously injured Yashinfu-level powerhouses. After all, people like the sub-heavenly father class can have good rights even in the universe. Using a burning neutron star as an energy source, a planet giant built with the most advanced mechanical technology in the entire universe. Barely reaching the passing line of imperial-level civilization. Moreover, the basic ability of the Nova Empire is not strong, it is just a little higher than the aerospace-level civilization. Later, originally as an emerging cosmic power, the Nova Federation successfully came to power and was renamed the Nova Empire. It is also called planet level in the universe. He is a powerful person in the universe. How could Thanos, who possesses some omniscient power, probably planet level omniscience, not know this? Another serious injury, Earth level. After all, no other existence is known. Chapter 165 Requirements. Although he is currently in the form of the Overlord of the universe, he only has 1 Mind Stone and the 24K Pure Gold Infinity Gauntlet has not yet been produced. Thanos, who only has a death blessing all over his body, understands in his heart. With his current size, he might be able to compete with the Nova Empire. This is because of the Nova Empire, more than 300 years ago. One of the 5 sub-heavenly father-level powerhouses was killed by the Kree's supreme mecha, 1 was crippled, 1 was seriously injured, and the remaining 2 suffered different injuries. Even after more than 300 years of rest, it can only produce 2/2 of the sub-Tianfu level combat power. So I don't want to cause trouble in the universe. He just wants to preserve the dignity of his empire while trying his best to consolidate the colonial planet he has obtained so far in his position of power in the universe. Not to mention the sheer empire. This Birdman Empire is the oldest empire in the current universe. At the same time, the Skrull Empire relied on every civilian to possess almost planet-level power, as well as their elite spy army. It has the ability to imitate the strength characteristics of some powerful people and access their short-term memory. The Skrull Empire successfully mediates a large number of core technologies of universe-level and kingdom-level civilizations. There is also their good energy system, and 2 strong men with 3 sub-Heavenly Father-level abilities. Although the Kree Empire does not have a real sub-Heavenly Father-level powerhouse. But among more than 10 elite fleets, accusing Ronin was actually nothing at all. Although the Death Star fleet is also the first-class fleet of the Kree Empire. But the personnel recruited are mainly firepower members. Ronin is originally an editor of Kree descent and is the commander. Combat ability. In addition to his awakened Kree bloodline ability, he has a tough constitution above average. It relies on his ability to command and fight, the combat armor of the Kree general, and the advanced wisdom of the Kree people. Shockhammer, however, if we talk about single combat. The ones the Kree Empire finally took advantage of were the accomplished editors of the Kree bloodline. A strong person who possesses the top 100 super abilities awakened by the Kree and successfully developed them. In the universe, on the surface, it seems that the Kree Empire is mainly covered with firepower, battleships and artillery, which is the main body of the battle. In fact, in addition to military industry, what he is good at is super ability. After all, the aliens living on the moon were successfully modified through the blood genes of Earthling mutants. Advertisement and the Kree served as participants in these experiments. How could it not be superior to abilities editing technology? However, the current Kree Empire is mainly divided into 2 factions. One faction is the Supreme Intelligence, a super-intelligent AI developed by Kree scientific geniuses. It manages the entire Kree Empire's colonial planets and most of its military. But among the 15 highest-ranking first-level fleets in the Kree Empire, the Death Star fleet led by Ronin ranked last. There are only 6 first-level fleets that the Supreme Intelligence can mobilize. Moreover, 5 of them are still outside the top 10, and only one, ranked 4th, is a defensive fleet organized by technological firepower and superpowers to protect the most important things of the Kree Empire. The most intelligent computer subject, as well as the scientists from the Kree Supreme Research Institute who live on the same planet. As for the remaining fleets, it mainly exists in the outer dimension space and is constantly exploring the outer dimension. If it is because of the outer dimensional space, it generally has special energy that is different from the main material plane. Therefore, it is difficult for firepower weapons to operate normally in these extra-dimensional spaces. Therefore, this led to a group of the most elite generals of the Kree Empire, and soldiers with awakened Kree advanced super abilities, to expand into outer dimensions. And all the universe overlords know it very well. It's okay to attack the Kree Empire's colonial stars in normal times, but if it really touches the important bases of the Kree Empire. In the open space of the outer dimension, in a certain way, the Kree's highest tech individual armor is combined with a super ability equivalent to the 4th level top commander level variant. A general who is no less powerful than a sub-celestial father. Bring back a few casually with the 100 Battles division. Even Thanos has to flee. In short, mutants with level 4 strength can reach the Earth level. There are also commander level mutants at the peak of level 4 strength, who can reach the peak of Earth level. You can already mix well in the universe, in the spring and autumn period of that year. Every country with an army of more than 1,000 people has such strong men. A large part of their composition, it's the awakened mutant. And these mutants combine the illusions used by mutant abilities. Advertisement their abilities are also embedded in their DNA. Passed down from generation to generation, this forms a bloodline with super ability. Therefore, this also leads to the fact that most of the fantasy arts that can be passed down among the people require blood to be refined. Because they originally have some kind of mutant gene in their bodies. It's just different recessiveness among different groups of people. It has just become an explicit part of a family flowing in the blood. However, there is no such bloodline. Therefore, it is impossible to refine most of the fantasy arts that are passed down among the people and belong to the family. So, in this case, there are very few fantasy arts in China that ordinary people can use. Because these things belonged to the bottom class back then. Coupled with this habit of teaching apprentices to starve the master to death. As a result, many old people would rather lose the magic than pass on the fantasy art. As for the practitioners of fantasy arts who have been struggling at the bottom all year round, except for the disciples who teach them step by step. The original cultural level is also very low. I don't even know a few big characters. This leads to fantasy magic that ordinary people can use. It is difficult to pass down through words. Well, I just checked through ability. In the collection of the Divine Spear Bureau, there are about 26 kinds of fantasy arts that can be used in the inheritance that have not been translated. Guo Feng put away his divergent thinking and returned with the power of omniscience. He was already fully aware of the untranslated reserves of fantasy arts collected by the Divine Spear Bureau. But most of them are incomplete. Only these 26 types can be used normally. Moreover, there are only 7 types that can be performed without blood. And they were all in the era before the Zhou dynasty more than 3,000 years ago. The inheritance before that battle of the gods, however, looking at Zhang Xian who looked surprised. Guo Feng raised his hand and said, "Wait a minute, after we finish talking, I will record it in a book for you."
Chapter 166 The End. After a while, in a somewhat cold living room. The green-skinned man, who was originally nearly 2 meters tall, recovered from his stunned state. His eyes suddenly opened. A trace of dark green light flashed in the swordmaster's pupils. The whole person's momentum increased by half in an instant. And at this time, Guo Feng, who originally felt the swordmaster from his breath, found that the swordmaster's breath had changed. He had a clear impression of the juggernaut in his mind. Humanoid identification. Swordmaster, human race mutated branch, level 26 legendary warrior, and level 37 high-level legendary evil spirit swordsman. Good guy. This conversion is also quite good. Guo Feng clapped his hands and applauded. Legend level. It is the most common extraordinary class in the Farron universe. It represents transcendence and transcendence from ordinary level to another level. This is the so-called jump from ordinary human level to earth level. It's equivalent to a normal top-level third-level mutant who is good at using his own abilities. The high-level legend is the sublimation of the legendary level. A trait is gained during all lives at legendary level. It can also be understood as a continuous buff. It can be a life buff or a rage buff. The advanced legend represents the complete mastery of power and the complete sublimation of the human body. High-level legendary warriors have the ability to fight crazily for more than an hour, sometimes even if their heart is lost. Not bad. As expected of a native cultivator, those who practice step by step can master it faster than those who need to use potions. Guo Feng applauded and said, after all, these normal levels take a very long time to practice. Even if their original strength is supported. However, the master level from level 15 to level 20 requires skills, and the legendary level from level 20 to 30 also needs mentality before they can be promoted. Thanks. The swordmaster smiled shyly. I found that I have a more appropriate control of my power, and some of the energy bodies born in my body can better control the curse on me, and I also received a bonus. The swordmaster was not a person who was good at words originally, and he just briefly talked about his state. Advanced legendary feat, rapid healing. I feel like if my arm is broken now, I can just reattach it. The Juggernaut is also a very practical person. On the spot, he pulled out a sword that looked like a Mongolian scimitar from his waist, and struck his arm with a sword. Bah! Advertisement. Some dropped to the ground with green blood. But he was caught by the cloak that the swordmaster had laid out in advance. Then the swordmaster directly threw away the sword in his hand, grabbed his broken arm and put it on his shoulder. Half a minute later, the arms, which are like normal people's thighs, move normally and are back to normal. F***K. Zhang Xian couldn't help but cursed. He was obviously shocked too. Warrior, mage, warlock, necromancer, arcanist. 9 common professions, and can be extended into branches of various professions, with a considerable degree of plasticity. The most important thing is that ordinary people can learn. Guo Feng directly threw several scrolls in his hand. As if Zhang Xian had found a treasure, he kept it one by one with great care. But here, Guo Feng is still writing furiously. After all, he is now a strong man in the 4th stage of sub-Tianfu level. What's more, he also possesses the Duke's combat power of ice element. He is also a pretty good ice mage. 0 ring system, the pen of the mage. You can easily display dozens of them, and multitasking. Not a problem at all. Ordinary mages still have to think again, when ideas come to mind at every turn. The eternal Mangekyo Sharingan began to flash in Guo Feng's eyes. Although he did not obtain the ninjutsu in Naruto, the technique of duplication cannot be used, but Guo Feng summoned hundreds of mage hands at the same time. Let it mutate into a mage's pen, a little bit of micromanipulation by a senior mage. 5th ring spell, basic material generation changes. As the Duke of Ice Element, is it normal for Guo Feng to condense water molecules in the air into ice at will? Then use some high-level spells to change the surrounding material generation. Is it normal to turn thick ice into thick paper? Tens of thousands of light blue mage pens were used to write quickly. Guo Feng is an extremely powerful person at the level of Ya Tianfu. He has extremely strong mental power and can control tens of thousands of pens at the same time. Is it normal for him to be multi-purpose? After a while, a thick stack of books appeared directly in Guo Feng's hands. Guo Feng handed it to the stunned Zhang Xian. Mysterious magic, the professional level has been planned for you above, and it has the most suitable professional method for the people of Yanwang country. From the beginning of the 0-level fantasy apprenticeship, to the entry into the earth of powerful divine power at level 70, it's all on top. Zhang Xian followed respectfully. How can I help you? At this time, Zhang Xian had been tricked by Guo Feng into becoming his fan. Advertisement for the country. He is determined to be this licking dog. I need everyone to do something that is a win-win situation. Guo Feng knew that his goal had been achieved, you said. 5 days later. End. Sprinkle flowers. Udenheim once survived under the Bifrost. The universe has changed dramatically. Countless giant bodies with upper bodies made of pure ice and lower bodies made of vortex storms poured into Udenheim. Ushered in a huge amounts of golden sparks portal. The leaders of both sides talked secretly for more than 4 hours and signed many mutually beneficial cooperation and win-win treaties. A man with a little frog on his shoulder stood in the middle of the universe, smiling. The Ancient One Mage is also here, welcome to join. And above the earth. A few years later, various anomalies have also occurred in the universe. Under the heavy blow of a cane surrounded by what seemed like 7 huge amounts of rings.
The land of ice and snow, one of the 9 realms. Many countries with extraordinary civilian power poured into various countries from the cracks in space. The Giski foreigners took the Red Dragon's pirate ship and successfully became the dominant pirate in the space. And not long after, a golden portal appeared in their living room. Only the Yanwang Kingdom, which had also embarked on the road to governing the country through science and technology and strengthening its people professionally, resisted and developed. Half an hour later, returned to the peak state of the sub-Tianfu level. The Time Management Bureau in the Endless Time fell directly. By the way, he also pulled part of Carol next to him into the trap. The Frost Elemental Giant King became the acting manager of Judenheim. A week later, many gods have come to the world. This single universe has become a comprehensive top-level single universe. King Luffy of Giants of Judenheim fought to the death. Almost all countries were caught off guard. Judenheim became the base camp of the ice element. Under the roar of 5 or 6 yellow-skinned sub-celestial fathers and a green dragon that was covered in golden light and erupted wantonly with cold air and flames.